Hello, and welcome back to Roll4it, where we'll be playing some Dark Heresy, Warhammer 40k RPG, with your favourite YouTubers and streamers. Sadly, we have no Shen. He's going around gallivanting somewhere or something, having fun. I don't know what this fun thing is, yeah. How dare he.
Shenanigans.
Oh god, shenanigans.
Wait a minute,
God.
I'm not Splat.
God damn it. I thought I fixed that. It was fixed!
One show. Every time.
I was going to be like, where's Shen gone? But then I'm like, wait, he's not down there. What is this? Where am I?
Here we go, wait. Try the joke again. It's fine. No one will have noticed. Wait, I don't need to look down there. Yeah. So we have no Shen today, as you can see. But he will be back next week. So we're going to continue without Shen, sadly. But we should be fine, maybe, possibly. It's just they don't need firepower. Why do they need firepower? They're currently on an abandoned space station, seemingly infested with someone hunting them. We left this 2 weeks ago. Unfortunately, last week was a Halloween special, so there's a little bit of a gap. So those of you who can't remember, they went to investigate a station that had kind of fallen off the grid. When they got there, they meant to meet up with some troops. It appeared that the troops had already went to the space station, despite not having met up with them. They got on board. It turns out that the troops had seemingly all disappeared, possibly been attacked. It seemed to indicate that, with two of them certainly dead in the cockpit. They moved further into the station. As they were doing so, their ship got attacked, blown to pieces. The entire docking arm that they were docked at started to shatter. They quickly made their way inside in a sort of tense moment of running down a corridor and diving through a locked door. They got shot at several times. Both Shen and Bentham. Bentham, you were injured, weren't you?
I think I'm okay because of awesome medicing.
Yes, awesome medicing was done, and both of them were okay. I believe that Garrett is still down a few wounds, however. But they are now back on the station, seemingly being hunted, and now without a ship, or apparently any way to get out. So before we get started, a few announcements. Firstly, those of you who have subscribed with Twitch Prime, thank you very much. Bear in mind that you will need to manually resubscribe. I don't think it automatically resubscribes you, so if you do want to continue using your Twitch Prime with us, and we'd be very thankful and stuff for that free sub, do go manually resubscribe if you can. That'd be grand. Splat, do you want to put the Patreon?
Yes.
And you want to talk about the fancy other thing?
What fancy other thing?
He is definitely
the fancy thing that's at the middle of the week.
Tentacles trying to attack him.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunately, this is my my warp conduit coming through. The cat is actually my psychic focus. I gotta take him everywhere with me in combat, and I just hold him out at the minions of chaos. Say, "Get him, kitty!" And the lightning comes from him. But yeah, the Patreon. We used to take tips for this show. And we used to kind of use that to modify the way it all played out, but we decided that it'd be better and it'd be easier for us to give you all cool, fun stuff if we moved everything over to Patreon. So if you wanted to support us on patreon.com/roll4it, you can get everything from MP3s of the VODs to bonus VODs that you get every single week. On top of that, you can also vote on which factions we're going up against in the future, which the vote should be going up fairly soon. We haven't talked about that just yet as a group, but I should be posting that at some point soon. So if you wanted to get on that, that's one of the tiers, and then, of course, it allows you to make sure that this show does not die a horrible, horrible financial death, because it represents a considerable amount of time for all of us, so we appreciate it very, very much when you guys support us.
And, of course, the fancy thing starting on the 16th?
Ah, yes, we're playing D&D, where I will be the GM. I will be the GM, and that starts in 2 weeks. We're doing a practice run this week, and then the week after, it's time for some good old-fashioned fantasy roleplay.
Not going to be broadcast.
Oh, yeah,
It'll be recorded, but not broadcast.
It wouldn't be much of a practice if we went live with the official show.
Yeah. So the 16th will be the real one. The 9th this week is going to be our practice, which is going to be non-canon, I believe. So
yeah, it's not going to count, regardless of whether we upload a VOD or anything like that as a bonus. It's not going to count, so...
Don't worry, you won't have missed any sort of awesome story about our group.
Are you flying the Enterprise, Aavak? Like, what's going on right here? What
yes,
5?
I am.
What 5, Mr. Aavak?
Yeah, that is the next stretch goal. We'll be doing a Star Trek... no. God, no.
What? That'd be so legit. Can I be engineering? We would all have, our own little seats, and then, one person be the captain?
No idea. I was playing Artemis over the weekend with Quill and Get Dave and Sleepy Joe and White Caliber for Extra Life. And this is the setup I used. I had all like the engineering console on here, and I was just tapping on buttons. Aye, Captain, all power to beams. Oh, it's so good.
Focus
You didn't know what
deflectors on
coolant
the
did,
front.
though.
So hard. What was that?
You didn't know what coolant did, though.
No, well, I'd never played Artemis before. I didn't know what the things represented. It's like, oh yeah, those little blops of coolant. Oh, okay, now I know how to use them.
It is
I knew what
really
coolant
confusing
was.
initially. It's like, why do all the yellow ones go down when the white ones go up? What is this?
Yeah, exactly.
I haven't played it in years, so I have
It was
no
trial
idea
by
what this is
fire.
either.
Trial
We
by
need a
fire.
bonus stream, an Artemis bonus stream. Or they could just finally make one that's Star Trek, because they never seem to do anything with the Star Trek IP anymore. They've just abandoned it.
Isn't
Well,
there some sort of
they
game
made
like
a
that coming out?
MMO, and then they were like,
It was terrible.
it's still
Isn't there like
alive,
a Star
which is
Trek
better than
bridge
most.
commanding game?
Yeah,
or
there's a
something?
VR Star Trek Bridge Commander that's been pushed back a year.
Uh,
I mean, it
There's
sounds
something.
good in concept, but the Star Trek IP's not got the best reputation for when it's been rolled out as a game, so we'll see.
Listen, can I be a Romulan? That's all that I care about. As long as I can
Why
be
a
a Romulan,
Romulan?
I'm good. Because they're legit.
How?
Everyone hates them.
They're
They
aw-
hate everyone.
That's the fun. It's like being a Klingon. It's the exact same thing. You just roll around the galaxy and just blap on fools.
Well, be a Klingon then. Klingon's much more awesome.
Yeah, but if you're a Romulan, then you get to be like, for the Empire! And shit, it's amazing.
The Klingons have an empire.
But
Yeah,
they've got
and they
wrinkle
also
face.
have
Reasoning
really,
makes no
really
sense.
crazy
Klingons for
They've
the
got
win.
wrinkle,
sex.
they've got mountain ranges on their foreheads.
Not
This is a problem?
if you go back to a certain time period where they don't, because they had to
I
retcon
know.
something and it got really complicated.
Yeah, and Worf
It
won't
looked like
talk
somebody
about
grabbed their
that.
forehead and just squinched it and just left it that way with Play-Doh, and it just never
I love
stopped.
the episode where DS9 went back to the original season.
That is one of the best episodes.
So good.
What was it? Like,
And
it's
they were
the
like,
original is the
"So where's
Trouble
the
with
Klingons?"
Tribbles, and then that one's the...
Yeah.
I can't remember what it's called. Such a good
It's
episode.
like Trials and Tribulations or something. There's like
Yeah.
3 Tribble episodes.
Oh,
And then
it's so
Worf's
good.
like, yeah, we don't talk about that.
we do not talk
That
about
was
that.
it. That was it. It's like,
No,
what
they,
an
they
awesome
explained it in
handshake.
Enterprise.
Yeah, yeah.
There was something in Enterprise where they...
There was a disease that was going to kill the Klingons. They asked some humans to fix it. The humans fixed it, but it had a side effect of suppressing the facial appearance for X number of years, and it was an awkward excuse, and... But they did make an excuse. Anyway...
I wish I had a shoehorn I could hold up right now.
All I'm saying is we need to play Star Trek where I get to be engineering. That's all that I'm
Okay,
saying.
at some point, maybe like if a Star Trek film comes out and we want to tie in, we can do like a one-shot Star Trek thing, maybe. But
I've always wanted the little handle for the warp thing. That's all I've ever wanted to do is be like, warp 6, and then push the thing forward. That's a...
Oh god,
That's all I want to do. I'll just leave the stream after that. You just let me warp the ship, and then I'll just quit.
we just warp into a sun and be like, yeah, it's game over. So.
So
We'll
back
do
to
the
Dark
rest of the
Heresy.
3 hours. Anyway, so the point being that we're going to be starting D&D on the 16th. That'll be 1 hour later than our normal start time. So the original start time before we move to Sundays. So that'll be every Wednesday. That is thank you very much to actually passing the goal on Patreon. So thank you very much to everyone there. And yeah, the support's been incredible. We're really looking forward to continue the show and having like more stuff per week. And I'm interested in being able to play, which I'm really worried about. I haven't played in ages.
Don't worry, I'll kill you gently.
No. No, it's no fun if they don't die violently. You've got to leave some sort of titanic crater that fills up with rain and they name a lake after you.
He goes,
An honorable death.
the other day, he's like, I just want you to know my armor class is 11. And I was like, well, I don't feel guilty at all. I'm going to enjoy drinking your tears and destroying your character.
Yep. My
sound like a weak
level
link to
1
me.
armor class
What?
is 11.
Do you have like some sort of background in EVE Online?
I do like Eve.
Yep.
Okay.
I've
Tears
got
of
level 11.
Astias.
Anyway, so that's awesome. In terms of any other announcements, I don't think we've got anything else off the top of my head. Yeah, there we go. Okay,
Good.
right.
I think so.
So yeah, they're currently stuck on a space station, and things are going fun. So we'll jump right back into the action from where they were sitting, which was just inside of an airlock door, which Carolinus and I believe Cassius have just managed to roll through. Carolinus has just done some patching up of people, and they are currently standing under a splayed open corpse stapled to the ceiling that has been somewhat eviscerated carefully. And some
I'm gonna
people failed
start
their
out-
fear checks.
By failing a Sinisius roll.
Okay.
I got to give it a try.
Yep.
And there it is.
See, I was actually ready to say that is the first science roll you've ever succeeded in. I thought you could make it this time, but no. So yeah, you're under somewhat pressure. You've only just got back on the station. You've literally been in a gantry that was crumbling around you. The very essence of space actually left around you for a little while. You were completely outside for a good few meters there. And you come inside, you're still kind of panting, rushing. The thing above you is a little bit scary, and you just can't really focus yourself enough. Trying to really, especially this close to a warp storm, there's a lot of interference, and you can't really sense much.
So where are we standing like together now? We're inside of like a side room, or like where are we at
you're
right
pretty
now?
much exactly actually in the hallway that runs all the way around the edge of the station.
Okay.
This hallway is basically you can see out windows, and it's for people coming in, loading documents
As I
and
look
stuff.
down each direction, about how much distance is there before the curve becomes so sharp that
you could
can't
probably
see around
like
anymore?
probably a good 50 meters in each direction, maybe a little bit more. Like your torch is a range of what, 60 feet? Or 60
Only
meters?
40, so I can...
40 feet.
40 meters, sorry.
40
I can
meters,
only see
okay.
50.
So yeah, you can see 40 meters in each direction with your torch. Bear in mind that your torch, for everyone watching, is an infrared torch that sadly only Carolinas can see.
I can turn the stab light on. Did I actually... No, I have turned the stab light on. That's why people are seeing the body from the ceiling, because it was when I turned that on, so all of a sudden it's like, oh my god, turn it up.
Okay,
Is the body still clothed? Or has it been stripped completely?
The body on the ceiling is mostly stripped. I think it still has the remains of its trousers, I believe I said.
Okay. I'm going to dig through the pockets to see if can I reach, or is it too high up?
It's too high up. It's on the ceiling. It's a fairly large room for the station, especially being the entrance corridor. It's probably a good, let me see, probably 5 meters. Like if you were to like stand on someone's shoulders or pull over like a crate or something, your Mechendrites could reach up there.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't just.
That being said, are there any crates or any barrels, any storage mediums around? Okay.
Yep. I mean,
well, seeing
Imperial space stations aren't like Star Trek space stations. They have a lot of crap lying around. People don't put stuff away.
I'm going to find crap that isn't bullets or explosives, and I'm going to stand on that. Because seeing Cassius looking up at it, I can kind of guess what he might be thinking. And so I drag a barrel out, clamber on top, maybe having to stand on my tiptoes as my Medicaid Mechadendrite reaches up. And I'm just going to start, like, where it's been nailed to this... It was nailed, wasn't it? Like, crucified.
Yeah, it looks like some sort of metallic bolts have been driven through the flesh.
Okay. Through the hands and ankles? Or...
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm simply going to sever the wrists and the ankles then.
Okay, it takes you probably about a good minute to fully sever the wrists and the ankles. And with that, the body falls down to the ground, a little bit of a splat. The gravity in this area is still working, although a little bit lower than usual, so it doesn't have quite the impact you normally expect. But the body does hit the ground, and there's a satisfying squishing sound of the body that's probably been dead for maybe 2 days and is starting to go a little bit. But the sterile air has still kept it fairly fresh.
Okay, so while he's doing that, are there any doors nearby in the corridor that I could start, like, opening up doors and looking in, kind of just, like, making sure... Because we're standing in the middle of a hallway right now, so I'd prefer to be out of a hallway.
Okay, yeah, so there's a couple of doors nearby. You can't really see very much unless Caroline starts moving the stab light around a lot for you. But you can try and make out some of the signs here and there, and it's a little bit dark, it's hard to read. But there's certainly 2 doors nearby that look like they go to rooms, and then further down the corridor, you can see what looks like a hall that leads further in, off to one side.
Okay, I'll take the first door on the right, and taking up cover along the door jamb, I'm going to hit whatever object switch device slides the door open. I know we don't have power right now, so it's a Hail Mary, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, you hit the button, nothing seems to happen. The door doesn't seem to slide open. There seems to be no real response from it.
I whisper to Carolinus, I'm to understand you've been on ships like this before. If we were to get the power back online, where would that be?
Would Carolines have that much of an idea of a space station setup? Because stations are built in a very different way from ships, wouldn't they?
You would know that basically there's a lot of different ways that ships work in the Imperium, different space stations. Some doors are like normal manual doors. Some doors are like only open if there's power. Some doors use magnetic locks which hold them closed. If there's a power failure, then the doors automatically open as a fail-safe. That tends to be more sort of civilian space stations and stuff rather than high, like, important military ones, because you don't want the doors fail opening on a military space station. You want them preferably staying closed. That said, this space station is neither civilian nor fully a military space station, so you're not really sure where it lies. You'd actually have to look at the doors themselves and figure it out. That said, there's no harm in trying a door, as far as you're aware.
Well, I consider it for a few moments. Brander, go ahead and speak up if he's going to do it.
I studied a map of the station like the whole time we were on our way here, so would I know of a place where we could try and switch the power back on? There's like a control room I could get to?
Yeah, so you could go to the control room, or you could go to the generatorium, depending on what's the problem is. Effectively, the control room would allow you to switch things. The generatorium would allow you to switch things, possibly override things, and certainly if the power is physically off, you would have to reconnect it there. But the control room will also allow you a lot more control of what you want to do with it, should power be switchable.
Would life support and gravity being on suggest that power is still working, or would that be like an emergency power, so we'd probably still need to...
Would he be voicing that question?
I guess, yeah, I'd be mentioning, like, the life support, the gravity still on.
I chime in saying that generally life support will be running on a dedicated emergency power grid. If main power shut down, there's almost always going to be an emergency grid that'll kick in to keep life support running. Not all doors will be on that. Certainly some will, if they're essential, escape, disembarkate. The airlocks that might be used to escape to shuttles might be powered on the same grid. But that being active is no indication of what state the main power supply is. We'd need to see the generator for that. Power could be off because it's been turned off, or it's been destroyed.
Bear in mind that you have seen a lot of areas where the gravity is failing or has failed. It seems to be sporadic how life support is working in some areas, and certainly the airlock door that you were at didn't seem to be actually have power fed to it. So in terms of life support, as far as you can tell, life support is still running to an extent, but there does seem to be a wide discrepancy in which parts still seem to be running. So it could be that it's not being fed power, or it could be that it's being fed power but it's only getting to certain areas. In terms of how or why that's having that effect, you're not exactly sure off the top of your head.
I looked
at both. I suggest we go to the generator.
I'm in agreement with Brander. The way I see it, we've got a couple objectives here if we want to make it off this station. The first is that we've got to find some way to get the power on. The second is that we need to find some kind of Vox console or astropath interface, and we need to get into contact with either the Imperial Navy or with the Inquisition. Otherwise, we're on an island right now, and there's not a whole lot of hope. So I suggest we set an objective and we make for it. It's our best shot if we act decisively. We seem to have bought ourselves some time.
I'm in agreement. Cassius, you were looking at this body? If you want to pick over it.
I go through his pockets to look for any type of identification and or credential or cards or anything, basically anything of use.
Okay, well, quite easily you spot that he is wearing dog tags.
Okay, so I swipe those first, and I motion for Carolinus. Your stab light, please.
You can assume for the time being that if Carolinus isn't specifically using it for something, that your characters would be able to just ask, and Carolinus would immediately provide the light where you want it for expediency.
So as the stab light swings over, what do I see on the dog tag?
The dog tag proclaims him to be a recent conscript from Eximus Pandara, and you would recognize the effectively the platoon designation, which is the one that dropped off troops here a few days ago.
Well, this one appears to have been with the regiment that stopped off before the dock was destroyed, so unfortunately he won't have any real credential for the station, but I take the dog tag and then I put it inside of like a pouch, essentially.
Okay.
And I'm going to go out of my way to collect them as we go through.
Whilst Cassius is doing that, once he's finished looking at the dog tags, I take a closer look at Brander's void suit. He was wounded, so I'm assuming there is a breach. How big is the breach?
The breach itself, you try and find it in the dark. You've got the stab light to try and help you, but it's still going to be tough to find. You take a few minutes, and you can eventually find it rather than making you test for it. You find what is effectively a very small puncture hole, about like that big, if max, and it seems to have somewhat self-sealed. The suits do have the ability to a little minute extent, be able to self-heal. In terms of game mechanics, if people go into critical, then the suits are, in fact, damaged and will start leaking air. But other than that, your suit will generally self-heal, barring major damage or blasts or something.
Well, after examining the effectively the scar on the suit, I give Branda a pat on the arm. It seems space-worthy, though I wouldn't necessarily leap to put it to the test, but in a pinch, you should be all right.
I think it's best to keep them on for now.
That would be my advice, yes. And I look pointedly at Garrett. Not wearing your void suit in a Derek station would be a very, very stupid thing to do.
Garrett shrugs, gets out his long las, puts his pistol away. Don't trust it.
I leave it at that.
Is it?
And
Is the void suit? Is the void suit currently drifting through space?
Yes. No one picked it up. You dropped it,
Yeah.
and I was busy trying to keep Cassius attached to the rapidly twisting and shearing structure of the docking arm. So, that's lost. There is no void suit for Garrett. If this does violently decompress, our good friend is going to violently decompress with it.
Yes, that is something to be aware of.
My next suggestion, I say looking at the group, is that we find someplace that's not a hallway to delegate. We need to make plans, and I suggest we find a side room that we can barricade or otherwise block ourselves inside of and figure out
While
the
he's doing
logistics.
that, I have a look at
before
the
Franklin
door. Is there any way that I can manually crank it open or anything like that? The door that Cassius
the door
was
that
looking
Cash
at?
is standing next to. Yeah, you go up to the door and you have a quick look at it, and then you just go, and it opens. It looks like the door was held closed by a magnetic lock, which is no longer working.
Fantastic.
It reveals beyond, you looking with your stab light, it is a toilet cubicle. Well, not a cubicle, it's a full-on little bathroom. A few sinks down the side and some toilet cubicles.
I look at it for a moment, probably not the side room that you're interested in, but out of curiosity, I step in and I try to activate the tap just to see if there's any flowing water.
The tap spits out a little bit of water and then stops very quickly. It looks like there was
I
a
nod
little bit of pressure.
That was
left
something I expected.
Yeah.
I think we need to find somewhere better than a toilet to make our plans. Branda, you studied the map to this station on the way here, I fancy. Any insight?
So, do I have my bearings? Have I been able to work out where we are relative to the plan I've seen?
Yeah. I mean, you've got the plan on the data slate, and I assume you still have the data slate on you. So yeah, you can quite easily find, because you came in on one of the 3 entry gantries, and you can sort of spot that on the map, and looking around, you can get your bearings. There's numbers stenciled on the side of each of the gantries. You can find your way to the generatorium. It's a little bit of a winding walk through esoteric areas of the station. In general, Imperial stations are not designed to be particularly easy to navigate, sort of a bit of winding corners, etc. Partly because in case of a boarding action, people need to be able to hold ground, and any long, straight corridors become very difficult to defend. So you can find your way there. It'll probably take you a case of, in the dark, unknown terrain, you don't know how much area where the gravity is going to be off, maybe even places that have been decompressed. But if you can take the route you think you can take, at a slow pace, probably about 40 minutes max. I mean, on a normal day, that'd take you about 12.
Point out the route and say I suggest we get going as soon as possible.
Let's be underway then.
We should be cautious. There are clearly hostiles aboard the station, and heading to the generator is an obvious point of focus. They may have already laid ambush or traps along the route. It would be difficult for them to know that we know the way, but still, we must assume that they have already conquered the station in its entirety.
I would hope that there would be some pocket of resistance. Unfortunately, since the Imperial Guard seemed to have breached from the same spot we did, I'm not holding out much hope for that.
Still.
We still have only found one, though. But yes, let's continue. We've got... They said there was like 100 in the platoon, right? How many were in the platoon?
I believe it was 50.
50. So we're still missing 49 people. Hopefully we'll find them holed up somewhere else, just like we're planning to do.
We found some dead ones in the ship as well.
Yeah, they were Navy... Oh, they would have been Navy, yes. So they would have been Navy officers. They weren't part of the 50 troops themselves.
All right, then.
As we move, I'm going to use my stab light occasionally. Like, I'll flash it when we enter a new corridor, long enough for them to see the lay of the corridor. Then it'll go back out, and I'll be using my torch
The
instead.
downside of that is that it will ruin their night vision. If you flash the light and then turn the light off, they won't be able to see the dark.
They don't need to see the dark. They're not going to be able to see in the pitch darkness of an entire space station.
Well, it's not pitch dark.
Or
it's
are there windows?
Very,
in which case,
very
I just turn it off.
Faint. Like, you can make out objects when they're very close to you, but just the general layout of objects. You can't see any details.
I explained to the others that having a light in the darkness is a beacon for the enemies, and I turn the stab light off then. If there's ambient light, but I was assuming that as we move into the inner corridors, there's no windows. Why would there be? It's
Yeah,
gonna be
effectively, it's a
absolute
tiny bit
darkness.
of light from the outer windows that filters in. The odd like LED here on some control panels that still have got
right,
residue.
okay. That's cool.
Your own like data slates and stuff give it enough ambient light from the power and so on that you can just about get enough light in this area. If it gets worse, I will mention it. But for now, you can just about see objects when they get very close.
Given
if you
that,
lead the way, you
I
should
will
okay.
be taking points. I will be walking ahead of the others.
Okay. As you start moving off, you do start moving down towards the corridor on the turn left, and then it's first right, which Cassius has seen before. You start hearing a sort of staticky sound coming over the Vox. It seems that the station Vox is suddenly turned on again, and there's a sound of what sounds like dry paper or leather or something, and then there's a shriek of someone in incredible pain. Ah! And then it just cuts off and cuts back to the static again. And then off.
I look to Carolina and say, I don't like this station very much.
They're attempting to break your will.
On the bright side, it might mean there are still people alive on this station.
I raise an
Possibly.
eyebrow, which you probably can't see in the dark.
But perhaps they won't be alive for much longer.
Brandon, do you know where that transmission could be coming from?
Would I know this? I imagine I wouldn't.
No, not really. I mean, it could be coming from anywhere. It just tapped into the Vox system. It looks like power was switched on the Vox system to send that message, because as soon as the static goes back to static and then cuts off, there's a very defined... It looks like someone had effectively taken the power away from the Vox console again. So you won't be able to really locate it.
Is there any way that I could make a tech use test or use my auger array to try and trace where that might have come from?
You could try. It'd be a very, very hard test. The downside is you don't have any power. You can't really do any like tech locating. You would need to turn power onto the systems to be able to start looking around in general. You could try and make a test based on effectively trying to figure out where like the background sound was if it happens again. You can effectively set your auger to effectively wait for it and then measure the distance between when you hear it through the Vox console and when you hear the actual very faint sound of it in the station itself, and try and measure that.
Okay.
So if you tell me that you're looking for that and you literally put your
I'll
auger
be
on
looking for
passive,
that.
yeah.
Okay.
So in future it will immediately pick that up, start comparing and start like bouncing sounds around in the model of the space station that it sets up in its cognite, and you'll figure that one out. So yeah, you make your way on in the dark. Carolinus, I want you to make a perception check at... You can see, but you are limited, so minus 10.
There's no limit. With it specifically says I can see perfectly.
Oh, okay. So
within the range of 40 meters.
Okay, so make a perception check. Brander and Cassius, if you make a perception check at minus 30.
I'm at
Meaning
negative
awareness?
5, so nothing for me.
Oh, you can roll. You just need to get like basically a crit success.
You mean awareness or just
awareness,
perception?
sorry, awareness.
Oh, target 1.
Is Garrett going to roll as well?
Yes, Garrett should roll. That's a very good point. Let me bring up Garrett.
I'm going to Synescience again because I like being a failure.
Oh, bless him.
Like it was a 50-50 chance as well. But you got it.
Wow. Well done.
I don't
20
believe
out
it's
of 50.
real. I don't believe it's real.
No.
You
I
hacked
think
in
that's
to roll
heresy.
20.
Heresy. I think we need to roll it again just to make sure.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it's not
We'll
been
take
that
the
long,
average of the
so...
2 rolls.
It's like the practice session. You get 7 bad rolls and 1 good roll when it's a 50-50 chance.
Just you and that guy trying to chainsword each other over and over and over again, just like missing. Just like, ah!
No,
I choose to believe again that wasn't that they were both bad, that they were both equally masters of their art. It was like
I saw
it wasn't
like
just
little
them
kids with
flailing
sticks in the front
badly.
yard. Just
Yeah, it wasn't just them flailing wildly and missing. They were expertly like dodging and weaving. It was like a dance.
If they
going
expertly
on,
dodge and
ballet.
weaving, then they hit, but then they expertly dodge. They didn't even expertly dodge. It was just them going. Ah! But yeah, as you move
I'm sorry,
forwards,
Brad. I was trying to pick you up, but lads.
I'm sorry. As you move forwards, Cassius, you try and focus yourself again, having made a decent distance away from the unsettling circumstances of your first entry onto the space station, and you try and reach out of your mind, and you suddenly get the sensation all around of old, effectively smell blood, old iron, mixed in with a tangy scent that is, you've smelled a few times before, and it's fear. There have been a lot of people here very scared, quite possibly recently. There's fear, there is pain along with death, and a certain amount of malice you can feel in the background.
Do I see anything interesting when I look in, though? Like, do I see any points of interest, or is it just a general overbearing feeling?
Well, Synescience is more like you hold an object, you feel associations with the object. If you're looking for just a general background, you'll only get sort of general ideas. But that's what you're feeling generally around you right now. Right, as you move forwards, you make reasonable time down the first corridor. Everyone else is somewhat blind, but Caroline's at the front of the group, especially with 17 and a target of 70 on the awareness roll. You see a very, very thin glimmer of a sparkling slight beam and a little bit of gas that's flowing from one of the vents nearby. And you very cautiously scan your auger ray over the other side and behind the crate that is concealing where it's been emitted from. And you notice that over there is some sort of exotic explosive. You're not exactly sure, but what you can see with the auger ray is reporting there is some sort of explosive combined with some sort of very fine filament-type crystals. It seems to be some sort of frag charge, and the beam, you would guess, would be some sort of detonator.
Okay, immediately seeing that, I hold up my hand to my companions to stop.
Your companions almost walk into your hand, but
That's
they
fine.
don't stop.
As long as I'm stood there barring...
His hand
their
actually
progress.
hits me in the face because I can't see where shit, and I'm zoned out, siniciating anyways.
It's
Yeah.
metal, so it just goes clonk.
Yeah, it literally would go clonk because my hand is metal. It just like crank onto his face. It's like, ow!
There's a loud sound of a slap that echoes down the
Trying to go
corridor.
metal squid in here. What is this?
And then I kind of... My optical mechadendrite just kind of coils around Cassius's neck like a constrictor, lines next to his face, and then just very slowly dials up the power on the stab light in the direction of that beam of the
Do I
crate. And then
see
I
it?
murmur, trap, explosives.
Can you tell if they're ours or if they're the enemies? Are those Imperial guards?
When you said exotic, would I have an idea if by exotic you meant just powerful or like exotic military hardware, or as in, yeah, the Imperium doesn't
Not
make
Imperial
things out of this
standard by any
heretical
means.
stuff.
As far as you can tell, it's not some sort of plastic explosive or anything like that. It appears to be some sort of laser-initiated charge of some kind.
I murmur what my Ogre Ray has fed me, with the information I have, and then just shake my head. Unlikely Imperium. Possibly scavenged, maybe thrown together in a moment of desperation, but too precise.
Can you disarm it in any way, Tech Priest? Or should we
Is
just
it
step over the
coming
beam?
through the grate? Did you say?
It's actually coming from effectively a crate on one side. The grate just emits a bit of gas, which you just caught glimmering in the beam. You can, if you're careful, step over it.
We can either try to step past, leaving it for whoever might be following. Though if we have to run back this way, would you trust yourselves to be able to pick it out in the dark?
I shake my head.
I'm going
also-
to edge closer. I'm not going to touch it. I'm just going to get closer, kneel down. I'm going to swap the stab light off again and go back to the infrared torch. I'm going to try and see what I can of the device and see if there's any way that I could perhaps disarm it. Like just assessing the situation for now,
Okay.
not interacting with it.
Because you can see really well, especially with your infrared torch. You manage to just about step over it very carefully, and you can see what seems to be an alien-made device, similar in size to what you would imagine some sort of hand grenade would be, but it seems to be unidirectional. Looking at its construction and what you got from your auger ray, it would seem to be effectively a one-directional grenade-type shotgun effect, with a load of crystalline shards
A
embedded
shaped
in one end.
charge, so
Yeah.
the shrapnel will be fired in a very specific
Yeah.
pattern. Okay.
You could try and disarm it. You don't have any knowledge of the specific people that the charge belongs to, so you could make a guess. It would be a very difficult test, or you could attempt to just.
Is there a
Leave
way
it
that
be.
I could disable the detection mechanism?
Yeah,
Basically,
you could,
make the grenade blind.
You could try. It would still be a fairly difficult test, but you could certainly try. It would be probably a security minus 20 check.
Okay,
It
let me
would, if you
consider
fail it like by a long margin, then yes, it would go off. But you'd have to fail it by quite a distance.
What is
Okay.
Garrett's security? Doesn't Garrett have security?
Garrett looks forwards and goes, "Yeah, I'm not touching no alien device though."
I sigh.
Garrett, in the service of the Emperor, we ask that you destroy this alien device, this heretical mechanism of war. I'll provide the light, the others can shield themselves, and you can disarm it. Or would you rather allow this heresy to continue?
You make a good argument. And he steps forwards, carefully getting over the beam.
I'm going to walk to the maximum range of my optical mechanism
Yeah,
will
I'm
allow
standing
me.
pretty far away.
3
Like,
meters, and it's just going to be peeking over this thing, like what's with the stab light for Garrett, and the others can see, like in the light that's being shined off the crate, and I'm just like, go back, back, back.
So
Acrobatics?
there's this awkward moment where Garrett steps over the beam and he almost falls onto it, having missed a bit of torn fabric on the ground, which he kind of backpedals on, catching himself eventually just above the beam itself as it glitters under him, kind of innocuously. Manages to make his way back up again, though. And eventually he does make it towards the charge. He's going to attempt to disarm it.
I'm hiding behind like the whatever boxes I can find.
So what did I say? It was a minus 20 or was it a minus 30?
I'm not sure what you said.
It's a minus 20, I think. That's an
That was
85 with a target of 20. So in terms of degrees of failure, that is 7.
that was a scrutiny check.
Oh, okay. Let's try that again then.
Oh, I was going to say, how is his roll so bad?
It is
I mean,
literally
with
the
a
same
minus
roll,
30.
I think, but...
Oh, is it the same roll for him? Oh man, that's not good.
It doesn't matter.
It's worse. It's worse.
So he doesn't have security.
He
You
does.
lied.
He's just got a minus 20 because it's not a normal
Oh, no.
thing.
Oh dear.
He's just got intelligence
Shen-
of 30.
When he comes back, his character's not going to have a face, and we're just going to be like, sorry, man. We had an idea.
So effectively, as he gently goes forwards to try and touch the explosive, the slight tremor as he brushes part of his plate mail, just a little bit of chain below it, clinks against the shell, and there's a loud ringing sound that sort of builds in pitch very quickly. This is the space of about a tenth of a second. And then there's a... as it goes off, shards fly out to one side. The initial explosion catches Garrett a little bit. Everyone else is far enough away. It is a unidirectional charge. But Garrett himself is caught a little bit.
You do a dodge check for that? Like reactively?
Normally you get to dodge like a grenade coming away. You don't exactly get to dodge the fact that a grenade goes off in your face, which he meant to be there. So I won't allow a dodge check. However, he isn't in front of the charge. He is just caught.
He had the common sense to
plasma.
stand to the side, knowing that he was on the direction. Cool.
So I guess I'm going to roll damage for the charge.
Dear sweet Garrett, I knew him well.
On the plus side, now there's nobody to catch us when we're doing heretical shit. Hooray!
Hey!
I'd be so
except for
annoyed
Brando.
if he comes back next week and he's like, yeah, your character died. Sorry.
11
He's got good
damage. He's right-handed, so I'd say that'd be his right arm, because that would be the one that he's trying to meddle with the device with. So... AP 3... He takes 6 points of damage as 3 points of his plate mail are burned by this little plasma explosion that goes off, and he ends up getting burns all down his arm and a little bit across his face as small parts of his clothing start to smolder in the aftermath of the small plasma detonation that happens. Carolina, so you're temporarily blinded for like 5 seconds by the sheer overload into your thermographic senses. But they do come back online. Everyone else, you're kind of stunned with this after image and this ringing sound a little bit in your ears.
I had my eyes shut.
I
was
expecting
clever.
this.
How loud was the shot? Was it just like a little weep? Like a little, because you said it was the pitch?
It's still
So it actually
effectively it's a
exploded.
plasma grenade, a small plasma grenade, but that's what the charge is effectively. So he 6 points of damage puts him at -1.
Oh, no.
Not again. Wasn't this what he was at the end, like, before he got healed at the end of last
I think
episode?
so. -1 is effectively something like he may drop what he's doing or something. So effectively, for the purposes of non-combat time, it doesn't really matter. He's not holding anything.
The grenade
anyway.
going off distracts him from disarming the grenade.
I am distracted. Ah!
Yeah, but he is somewhat knocked back and pretty badly injured. You can see at this stage sort of blood and pus. So that general fluid that comes out of your skin after a really bad burn is starting to come down his face and his arm and upper chest.
Plasma, ironically.
I'll jump up and go, damn it, Garrett, are you alright? And
Yes,
Yeah,
move
I'm
on,
get over
already...
to him.
The moment I stop being blinded, I'm making my way towards Garrett. Where I imagine he's fallen back and slumped against the wall a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, and I get down onto my knee and I have a look at the arm, and I'm immediately going to try a Medicaid roll for that.
Sure.
When I'm walking up to Garrett, I say something along the lines of, I think you confused disarm the object with headbutt it.
So mean! 71 target of 62.
I'll headbutt you. Ooh.
Yep.
Do you wanna-
Unfortunately,
Do you want to fit that on?
can't. We used all our fate in the last mission.
Oh.
Wow.
Did I? I think I have 2 left.
I've got some left.
Are you sure you used all of yours?
And we had bonus fate. I don't think we used our fate. We had the extra fate too.
Oh, did we?
Extra fate?
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think
an
you
extra
gave us
fate
a
at
that
the
was
start.
point.
the heresy.
That was,
oh,
that was
never mind.
Halloween.
Oh, that was
yeah.
the other one.
Yeah.
I've got 3 out of 4 on my sheet.
Yeah, I don't
so
think
know.
everyone used their fate, unless Carolina, you
Yeah,
somehow
I'm on-
powered through a lot. I don't think you had.
I mean, I know I used one fate definitely for healing Garrett, as it happens, towards the end of the last episode.
That was,
I have 3, but I've got
I
it
think
written
you've got
down
2
here
left,
as,
then.
as none.
I
Oh,
don't
okay.
think you used all of them. I think you
Okay.
used, I know you used 1, I think, so that's probably the healing.
Okay.
But I think you've got 2
Because
left.
you and I spent like the entire stream outside the bulkhead, like in space, just like sitting there trying to crank a door open. So I'm pretty sure our fate's good.
Okay, I'll use one fate then to also succeed on the heal.
Okay, so that automatically is by your intelligence bonus, and your intelligence bonus is then added to your intelligence bonus, which is 8, if I'm correct.
Mhm.
Okay, so he then goes up to
Well,
7, and is feeling much better. him not fully still approving of you. He sort of nods and picks up his long rifle from where it's fell. As that happens, though, Carolinus, I'm afraid there's a sound of a... And I believe you are hit in the back. Let me just roll this, just to check, but I believe that there's not much you can do to dodge this.
Well, he's made of metal anyway, so it's kind of like one of those things.
With a 0-3 versus 75, that would be a yes.
Yeah, body. 0-3 becomes 3-0.
Yeah, so body. I am going to choose to replace it with the 8 degrees of success. So instead of being a 5, that is a 8. So that is 10 R pen 3 to the body.
10 R? Oh, you rolled... Right, I see, yeah. Okay, pen 3 reduces my armor to 3 on the body. So that reduces the 10 to 7, which then I take 4 of that out through my toughness, so I take 3 damage.
Okay, and then I need to make a toughness test at -20.
Okay. (16 versus 21).
So you're hit in the back, almost dead center as you try and get up from ministering to Garrett. There's a slight... You put your foot forwards, just kind of more expecting there to be more knockback from this impact. You've been hit repeatedly with bullets, and while they don't often give you much, like, knockdown, because of your sheer metallic and armored form, you tend to take all the energy, and that does tend to mean that you have to brace yourself. But as you brace yourself, you realize that you weren't hit that hard, actually. That wasn't a normal bullet. It had a lot less momentum than you expected. And then you detect that something has entered your bloodstream. Your ability to really look after your own physiology.
At this point, my Mechadendrite is reacting almost on instinct and has just gone down there to try and inspect what just hit me and remove any bullets, etc.
Something starts coursing into your veins, and you start to feel this sense of pins and needles in all of your joints. It starts to really hurt, but you, through sheer force of will and sheer toughness of your own physical body, which is starting to become more machine than man, although you've only made it a certain way down that, managed to just about shudder and throw it off.
Shake it off.
You don't take toxic damage.
Aha! Take that. Well, while my Mechadendrite kind of just like writhe a little bit, and the Medicaid like goes down. Is there anything there that it finds and to pull out or anything like that?
It finds a small hole in your spacesuit which has been healed by the fact that it just seals closed afterwards. If you want to inspect more detailed, you can take off the spacesuit.
The immediate thing that I'm actively doing is swinging my thermal torch around into the direction I got shot by and turning to face it.
Okay,
I'm going to try and follow where it came from and work it out while going, Emperor, damn it, and I'm just going to start firing at, like, wherever he looks.
Okay, so are you following as in physically following or following with your gun?
I mean, like, eyes and gun.
Okay. Sure, so, Carolinus, you quickly turn around, you spot that 30 meters away is a sort of T-junction. As far as you can tell, roll me a awareness check. Branda, make me a ballistics check then. Are you firing semi-auto or full auto? Semi-auto or single shot?
I'll do semi-auto with both pistols.
Okay.
Nobody shoots my medic. I need him to not die.
Protect the healer!
25.
Do I roll it?
70.
Do I roll a second time?
Yes, you're firing 2
with the
weapons.
second gun. I didn't make any modifiers to those rolls.
Yeah, I
forget
will.
If I need to.
I will do them in my head then. So, Caroline, so you look around, and for a second, you swear that you may have just caught something gleaming in black, sort of blue, just disappear around the edge of the T-junction, but it was so quick you're not even sure if you saw it. Branda then opens fire, bullets going ting, ting, ting off the door frame in the back of the T-junction, seemingly to no effect.
Which direction, left or right, did I think I saw it move?
Right.
I just call out, movement to the right.
I start making my way down the junction.
Okay.
I'm just crouching there now with my gun out, but I'm actively having my Medicaid Mechadendrite try to administer the wound. Is there any way to do that?
You probably need to take the spacesuit off. It does.
Okay, I'll leave it for now,
actually,
then.
it is inside your own spacesuit, and the spacesuits are fairly baggy, so they can fit anyone. Yeah, you can actually do that because it's inside your own
Yay.
spacesuit.
I love these guys. They are awesome. Everyone needs a Mechadendrite.
Bentham, make me a agility
Yes.
check. Wow, 0-3. Yeah, that will heal everything you ever had. Like, you literally regrow.
I know my body
limbs and
very
scars
well. Yeah.
There's a joke in there somewhere.
and your Mechadendrite knows well too. So yeah, if you make me a agility check, Branda.
Standard agility.
Make it an acrobatics. If you have acrobatics, it can be agility.
I don't have acrobatics.
It can
I
be
did say if I
agility.
don't have it. Okay. Oop. Fail.
That is a 4 degrees of failure, 5 degrees of failure. So yeah, you walk forwards a little bit. The stab light still mostly focused on the T-junction, and you trip over something in front of you and fall hard on your face. Your fall somewhat broken by something somewhat squishy that sort of cautions a bit of your landing that seems to have fallen across your hip.
I will assume it's a corpse and try and get up anyway. Oh, whatever.
Yeah, you roll upwards and you notice that the thing underneath you was indeed a corpse. However, it is now lacking all the skin around its mouth, exposed musculature, and teeth in the jaw there. Its tongue seems to have been thoroughly ripped out. The chest cavity is cracked open and ribs have been ripped out and then stabbed back in, impaling each organ individually. I would like you to make a fear check. You know +10 because you've already seen one corpse.
I was going to
Is
say,
that-
how did he
is
not
that
injure
willpower?
himself on that?
Willpower. Yeah, it's willpower. +10 to your roll.
You're covered in rib juice.
He didn't injure himself because any damage would be less in his armor and toughness.
Failed that too by pretty much the same amount.
Wow, that is quite a margin. I'm gonna have to check.
Well, Brandon
Brandon
takes off
stands
running
up
down the
like,
corridor.
I
I
suck
could
at
fate, maybe.
He's
I
pulling a
have 2
Garrett.
fates. I feel like I'll need those to not die later, though.
8, 5. So yeah, roll me another D100 and add. How many degrees of failure did you get? 5. So add 50 to it.
Oh, jeez.
Dear Branda.
You say add 50.
Yeah,
Right, I get
57.
57.
You did roll a 0-7, so that's not bad.
That's pretty
57.
good, yeah.
Reading with shock, the character backs away from the source of his fear. You cannot willingly approach the object of your fear, but can otherwise act normally with a -10 penalty on all tests until the end of the encounter. So, since you kind of ended up mostly across the corpse, when you got up, you were on the other side, and seeing what it is, this corpse that has been completely defiled, you quickly shuffle backwards on your, like, arse and feet, just quickly shuffling away from it, up towards the T-junction.
Shuffle backwards on your arms. I imagine him just clenching and relaxing his butt cheeks, drag himself backwards.
It's a skill.
Quite...
That's a talent. It's like a tier 3. It costs like 900 experience.
I shoot backwards without moving any limbs. You're like, how did... What?
Demon. Yeah, you rush backwards effectively to that T-junction. Now kind of the corpse trapping you away from the rest of your team.
I'm just like, oh god, what the... And for a moment, not paying attention. As soon, like, once I've recovered from that, I guess I'm in the T-junction now.
Make me a perception check at...
Awareness?
Awareness, yeah,
I'm
sorry.
a little bit distracted because I'm obviously medicating myself while this is going on. But seeing Brander just like recoiling and then shuffling back, my concern is more because Brander is now backing into where the danger came from rather than going forward. And I call Cassius, Brander. I'm basically gesturing towards Brander.
Caroline, do you have any sort of leadership skill? Is there a leadership skill? It's
no,
command,
Because of
isn't
his
it?
command. Yeah.
Yeah, Karen, make me a command check.
Okay.
See if you can break
Am I making-
Brander out of his worry. Brander, yeah, if you make me an awareness check, a -10 and then -30 for the darkness, so it's a -40.
What are we basing this on? Fellowship, intelligence,
Fellowship.
strength, or willpower?
I think I know how this goes.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, the target's
24 versus 12.
-9. I roll 79.
Yeah, so you both really fail. Brander, you fail massively. So, Carolinus, you yell out to Brander to stop, and Brander just is too fixated on this corpse. He just needs to get away. He doesn't pay attention to you. Shuffles backwards through this T-junction, which does have a door on it in case of fire and in case of blast. This door is to be closed immediately.
God.
He shuffles straight through it, tripping another one of those beams. And as he enters it, straight down instantly, the same explosive gas canisters that are used in an emergency to open airlocks or to close certain doors sets this door off. This door comes crashing down, Brander. You can make a dodge check at a -10 because of your... and also, you did fail the awareness check a lot, so I'm going to impose another -10 on that. So there's a -20 on that dodge check.
Oh, Lord.
I'm not going to give you a minus because you're prone, so I'm being generous. However, you fail...
I might fate. I don't want to be cut in half with the door.
I mean, it's only a third chance of passing it. It's not the best of fate. You roll a 31 with a target of 28.
Come on. Okay, think about this. The best case scenario is you're actually completely clear of the door, and then you're trapped with whatever else is out there on the other side. The worst case scenario is you get chopped in half. I'd say fate was a good use of your get out of jail free card at this moment, based on the risk involved.
I'll give it a shot. This is -20, isn't it? Oh, God.
Best of luck. No!
30.
One less, but still 2 more than what I needed.
I will say, because you got so close to the 28, that you managed to just about move most of your body out so it will hit your leg rather than, say, your head or your torso. However...
So I don't suddenly lose contact with my kidneys. Just like a foot.
Yeah, you don't need your kidneys. It's fine. However, you will take...
Oh.
Nothing sacred on this station. Not even
only
our
7
shins.
impact damage with a pen of...
I mean, only 7.
3.
Don't
I
worry,
rolled 2d10.
I'll be able to
The
medicate
average
you
of
from the
2d10
other
is
side.
11. I rolled 4 under the average.
Okay, fair enough. So,
should
what
be
did you say,
happy.
pen 3?
Pen 3. 7 pen 3.
Right, that means I take 3,
It's not that bad.
I believe.
And your
Yeah,
leg...
that's okay.
Yeah, your right leg is now pinned under this door, which is now somewhat... You're somewhat lucky not to have dislocated or even cracked your foot. Minimum. It's not like a full-on blast door, it's kind of just shut in emergency. This isn't like a door that's meant to be survive blast. This is more a sort of heavy fire door / emergency, you know, there's air venting out. But it's still heavy enough that this, you got off lucky. The door is now wedged on top of your foot.
So I'm now
Seeing this
stuck there.
happen-
They're going to hear a muffled yelp from the other side of the blast door.
Seeing this,
Is
I
the door still
motion to
trying to
carry.
close? By the way, is there like the sound of straining motors or anything, or was that just an emergency?
It just sort of, it just
Yeah.
dropped, and that was it. Probably bounced a bit.
Sound of cracking. Sorry, what were you going to say, Cassius?
Seeing what's just happened, I spring into action, motioning to Carolina. I say, cover the corner. I'll try to get the door off of him. Because I'm pretty much useless in here without... I need line of sight for every single one of my Psyker abilities, so if I can't see something, like, I really can't do anything for all of you right now. So basically, I'll try and get the door open if you watch the corner.
I tap Garrett on the chest. Watch the corner. Use the box as cover. Is the box still there, or did the plasma grenade completely vaporize that?
Most of the box is still there. I mean, it's not particularly detonated. It's not a lot
As
of damage.
that
on the plasma grenade.
happens, I'm going to rush to the door. How far away are we from the door?
About
That's just-
30 meters, so about 28 meters from the door.
Okay, I'm going to run to the door, but I'm going to have my optical mechadendra up with a stab light active, looking back so that Garrett has got
Sure.
vision in the darkness.
So, Carolinus, Cassius, you run to the door. Garrett's facing back, watching the way you came. Starlight helping him out, at least. Carolinus and Cassius, please make me acrobatic checks, or agility if you don't have it. You can go +10 on this one, because you have seen the way.
Can I not just step over the corpse?
You can't really see it, especially if you want to rush there. If you want to gingerly make your way down, you can. It'll just take you like 5 times longer.
That was nice.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay, so Carolinus rushes down to where Brander is somewhat trapped. Cassius, realizing that this is probably not the best of ideas and that he is somewhat not agile, carefully makes his way down, sort of trudging his feet forwards until they hit the corpse. Steps over the corpse, trudges a little bit further down, almost knees a box, steps around the box. Carolinus, on the other hand, fails the agility check, but not by a massive, massive margin. So, Carolinus, you put your foot directly in the middle of this corpse as you rush down there.
There's a resounding ka-dunk metal thing as my foot just goes straight through the squishy bits and meets the walkway underneath.
Yeah, there's a sound of a snapping rib and as some sort of bag of fluid splits. But you keep walking. You're good. You're fine.
I'm fine.
Standing
It's
on
not
a juice
it's not one
box.
of the people that I care about, so I don't care.
Just... I'm gonna try and like lift the door up from where I am.
Yeah, you can try and lift the door from where you are. So, yeah, make me a strength check.
Am I able to help with that?
Once you get there, you're effectively still en route. Brander is like literally on the scene, so effectively it makes sense that you can have a go.
Strength is more stat. Nearly. And I failed.
Nope.
I'm gonna try and like lever it open with my chainsword.
Brander, make me an awareness check at -20.
Oh, God.
Sorry, no, minus 40, because you've still technically got... No, you can't see the corpse. You're fine, -30. You can't see the corpse. You don't have the -10 anymore. There's a door in the way.
You mean -10?
Target 1, I rolled 14.
It's a good roll, actually, but...
I mean...
Pretty good, all things considered.
You vaguely get the sense of there's someone standing almost behind you, and you look around over your shoulder, and you could have sworn that there was someone there a second ago. You didn't
Take
see
the chainsword and just swing it behind your head. Just swing it. Erically.
Carolinus,
That's
you
what I
now
do
get
when I
up to
shout,
the door.
"There's someone in here!" And just
Okay.
die.
Hearing that, I redouble my efforts to try and quickly lift the door. Is there anything nearby? Like, for a moment, Garrett loses light as I swing it around, dialing down the stab light, dialing up the thermal torch. Can I see anything I could use as leverage? Or is it literally just going to be a case of trying to lift this thing?
You look around nearby, and you can see like a couple of loading pallets and stuff that you could try and use.
Okay. Sure. So I keep the thermal torch on what I'm doing for the moment that I'm doing it, and I try to use... I'm assuming I'm breaking it and trying to get in there and then
it's
leverage.
these what they call like the little trolley things. I've got the like little lip.
Oh,
and then
right. I get it.
Yeah. So you put one of those under, then you can sort of push it and yank it a little bit
Okay.
just to get
So
enough.
I have
gap.
got leverage.
Yeah. So
Okay.
you can make a strength check with a +20.
Very generous GM. Okay, I have rolled. Oh,
Natural
so
100.
bad.
With this, you manage to just about get the door goes up a little bit, and then there's the end of the trolley snaps off. You come away with the handles falling backwards into Cassius, who is literally walking up behind you, who somewhat has to catch you off balance as he's somewhat surprised by this. The door, a few inches up, back onto Brander's leg.
I remember seeing this gory little film once where a guy, and he's like, he's out in the woods with this like corporate break sort of thing with the rest of the management, and there's like, it's like hills have eyes sort of thing, and he steps in a bear trap, and the people trying to get him out of the bear trap just repeatedly manage to get it back like a few inches, and then just every time, like 3 or 4 times, it just keeps snapping shut until it eventually just saws his leg off.
If he lifted the door high enough for it to fall again and deal damage, would not Brander have just pulled his leg through? That seems to be enough give.
Brander was swinging his
scoot your leg.
chainsword and looking over his shoulder. Sadly, he did not quite catch that one.
Stupid Brander! Oh, your fault.
Brander, you don't take any damage. The damage wasn't enough to get through your toughness, but it
I
certainly
feel
smarted.
that it was off my leg.
Yeah, you'd have to shift your weight back forwards to be able to move your leg. You were kind of laying prostrate, looking behind you. And it only went up a few inches, back again.
Actually, I think I take no damage.
You don't take any damage,
toughness.
it's fine. But it smarted a little bit. Now Cassius is there.
God damn it, what are you doing?
You can both roll a strength check. There is another loading trolley, so one of you can have a +20.
Looking to Cassius, gauging which one of us is the strongest and which one of us would have the best chance to use the trolley. Cassius, like, how strong are you?
Actually, both of you can use the trolley. It just might have a slightly more chance to break it. And you roll
Oh,
an
okay.
natural 100 for that to happen, so
Well, we
yeah.
should have. There should be some kind of combined thing for both
Yeah,
of us strength
is there
checking at
any
the
way
same
that we
time.
can,
There's
like,
an
do
additive bonus.
Yeah,
I don't
teamwork.
recall what it is, but
Yeah, I think it's a plus 10 for each person in the so yeah, you must get a plus 30 then.
Okay.
It might be that this would be
I
like
use
based
my,
on lifting capacity, which is like double carrying capacity or something, but
God forbid.
probably just do strength.
GM rolling. Can I use my gang up ability here?
No. Your capability is related to combat. It's not
Oh,
like,
this is
I know
combat.
exactly how to
Fighting
lift
for
objects.
Brandon's leg.
Damn it! This is combat.
I
Defeat
mean, if
the
you pull
door
your
as the
sword and
heretic.
attack the door, technically.
Okay, so it's plus 30 on the strength test,
Yeah.
yeah? Okay. 28 versus 65. Nice.
Yeah, Carolinus and Cassius, both of you passing your test with, I think that was 5 degrees and 3 degrees success. Pull back, and as it raises a few inches, Brandon manages to just about shuffle his leg out, and then you both quickly grab under the door and just about yank it up. It appears the door isn't being driven down or anything. It's not a particularly heavy door. It's heavy, but it's not like a blast or anything.
Right,
You can just about
as
shift it
it's
up onto your shoulders and then hold it
Driving
there.
up with this pallet thing that
Yeah.
we've had, the loading pallet, and there's two of them, just one doesn't have like the L-shaped bottom.
Yeah.
Am I able to jam them against the seam of the door, basically to prop it up from falling down?
Yeah,
so
yeah,
one of us
you
doesn't have
grab
to
the
hold-
one you've got and you just shove it under there, and it holds. The door is now propped open.
I'll make sure to do the same on the other side with the other one, so that there's twice as much resistance against the door simply crushing and buckling them.
Did anything happen with my mad flailing of the chainsword?
Apparently not. You either scared whatever it was off, or you're imagining it.
Can I shove a box or something under the door to prop it up?
Kana's just shoved the pallet under there.
Okay.
The loader thing. I
Selective
can't remember what they're called. Garrett shouts back over his shoulder. Can I come back now?
Yeah, follow Garrett. Come on.
He shuffles back after you.
Are we going into the door with Brander?
Yeah. Well, I need to get in there regardless. I actually say this aloud now. I'm going to need a moment. Branda, how badly hurt are you?
It hurts, but I think I'll be all right.
Can I do a quick check to see if there's like any broken or fractured bones, anything like that?
Sure, if you want to take his spacesuit off.
Can I just stab him with something? Can I staple his bones back together?
Like, if he had a broken bone, he'd be in negatives. He doesn't have a broken bone. You could probably tell that by poking him a little bit and be like, how much does it hurt?
For a moment, while Garrett's coming up, I've crouched down. I'm just like basically applying pressure to different parts of his leg and trying to elicit a response from him to check how free it is to move. And I'm taking it that effectively after a moment's worth of examination, it's like, yeah, it's bruised, but you're gonna be okay.
Yeah.
I'll get to my feet and test the leg out. Probably wince a bit, but be all right.
Yeah, you're fine.
Standing up,
Is going
I
through
do
the door
caution
the
him. If it-
right way, or are we going somewhere else to get to the generator?
No, this is the correct way to the generator.
All right.
To Brander, I say, if it starts to feel worse, let me know. A crushed leg is a serious impediment to the Emperor's will.
Will do.
Also, you can get one of those things where blood starts to pool in there, and then it makes like a blood clot. and you
exactly what
die.
I'm worried about. And exactly the sort of thing that I know the EE is aware of, which is why I'm worried about it.
No, they just send
It's
you
like,
off
oh,
to
yeah,
the
you
factory
didn't
and turn
check.
you into glue. It's fine.
Yep.
So,
Brander glue.
do you want to make your way further in?
Brand glue.
Brand glue. Yes. How marvelous.
I motion
Okay,
to
so-
Carolina, since you've got the light, should you go first under the door?
Well, we're already under the door. We've already moved.
Oh, we already
up
went.
in
Okay,
order
that's
to
fine.
get to Brander, because Brander was on his, he was the other side of the door effectively. And
It's
we
so
went
dark
to-
in here. I can't tell.
I'm
It's
going to
okay.
see if there was any sign of what I thought was behind me. Like, what do we see when we're in here?
Make an awareness check. Is the stab light on, or are you on infrared?
If they ask for it to be on, it'll be on.
Okay, in which case you can make a awareness check with -10 because it's stabbing in each direction. You don't get to look everywhere at once, but yeah, only -10.
God.
That's a 0-9 for Cassius. 100 for Carolinus. And Branda gets
His stab
fail,
light
sadly.
stabs him in the eye while it's whipping around. He's like, nah.
Yeah, Carolinus, like you look down at like Branda's leg, and you discuss with him how does it feel, etc. You like, oh no, it's fine, it's just bruised. And as you get up, you stand on his leg as you turn around. As Cassius
Why
asks
did it
the
have
light.
to hurt me? He's the one who made the fail.
I failed at looking around. I didn't fail at getting up.
Why doesn't he
Well, you
like
didn't
stand
look
up
where
and
his
clunk
leg
his
was.
head or something?
This is like that time in D&D where it's like, oh yeah, you're trying to observe the house. You got a critical fail. How can I make a critical fail hurt you when all you were doing was looking? I know, lightning struck the T right next to you. The gods have willed that you fail. Oh, my
But
God.
yeah, no, Branda, you kind of muffle a yelp of pain as he stamps on the already damaged leg. But
Oh,
Cassius...
that's a good point. That's a good point. I can reroll perception checks. I should get another 100.
If you
No.
declare it at the time.
Eight,
But
oh, wow. Fine. Okay. That's fine.
I will let you have
good
both
as well.
results, though, because I'm a kind GM, since you've got an 8. But Cassius,
Thank you.
you managed to get a 9 on a 15 check, so even though that's technically only, a couple of degrees of success, I'll call it. I'll say it's fair. Actually, it's 3 degrees of success. 1... No, it's 2. 2 degrees. 2 degrees of success. Carolinus, however, managed to get a full 8 degrees of success. Neither of you see anything here, but you do pick up that there is a faint smear of blood just down the corridor. Just looks like someone who had maybe blood on a hand or on a shoulder or something had leant or touched this corridor as they went past.
I pointed out. I just silently reach up and point towards the blood on the corridor.
I'll start limping my way over.
As he starts limping in that direction, I actually hold up my hand and say, I'll walk first. And I'll take point.
With the infrared?
Once we've isolated that there's the blood there and everyone else has had a look, then yeah, my light goes out.
Okay,
Is the time for me to reload as we approach?
sure.
Take a half action per
To be
go.
aware though, I am dimming the stab light off rather than simply shutting it down because it's dark. I'm just slow dialing down the power, if that's even something I can do. I can imagine it is, since I can literally change its lights at will.
Yeah, you can
So-
dial it down. So there's a very faint light. As you get deeper in, it does get a little bit darker, but now it's enough that people can vaguely see objects around. They can't really see particularly far distance as your stab light does tend to peter out, but they can see enough that they don't walk into things now. However, it does make you a little bit more of a target, as it will still be
What I
shining
meant
along
was
the
that
wavelength.
instead of like when I'm turning my stab light off and switching just to thermal, I'm not simply cutting the light. So there's this moment of like, lights have all gone out.
Oh,
There's this
okay.
gradual dimming of the light, and then there's darkness, so that I just
Sure.
have a moment to adjust to it.
Well, you'll need to take sort of a minute to fully do that, but yeah, okay. People's eyes start to adjust, and then after you've made sure that people have adjusted, you continue on further in. As you continue on further in, there's again that sound of the Vox unit start to static up again. And then there's a... please. And then goes back to static.
Did my augur array pick anything up with that?
Yeah, you make an awareness check with your augur rate. It will be pretty hard. So a -40, but you do get to still do the reroll and everything.
Are we hearing this through our micro beads, or like what Vox unit is broadcasting
It's the
this?
station Vox unit, the one they use for
Oh,
announcements
the
and
ones
so
that
on.
are okay.
25-30.
Okay, yeah.
That was on the reroll. The first one was 48-30.
Just about thinking about how it's been modeled and so on, and thinking about the delay between when your augur ray picked up the very, very faint sound that you can hear in the distance, or more precisely, it can hear in the distance, you really can't, that is actually not coming over the Vox, and then comparing that to the timing on the Vox unit. At a guess, that person is probably somewhere in the top half of the station, not in the lower section, so not in the maintenance area, the generatorium, which is what you're headed towards. And that person is broadcasting live from what you can tell. Unless, of course, they're playing a recording into the Vox unit.
Yeah.
But you could hear both the person and the person over the Vox. So.
Okay, do I have any kind of rough idea how far away that might be?
You would think it would be... Honestly, the error range is too high with the sheer amount of walls and stuff in between.
I'll pass along to the rest of the group that I don't believe that voice is coming from the direction that we're heading in, which is both a blessing and a curse.
I mutter for him, maybe. I don't think we should spend time looking around for survivors. Let's just get off this thing. You misunderstand
me, Cassius. He seems to be in pain and someone is controlling that Vox unit. We're being attacked by someone who is clearly close by. If he's far enough away and not in the direction that we're heading, then that means there are two of them.
I had already been operating under the assumption that there were multiples of them. I don't know.
I've had enough of these games. When I find them, I'm going to tear their heads from their necks.
That's the first
Are you
thing
like
said
nursing?
that I agree with. Garrett says.
I like to imagine he's like rubbing his shin while he just spitefully.
I'm limping along. I'm using like my chainsaw as a stick.
Okay, as I start to move along with the thermal torch, do I see any... infrared torch. I keep calling it thermal torch. Maybe it is a thermal torch. But do I see any like side rooms, any bulkheads, any doors, things like that? Anything other than the corridor?
Yeah, as you go down, there's quite a few side rooms that you go past. There's crates, the odd sort of sign of not current life, but the place that has been lived in. You occasionally see little pamphlets on the ground, just sort of general litanies of certain prayers, etc. Changes to rotas. It looks like the place has been busy and then function ceased pretty damn quick.
What kind of level is this? Judging by the bric-a-brac strewn around, the things that were being used and then stopped, what general idea of the floor am I getting? Like, what was this deck used for? What are these corridors used for?
You would get the
what
thought
sort of
this
things
deck,
might I find?
You're headed basically towards the central area, which will allow you to get access to all the different levels. You're headed towards effectively what is a cargo elevator and a stairwell. This stairwell allows you to get access into the lower sections and will allow you to get to the generatorium. The current area you're going through is more sort of a cargo and supply area. A lot of the rooms off to the side are things like fridges for perishables, rooms full of dried bags of food. As you walk forward, you notice one bag of food just open and then some sort of brown goop with lumps in it that's just flowed across the floor and started to congeal. Next to sort of a plastic fork that's just lying there, one of the prongs broken off.
So there aren't so many industrial things around then? Like
not really here, no.
Goods or anything.
There are little rails built into the floor which seem to be for some sort of carts or something, and as you go forward you do start to notice that there are the odd little effectively pallet carts that people can tow around on these.
You mentioned the foods and stuff like that. Utensils? Knives?
Yeah, if you want to look around. I mean, to your notice, you notice a few of the sort of the more plastic cutlery, the disposable things. If you want to go looking for like actual sharp knives, you might be able to find some.
As we're walking along and continuing along the route that Brander mentioned, I murmur softly, but enough that they should be able to hear me, especially in the silence of the station. Otherwise, we should keep in mind to weapons, improvised weapons, anything we can use to lay traps for our enemies. They don't seem shy about doing that for us. And if there may be enemies following behind us, as is my concern, then it's better that we be warned of their approach than them simply be able to sneak up on Garrett.
Don't sneak up
I
on
nod.
me.
And I begin to look around for anything made of cloth, essentially, like rugs, blankets, anything like that.
Yeah, quite quickly you find a little cart that seems to be full of effectively disposable, like prison-type uniforms. It's more plasticky kind of fabric, but it is still fabric-y.
Okay. I take my sword and I slice those into strips as best I can. Trying to make improvised cordage, essentially.
Sure. Yeah, you can quite easily slice it into strips.
What did you have in mind, Carolinus? I ask as I'm hunched over doing this.
Well, the simplest form of trap would just be something to alert us of their coming. A tripwire attached to some utensils that will make a loud noise. Or we could look for something a little bit more creative, something that might actually maim any attackers. If we have grenades, we can set up improvised tripwires, but it depends on the materials that we have and the opportunities that present themselves in the architecture of the station.
I've got 3 grenades. Potentially use those.
That might well come in handy. How fine? I'm looking at the cordage that Cassius is trying to manufacture. I'm not sure that would function as well for a tripwire, at least not if they can see as well as I can in the dark. And we have to assume that as they've been harassing us continuously, that they have at least mastered the shadows.
Assuming they can see us in the dark, what technology could they use to view us, and what could we do to counter that, to make it no longer function?
Several ways. I myself am using an infrared torch. Anything creating significant amounts of radiation in the infrared spectrum would blind it. Likewise, if they're locating through other means, perhaps sound or even scent, then by confusing those senses, we might blind them, in effect. It's difficult to say. These are Xenos. Potentially. I say, looking around. Almost accusatorily at the space station itself.
I look kind of deep in thought, like I have ideas, but none of them are lining up the way I want them to. You mentioned thermal, in addition smell. Perhaps I realize this seems foolish since we're on a space station, but lighting limited fires in various locations would throw off smell if they have any type of sharpened smell sense, and it would throw off thermals.
Indeed. But... And at this, I actually noticeably take a deep breath. And then I exhale. The air is growing stale. What supply remains, I'm not sure we want to consume with a fire.
I nod as if I expected him to say that. I'm like, sure, any idea that I've come up with so far seems to have significant drawbacks given our pressing situation. There are constraints to just about everything.
Indeed. Well, just keep your eyes open. The cordage may come in handy yet, so keep it, but have an eye for any kind of industrial goods. I might be able to manufacture all manner of things with the right materials. And then I turn and continue walking, but we shouldn't linger here.
Agreed.
Okay.
Was Brandra about to say something?
Yeah, that reminds me. As we've been going along, have there been any, like, potential sources of, like, torches or anything?
Oh, the cordage that
I mean,
Splat has, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you could
Well, I mean, like
some
a-
of them on fire or...
I meant just like a proper torch, like, because surely they would be on a space station, like maybe some of the corpses we'd found would have them, or maybe they'd just be like in case of the lights going out. Here's
Emergency.
I mean,
like
you are in the
emergency
supply area. If you want to take time to have a look
like
around the supply area, you might be able to find one.
I feel as though we should.
You only have the one torch to look around for more torches with, but if you do find more torches, then yeah.
Sure, I'll make an awareness check. I'll dial up the stab light and help them looking around, trying to find some sort of torch to use.
Sure.
Is there only the one entrance to the room that we're in right now?
Effectively, it's a corridor of multiple different rooms, like each individual, like small stock room off of it. You'll need to, change between whichever one you think might actually have the right stock in.
I motion to Garrett and I say, watch that direction. If you see anything move, pump holes in it. And I motion in the direction that we didn't come from. So essentially the blind direction we haven't gone yet.
Okay. I'm always happy to kill some dodgy Eric's.
Is Garrett watching one way? I can watch the other.
Okay, so you can watch the way that you came from initially.
Oh, wow. I'll re-roll that.
There we
54
go.
versus 70. Looking specifically for torches.
Okay. As you start rummaging in one of the other rooms, you look around. You
So I will say, by torches, I do also mean like chemical lights, like brake lights and things
Yeah.
like that. Anything.
You managed to find the original area where effectively the industrial torches are kept, like the big bulky ones with big batteries in them. And you open the drawer to find that there are none there. It looks like someone has raided this in a hurry. You can still find a couple of batteries that have been discarded, and you can quickly tell with your auger raid these have been drained of power. It looks like someone has raided this in a hurry, but you do then quite easily, because you can effectively detect the leaking chemicals from the chemical torches, find that there is a tray which has a lot of emergency brake in case of, just mixed chemicals together, give them a shake, and they will throw out a sort of a mild light in maybe a 10-meter radius. And there are about a dozen of those, so you've got plenty of those to be getting on with.
Okay. Well, I hand these to the others. I have little need for them.
Can I find like a pipe or something around here?
Just like a section of like plumbing pipe?
Mm-hmm. Like 4, 3 feet, whatever. Thin gauge, preferably.
Like, yeah, you can go to like one of the effectively there are toilet stalls all around the space station, and you quickly find one of the little pipes that goes around to a little shower cubicle, and you just wrench that off the wall.
I use some of the cordage that I have to take the chem lights, and I wanted to fasten them onto the stick, essentially, because I don't want to be the one holding the light, because so far they've shot at whatever emits light, and so I'm going to hold the light off to the side, so if they shoot at it, I don't get shot.
You now have a makeshift fishing rod with a light hanging from it. I kind of imagine you as like this sort of sci-fi anglerfish now.
That's exactly what was going through my mind.
I'm not getting shot.
One too.
It's not stupid if it works.
Okay, as this is happening, however, I need to roll some things.
Hidden things, secret things, deadly things.
I think we hung around too long.
The station hungers.
Station's the bad guy now, and we're even more screwed. What's the point? Does a space station have like a machine spirit? Is that a thing?
Part of it will. There may be an overriding machine spirit, yeah.
The target for that should have been a 75.
But it was a 0. I see that says fires splinter rifle. Oh dear.
This is what problems happens when you name things on character sheets. So there's a and the sound of a crystal shattering, and Garrett says, "Someone just shot me. Come on, let's get in light."
I say, well, shoot back.
I swing the light around and I raise my my autogun just ready, but I don't know what to shoot at yet.
Okay,
he hasn't given me good enough instructions on where the shot came from.
Yeah, you swing the light around. There's nothing really down this corridor other than the odd drifting object that comes out of this door to the side, and then falls to the ground as it enters gravity.
Okay.
It went down there.
Can I sign Niscients? Because Dark Eldar are psychically active, aren't they? Or do they not have psychers? I don't recall.
What? Sorry, what? Who?
Oh, well.
The people
Can I
who
sign
fire
Niscients?
splinter rifles.
Yeah, the
what?
ones who fire
The what?
crystals
Who?
that have poison all over them.
The thing
what?
down there says PM5 splinter rifle.
What?
There, it is
What?
in the public
What?
domain.
What?
It's in the public
What?
domain. I can
What?
use it now.
What?
I can
What?
say it.
Yep.
It's down there.
What?
Splinter rifles.
Nope.
Those rifles that fire these weird splinter things at us.
Can I sign Niscients
Yeah,
for
you can
anything
make
that's
a
emitting?
sign Niscients. That's fine. Yeah.
Like, specifically, like, looking for the auras of anything that's psychically active. Like, I'm not looking for general reverberations. I'm looking...
Sure.
Okay. It's not going to work, but, you know.
There's still
Yeah.
like
You're
that
right.
sense
It
of
doesn't work.
fear and
You
loathing
suck.
here that you cannot get through.
You would think on a 50-50 roll, I would have made more than, like, 2 Niscients this entire session in, like, 80 hours.
I told you,
learned
you
is
get
don't
seven fails and then 1 success, and it cycles like that.
I've learned just not to go to casinos. I'm just not going to bother.
XCOM, it's 50-50-90. It's the 50-50-90 rule. If you got a 50-50 chance, you got a 90% chance of failure, realistically.
Mhm.
90%
When
of
it
the time you're
matters.
going
If it
for
doesn't matter,
50.
then
what's
the odds will
sad?
give you the rest.
That's why I have not put points in Cynicians, because it's just going to fail anyways. I take it up to 70, I'll fail with 90s every time.
To be fair, all your rolls for Cynicians have been in the 70-something range. So if you can just get it up enough.
Yeah, you can get it to about 70, maybe 8. You know, if you can get it to about 95, you're probably going to succeed at least 1 every 4 times.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, no, you try and focus your powers. Again, there's a lot of emotion that's being drained through this ship. The background of the warp storm is pretty heavy. You can't really focus enough. You're still kind of freaked out a little bit yourself inside. But yeah, the doorway that Garrett motions to is open, and Brandy, you would know that was the doorway you headed to anyway. It leads down to a large stairwell, effectively a sort of big, not circular, but it's a spiral in a big square opening that goes down a few levels, which is towards the generatorium.
I see we keep moving. These things are too slippery for us to actually catch them.
Wait, you could see the items drifting. There's no gravity down there. And whilst I'm confident that I can move reasonably well, I look around the rest of you.
You hear a as I turn on my grab boots. I grin.
I'll do the same.
I look at him for a moment,
and
and
then
I
we'll
look at the effort that he went to make that torch pole. You're a bigger target making that much noise than you were holding a light in your hand.
A bigger target than floating, unable to move myself in a gravityless area? I mean, you know.
I kind of acquiesce to that point. Still, just watch the door for a moment. I would like to look for anything that can make a sound, like a bead or anything, any communication bead, anything that can broadcast, that you can broadcast to, and that will make a noise in the air.
You have a little bit of a look around. Doesn't seem to be any kind of communications beads or anything around here. Not.
I muttered under my breath. We should have checked the corpses.
Could he use mine? Like if I gave up mine, could he use it to make the broadcaster he needs? I asked Carolinus.
Well, whatever this thing is, it's clearly toying with us. If we give it a target that it thinks is wounded, honey for the trap.
I take out my micro bead and I hand it to him. I say it's worth a try.
It would take time, and it might not come back this way. We may need to move elsewhere. But if we can create some sort of facsimile, a dummy, a corpse would be better, but something that we can leave propped up behind a barrel or a crate. With this bead broadcasting, we have Garrett somewhere else, just murmuring about how he's wounded, and the rest of us laying wait.
I sort of wish we'd brought one of the corpses along. We could actually embed it in a corpse and lean it behind a box.
We may have luck yet. Either case, we've got only half of what we're going to need for this trap here. Let's continue on. You keep the bead for now, but your willingness to relinquish it is appreciated.
I smile and shrug and put it back in my ear.
And with that, I move towards the gravityless corridor.
Okay. Bear in mind, by the way, I found the rules of grav boots. It means that your agility bonus goes down by 2. So for movement, that could make you move pretty damn slow. But yeah, you do move forwards. Mag boots don't make you massively noisy. They still have a certain layer of padding to them, so they just don't bounce off everything.
What are the rules of moving in 0G anyway, without grav boots?
I would say it would be an acrobatics test to bounce from certain objects to certain objects. With maybe a negative depending on how it goes. You would be able to just, if you weren't under pressure, be able to grab things with mechadendrites and be able to move yourself a little bit easier. It'd be slow, but you can do it.
Yeah.
So yeah, as you go towards the door, you notice that the odd thing just tumbles out, like the little one thrown coin spins slowly out and then hits the ground, bounces a little bit, and starts bouncing back into the 0G of the corridor and floats off. Spinning your Maglite down there, you notice that the corridor is full of detritus that has just started floating up and is just floating in place now, most of the momentum having been absorbed. You catch sight of what appears to be a hand as something moves past very close up, Make a awareness check, Caroline, since you're at the front.
Something tells me at the end of this is going to be a lot of requisition rolls for flashlights.
Yeah.
I made one
60 versus
before this,
70.
not knowing what we were going to expect.
Well, when you
And I
went
failed.
bowling with my glow globe, so I mean, we did have a light.
Carolinas, yeah. This apparently 0G corridor is 0G for the most, all the way down as far as you can tell. There does appear to be some gravity functioning in a couple of places in very minor areas, but most of it is you have to get to the bottom floor. In terms of anything else, there do appear to be a couple of las cells you can detect. Sorry, not las cells, sorry. Projectile weapons. You can detect the slight give-off from cordite from the explosives used to repel them. And you would gather that means there is a couple of people with open clips in there. The corpse nearby swings a little bit more into view, and you manage to get a better view. And it appears to be someone in military fatigues. Hair shaven.
And this appears to be a corpse just floating in the zero-G.
Eyes
Hooray!
both gouged out. Mouth open agape with something stuffed in. Eyes
Do I see
just
any of the
hollow
other
and
characteristics
sightless.
down the corridor? Are there anything like bolted down, any barrels, anything like that at all set up in there? Any side rooms from what I can see?
In this itself is a stairwell.
Oh, it's a stairwell
So
going.
it goes straight down, it goes up one more floor, and it does the banisters all the way down. So you could like hand over hand down the banisters if you wanted.
Well, looking at the corpse, can I reach it with any of my mechadendrites? Is it like only a couple of meters into the corridor?
Sure. Yeah, no, it's,
Yeah,
it's
okay.
quite
Well,
close.
I'm just going to reach out and give it a little bit of a tug so it starts gliding out until it just gravity takes over and just with a sickly slap on the ground.
Yep. Hits the ground with
And as I look
sicklies.
down at it, I just murmur, it seems that the Emperor provides.
Okay, so as it does that, the jaw slack to the side. It appears that the jaw's been dislocated and is no longer attached, and thuds to the side. A little bit of wire that was attached to the jaw, keeping it closed, comes undone, and the jaw falls slack as a grenade hits the ground nearby.
And this happens when it's in the gravity.
As soon as
not
it hits
before.
gravity and hits the ground, the jaw dislodges, and the grenade rolls
How much
out.
time, considering we were paying attention to the corpse?
You
as we
have
sort of-
enough time to make a dodge test, which is.
Do I
literally
have
the rules
enough
of
time
grenades.
to simply, as it's falling out, just swipe one of my mechadendrites or my hand and try and bat it down the corridor? Because if the pin has only just been removed, you've got a second or two's time to
Between
react to
3
that.
and 5 seconds is what my buddy in the military said, and I said that's a bit of a wide gap for me to like work. 3 to 5. Wouldn't you make it a specific number?
It depends on
3
the
to
grenade.
5 seems sketchy.
Depends on the grenade. And also, fuses
Yeah.
are not all the same.
Also, the grenades in the 41st Millennium specifically, these grenades have an adjustable timer. This timer is set to like 1 second, which is like the minimum. So yeah, you could make a weapon skill check at a negative, or you could take the dodge, which would be the dodge to move your agility bonus away if you're successful. I don't know what your agility bonus is. It might not be enough to get out of the blast radius. The weapon skill might do it.
If the weapon skill, would I simply be able to just grab it and try to throw it down the hole
You
like I'm
wouldn't
literally trying to
probably have
grapple it?
time to grab it, or if you were trying to grab it with your mechadendrite, which isn't really meant for grabbing, it'd be a lot harder test. Hitting it.
No, I mean literally just trying to grab it and just in the same momentum hurl it down.
Oh
the
yeah, if you
corridor
just want to
with my
whack it, then yeah. In fact, your mechadendrite can do a reaction, so technically I will allow you to make a reaction and... Oh, no, the dodge is a reaction as well. You have to choose, yeah. So you can choose something if you want. It would be a weapon skill check at a minus... It would be a minus 20, because it's effectively a reaction attack, but you can make a reaction attack anyway. I'll call it a minus 10, because it's a small target. I'll be
I
generous.
I'll
recall
go with the
somebody
minus
saying
10
that
since
this
that's-
wasn't combat. That's what I remember.
What was it, sorry?
Nothing, I'm just messing with the E.
Cassius fails his dodge test and falls directly on top of the grenade, saving everyone heroically.
That's weird. A goblin died instantaneously at the outset of the D&D campaign.
Oh
Which is
no!
explosive. How strange is that?
Oh,
The
no,
only
it's great
explosive
crazy.
goblin I've ever seen.
Craziness. Okay, something slightly different then. Seeing the grenade fall out, I'm right on top of the grenade. I've got enough time to simply try to compress it underneath my hands and fall on it.
You do. I would call it a dodge onto the grenade.
Really?
A massive bonus to dodge onto the grenade. It's right there.
Okay.
You could.
I'll try. The thing is that I'm worried about my friends who literally stood right there. So I'll try and dodge onto it. I've got
okay. I would recommend that you don't use your hands because your hands are a lot more friable than, say, the rest of your torso, which is armored.
My hands actually have a much higher armor.
Sure, okay, you can whack one hand over the grenade if you want, yeah. Yeah, actually, you can whack both hands over the grenade. It's just very dangerous. You can do that though. Sure. Yeah. Make a... It's more of a test to grab the grenade, so I'd call it a weapon skill, but at like a plus 50?
Okay. This is where I blow one of my really nice cyber limbs off, damn it. Oh, wow. 3 versus 77.
With a 0-3, you effortlessly go down, hand on top of the grenade, other hand on top. You shove it up against the corpse and then move your own like weight on top. So effectively, you've got your hands on one side and your body behind that, and then the corpse on the other side. Most of your friends are now protected. This will dampen the grenade's explosion.
Okay.
But you're not dampening it against the ground, which would mean that it's going to go your way. It's probably going to go a little bit your way, and then the corpse is going to take most of it. With that good a success...
I was prepared for this.
You're going to get hit. None of your friends are, though. Your friends, however, not really be able to see what's going on very well. Not sure exactly what happens until there is instantaneously a bang, a massive flash of light. You're kind of like anime style outlined as a silhouette by this sudden like nova that happens in front of you. The corpse on the other side is just obliterated. Like this entire thing is blown into like limbs and scattered bits of charred flesh. And you will have to resist.
Yep.
I mean, at least it's not Shadowrun.
Yeah.
I rolled below average again. You have to resist 12 points, pen 3.
I take 3 damage. To which hand?
You're right-handed, so it'll be right hand first. You take 3 damage to your right hand, and you stand up, like robes a little bit charred, a little bit of flame, just you pad out, hold your hand up, like some circuitry kind of exposed, a little bit of oil drizzling in one place, but...
I just stand up... My hands are trembling because obviously at that point, like I would imagine even some of the circuitry is just kind of fritzing as it's kind of like the backups are kicking in and cutting off the damaged circuitry. And I turn around and say, that is going to be expensive to repair.
I'm otherwise on the ground having leapt for like cover, and I just get up and just look at him like, what the?
Yeah, I look like I'm trying to yawn or something. Because I've got I got this tinnitus thing going. There's like a third grenade that's gone off inside of a hallway. Sitting there like Archer, like, mop, mop.
Yeah.
Would I be able to medicate myself at this point? My void suit is completely ripped, and like I'm just like kind of cursing at that. Like my right arm up the void suit is just gone.
Oh yeah, and like part of your torso, just the sheer like heat melted it away. Even where it won't go through your toughness, it's enough to destroy a void suit.
Murmuring to himself, that is not going to repair itself.
But you, on the other hand, are feeling pretty good. Yeah, you can medicate yourself. By the way, is it only 3, even with pen of 3?
Pen 3 reduces my armor, which is 8 to 5. My arm, with all of its armor and toughness, is 12 resistance. It's 8 armor and 4 toughness. So reducing that by 3 means that I took 3.
8 armor?
What? Yeah.
Wait, how is it 8 armor? It's 4
because I've got a metal arm. 2. I've got subdermal implants.
Oh, subdermal. That's what I'm missing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Subdermal implants, and then my flak armor on top.
Damn.
Like, I'm pretty sure he's unkillable unless you just shoot him in the torso and the face over and over again.
I hate to say
it,
but
my face is, unfortunately, the flak armor does not get
Doesn't flak protect you against blast as well? Doesn't it count as a point higher against blast weapons?
Oh, does it? Oh, in that case, I only took 2.
Something like that.
Hooray!
You only take 2 points of damage.
Hooray!
Basically, he palmed the grenade and just went poof, in his hands. He's like, I'm good. I like
no,
flight burns.
it's more anime than that. He palms a grenade against the corpse. It goes, poof, the corpse disappears, and he's just standing there like.
And he's got the little black hasher lines on his hands.
like
He's just like,
Basically, right now, I'm effectively Tetsuo, just getting up my kind of biological cyber, and just like, But yes, I'm going to at this point, like seeing my void suit, I simply like my Medicaid mechadendrite inside my void suit just slices it apart in order to get out.
Once I've recovered from A, the grenade, and B, seeing like someone just hold a grenade and be fine, I will say they'll have heard that, be ready, and train my guns. Like, we're in like some sort of junction at the moment, aren't we?
He says that my Medicaid mechadendrite is literally just like slicing the void suit so I can just get out of it as fast as possible. It doesn't need to preserve it anymore.
it doesn't take very long. There's not much left.
The moment he says that, I look up as if a light just came on. There's not much of the corpse left. Is there any meaty chunks like the legs or anything like that?
There's a few bits that are bouncing off the
I
walls
grab
a little
the pelvis,
bit.
which is still like part of the spine is still there, and then the legs, and I immediately start dragging it across to one of the crates away from that door, and I'm waving my damaged hand at the others to get near to that particular opening, but against the wall. I drag the legs round behind the crate, prop one knee up so it looks like it's propping itself up. So all they would see is like feet and one leg, intentionally propped. And then I take my bead out and just pop it in the corpse and then just run over to Cassius. It's too much time for me to get him to send me his.
Okay.
Once I reach them, I murmur softly, Garrett, start broadcasting to my bead, just sound hurt. And then I direct the others to get their weapons ready and aim at the door.
How close am I to these legs? Could
Depends
I
if you
toss?
took my indicator to get away and basically flatten against the wall.
Could I toss my light over to where the corpse is so we can see what's coming? Or is that too far away?
Yeah, you can do that.
So you basically
chuck-
corpse slightly.
Yeah, so you chuck the chemical light and it bounces a little bit. Make me a thrown weapon check, which is just a strictly ballistics skill. Actually, you can aim it, so you can get a plus 30, because you can aim for maximum of... plus 20. You can aim for maximum of a turn.
Right. Oops. I can type 2 numbers, yes. There we go, I fail.
It scatters 3 meters. I'm going to roll a d8, 1 being directly forwards, 8 being 45 degrees off to the left. So it actually scatters directly behind the leg, and it's kind of underlighting the corpse a little bit. Looks a little bit eerie. It's more sort of a greenish yellow light. Still vague light over there because it actually jams up against the corpse. It doesn't actually scatter past it 3 meters. But
that's
the light
good. As long as it looks like he dropped it and we can see what's going on over there, I'm good.
Yeah.
As soon as Garrett starts broadcasting the hurt people noises, I shout into the corridor, "Hold on, buddy, we're coming to get you." Would that be a deceive roll or anything like that?
Yeah, both of us can make deceive rolls.
There. Why do I have 55? Hold on, what's going on? That's weird.
Why is my target 0? Oh, because I had plus. My target was 48, and I got 77. You got an 85 with target 55?
It should be. You get plus 10 for each point you deceive, right?
No, your first point.
The first point takes away the
zero.
minus 20.
Yeah, and your second point gives you plus 10, though, right?
Yep.
Mine should be a threshold of 60. I don't know why it's saying 55.
It's saying 45 plus 10. What's your fellowship?
50. Oh, I'm sorry, it's 45. I got my boxes rearranged.
Yeah. However, because you are kind of assisting, you do get a plus 10 on that. But it's still a fail.
I'm going to fade it.
Okay. You automatically succeed. I get a plus 10.
Oh, no. I don't automatically succeed.
That's charm, I think.
It's for charm, command, and intimidate.
Sure, so yeah, you get to reroll. In which case, Garrett is going to join in with the rerolling.
So I get a +10.
Yes, yeah, you will get a +10. Garrett gets more pluses because he's just making a sound. You pass, just. Garrett, I screwed the roll up again. He's aiming for a 58, got a 07.
That should have been threshold 65, so I got 53 out of 65.
Okay, so you got 2 degrees of success. Garrett got 6 degrees of success. So there's a whole. Oh, my leg. Oh, it's terrible. Oh,
my leg is right messed up, son.
Oh, the limb that is beginning to smell like ottomans. And then,
I swear on me now, mate.
And then Cash is like, we're going to come save
This
you.
is what this is what a 07 roll generates in acting.
Yeah, totally.
Me leg, me lord. Ah!
Mama, Papa, where are you?
Oh, God.
Don't like this.
It's in ribbony bits.
Everyone make awareness checks. Carolinas you're not using the stab light, so it's a flat for you. Everyone else is a -30.
Yeah.
But the lights, the light I put in.
Oh yeah, -20 then.
Hey,
I got 62, target 70.
I got a 39, target 11. Why are all my stats terrible? Oh wait, I remember. It's because I rolled them. Because Aavak told me to.
7 on 5.
Oh man. Well, Cash's got 1 degree of failure. I got 6 for Garrett. Branda got 3, and Caroline's passed with 2. Caroline, so you just about see the edge of what appears to be a very dark colored gun of some kind. It's very hard to make out colors at this light level, but you just see that it seems to be almost pitch black with serrated spines across the top. As someone very quietly, you cannot even hear them. You're straining really hard, your auger ray will dart up to max. You can barely hear anything other than a very faint whisper of sound. Someone glides through that door low, aiming their gun at the crate as they move towards it.
Do I have a shot at them or just their gun at the moment?
It's their gun as they slide out, and then you just about start to make out the body of someone in some sort of weird carapace body armor that you've not seen before. Serrated spines on every single segment. A long, elongated helm with 2 black curled spikes up the side. Elongated spikes down the back. Eyes that glow a slight blue. Very tall,
guy.
crouched down.
How far away is he?
Only about 20 meters.
Okay. I wait until he's crept out enough that his head and his shoulders are visible. And then at that moment, I pull the trigger on my autogun, which I've been aiming. I'm going to take a half-action aim and then a half-action full auto. Oh, it's actually full auto, a full turn, or what?
All of them are half turns. Let me just make a awareness check before you do that.
Okay.
Oh, I forgot. Everyone needs to make stealth rolls. I rolled 100.
I don't think we need to.
Regardless of your stealth rolls, I rolled a natural 100.
That dude
He was so
all of
happy.
his
He's like,
elfy
yay, my
bullshit.
trap worked.
As he moves towards the corpse, he puts his rifle down and pulls out this wicked, serrated blade.
Oh, he's going for the knife kill. Greedy. Every
edges up behind the
game,
crate.
every FPS I've ever played, it's always the knife
got
kills that get
to.
you killed.
Because you get their dog tags. And what you do is if they're sitting there sniping, you get in behind them and you send them a message on the Xbox social network. You're like, I'm behind you, bitch. And then you stab them. So the message comes through right when they get stabbed.
Yep.
And then you go on comms and you go,
That's pretty much what I used to do in DayZ all the time. If I had the intent of killing someone, I'd type them a message, wait to see they were typing back, then attack.
But nonetheless, Carolinus, you've aimed, so it's a +20. You have them unaware, that's a +30. So you have a +50.
At the time, I just shout fire, and it's a free action for me to turn my stab light on, and I shine it on them as I pull the trigger and start firing. Like, it happens at the same time. Or can I not do that?
Since
it's a free action.
Yes, but everyone else will have to fire after you. Won't be able to attack at the same time because they need to then
Oh,
go.
that's fine. I'm literally.
Okay. Sure,
It's
yeah,
for a
that's
sec.
fine.
It's like, oh no, I'm caught in the bright light as well as being shot at. Oh no.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
So go for it. You can make an attack at +50 with the autogun. Do you want to do a full auto?
Oh yeah.
That's a -10, so that's a +40. Each degree of
+40.
success is an extra shot hitting. Also, it's close range.
Close range because I've got 100 meters.
So it's a +50.
Plus 50. Yay.
Let's just meet in the middle and say that he hits.
Yeah, you hit once. I'll take that.
What? Oh no! What just happened there?
You missed?
No, I refreshed the page annoyingly. My silliness.
Okay.
Let me just.
Everyone
bring
else,
that back out.
suddenly the stablet flashes on and you see this silhouetted black armored figure. You can't make out very much in the instant that it flashes on, but you do get to make shots as well. However, he will be able to react to your shots.
Only just.
Only just, but that is 2 degrees success. That is 2 hits.
I mean, I could fate it, but I could get it worse. I mean, I've got a target of 83. You don't know what.
That is
Go
2
on
degrees
then,
success.
But I may well hit.
How many fate do you have left?
1. See, that's the thing. Is it would be nice to open up on him, but I've got to save that just in case I need to absolutely positively not kill someone by accident when I try to staple them.
It might be our only chance to shoot him like 30 times, though. We may never see him again.
Do you want to
Could
fate
go
it?
wrong.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna have
No,
to.
I'm going to
Okay.
stick with that. I'm going to stick with 2 hits. I'm not going to be greedy because
Sure,
at
so
the end of the day,
that's-
I'm a chirurgeon more than I'm a soldier.
That's leg and body. So if you want to roll me
Okay.
damage,
Are the rest of us watching this happen too? Because we all got awareness checks, so can we react?
yeah, you'll be acting in a second. I just want to do this one. So that's 10 and
And 9.
9. Okay, so the bullet impacts into this guy's leg and he kind of staggers forwards a little bit. The next one crashes into his body armor, both penetrating, and both you see some sort of dark blood begin to ooze a little bit from the wounds. You do some damage, but a lot of it is taken up by the armor. Everyone else, flash! You see suddenly this silhouette. You get to make shots. No aim. He is aware, so you don't get the +30, but you do get to go. What are you doing? Brander,
This
I will
dude's
ask
catching a smite.
first.
Oh, go Brander.
I'm gonna semi-automatic on both of my guns.
Go for it. You are 20 meters, so you're not close. But you do have the -10 for firing both guns.
Right. Do I get any? Is this like an action so that I could aim first, or is this just
No, this is
a
instantly
shot?
firing shots. You didn't really
Alright.
have a chance to aim, sadly.
Nothing but a -10 on each. Firing 1.
That is
Yeah!
2 degrees success. That's 1 hit because it's semi-auto.
Firing 2.
And no.
Oh, that was terrible.
That bullet goes flying off. You do hit, though, with a 29. That's a 92. That is the other leg. Roll damage.
This is 2 hits, isn't it?
1, it's semi-auto.
Oh no! Oh
not
yeah, because
full
it's
auto.
semi-automatic. 11 damage.
Yeah, that bullet goes through, hits his other leg, knocks him a little bit more to the side. Blood oozes out of that wound as well as you hit him high up in the thigh. Cassius.
I opened up on him with a big-ass smite, and I'm using sorcery this time around. So,
Okay. We'll deal with that pit in a second. Do you want to roll the thing?
yeah, so this is going to be at Psi Power... It's Psi Power 4, but I'm casting the smite at 3.
Okay, so you've got effective
And
psi
the-
rating of 4. Casting at 3, so you get the bonuses.
Yeah. And now I better not miss.
That is a hit. It's a semi-auto, isn't it?
Yeah, so for every other...
That's 4 degrees, so 1 and 3, so that's 2 hits.
Mm-hmm.
So go for it. Roll the damage.
Yeah. And you've got to add 1 to each of these.
Okay. So that's a 5 and a 8 for pen of 4.
Can the 5 be improved because of
don't think-
degrees of success, or is that not applicable?
I don't
here?
know if it works like that, and I don't want to look it up.
I'll allow it because effectively it's a
Okay.
weapon. So what was that now? That's a
It's a 6 and an 8.
6 and an 8.
Pen 4.
Pen 4. And a 5. Yeah, so you blast him. It first hits him in the arm. This treads through some of the armor as it cracks under the sheer like bolts of lightning. The lightning that leaps out being grey in coloration. So actually, I forgot that you're doing the sorcery thing. So yeah, you quickly spotting your target, begin to gesture with your hands and mutter arcane words that start to disorientate people around you very briefly. They're a little bit shocked. You've not really done this before. And your hands begin to gesture midair. Small symbols vaguely appearing and fluttering like almost heat waves in the air as you unleash an arcane torrent through one of your hands, leaping bolts of this silver sort of grey lightning impacting in. His armor splits open down the side and he reels back as bolts of lightning shoot through his arm. The second one hits him, I think, chest, and the carapace there is scarred with black scorch marks, and again, cracked in several places as blood begins to ooze out. This guy,
shout, away with you, demon!
This guy is pretty badly injured. Garrett is now going to join in.
Let me guess, called shot, headshot. Yeah, I swear to God, if he damages that helmet, I want to wear it. I want that helmet.
He's going to call shot head. It's Garrett.
Damn it!
He can call shot head, or he can aim normally. He can't aim the circumstance. He can only take one attack, so he might as well take the called shot head. He is going to fire...
I'd be surprised if he did cold shot head on Cassius. What the hell was that? Heretic, die!
He
We'll
doesn't
deal with
know.
that later.
Long las, so he's going to roll to hit. Accurate +10 if he aims. He hasn't aimed. So it's just going to be a flat roll with a +10 because short range. And it's single shot. Oh, -20 again because it's called shot. So it does hit with 59 versus 60. Roll damage. 12 pen 1. Does 6 points of damage into the head, which takes the target down to about a -3 on the energy of the head. As the shot smashes in, part of the eye rips off, and you can see a vague shape of some sort of pale flesh underneath. Blood, melted flesh, congealed together. Let me find the energy critical hit table.
Hey!
I hope he gets stunned. I want to take him prisoner.
We all know what you want.
Would torture work on him, though?
The attack cooks off the target's ear, leaving him with a partially burned stump of cartilage. He's deafened for 1d5 hours. So...
You know, he got off decidedly light for getting shot in the face.
He did.
Like, if I get shot in the face and just my ear stops working for a couple hours, I'd be like, that's a pretty good day for me. I mean, considering the way that could have gone.
That's okay. You can get shot in the face and get a broken nose, so that's the one that people really complain about.
Oh no, I broke my nose. Sucks to be me.
Right. I need everyone to roll initiative. We can use the map we're on. No, wait, you're on a different map.
Should we take our break, though, before we do that? Seems like a good spot.
I think this battle's going to be over very quickly. So
okay.
we'll just power through.
The space station looks an awful lot like a library.
Shh. We don't need a map.
So strange.
So many wooden fixtures.
I know.
People build things out of wood in the Imperium.
I'm going to use the injured predator.
This is the one thing with 40k of like all the technology is terrible, but they do seem to have very good like metals and stuff.
They should add a new class: carpenter, blacksmith. If you change up your carpenting methods in any way, they burn you for heresy.
I rolled a 10 on my initiative. Oh yeah.
You lucky git.
They've lost the standard template constructs for like all but a really awkward type of joint in wood.
Yeah.
Drives everyone nuts. Takes hours to make.
They've also lost the standard template construct for screws. They all use nails, no screws.
I'm never.
Not even that, just like
anybody.
wooden dowels.
Right.
Metal in woodwork is heresy now.
Okay, so the order is, whoever is hunting you, 16. Garrett 12. Carolina's 10. Can you spend a point of fate to go first?
I don't know.
I don't know. I think that was Shadowrun.
Yeah, I think that's a Shadowrun.
Okay. So the enemy in front of you, who you've severely injured, looks round, picks up the rifle.
Is that a half action or a full action to pick it up and ready it?
Would he also need an
is
awareness
readied.
check to see us? Or... Because basically he just got blindsided while he was getting ready to knife a corpse.
I'll determine what he sees in a second. Yeah, it would be a full action. It's not a readied weapon, is it? So instead, he's not going to pick up the rifle. Pulls a pistol. And runs... He doesn't have to run, actually, because he can do something special. He's going to shoot. He's going to quickly see what he can see with his awareness. Oh, let's just put on some battle music. Yeah, let's get some battle music.
Evil Legolas, what do your evil eyes see?
Awareness.
Yeah, that's right. He got blindsided and shot in both legs. That's going to incur some sort of penalty.
He sees all of you.
Ah, my legs!
However, he's going to shoot at Carolina's. Carolina's being the one who has the light shining on him.
I like to imagine my chem light is like dangling out though, like I've attached it to my back like a samurai flag, and it's like poking out while I'm shooting lightning at him.
I like this.
Oh, he actually
At
doesn't
some
have a
point,
pistol.
you'll set your head on fire.
Bollocks! He throws his knife at you. So
Damn,
that would
big ol'
be
Mortensen over here.
a thrown
All
check.
vicious. Come on, Rambo.
Marbo.
He's not at short range.
Oh,
so
no,
He's got an
no,
Eldar knife.
I don't want to deal with Marbo. No. Refuse.
61. That is torso.
We just got a free Eldar knife.
However,
Really good.
you were ambushing this guy. I'm assuming your torso would be in cover because you were leaning out from behind the door. Knife does not have enough damage to go through cover. It pings off the side and flies down the corridor, skidding over whatever is there. He then, because of a special ability, moves into the stairwell and is now technically in cover.
Is he still visible, though?
You can
Like,
just
still shoot
see
at him, but
one arm, because of the distance he moved, you can just see one arm and...
At this point, we kind of need to
leg.
know what the lay of the land is so that we can move our characters around. I know you were trying to get away with that, but now you've moved
Effectively,
into
you're
cover.
20 meters away. You can see a leg and an arm out of the corridor, out of the
Yeah, but I
door
mean,
that
like,
leads.
if I want to move diagonally with part of my move, so I bring him more into, like, basically flank his cover and things like that.
If you're going to shoot, you can only move a half action. It won't make much of a difference. You'd have to
Okay.
move a long way for that to make a difference.
He's doing that warp
Okay.
spider shit where they're like they like move around all over the place.
Well, it's Garrett's turn first, anyway.
Yeah, so Garrett is going to cold shot leg because he can see the leg. Oh, that said, he could aim for extra damage. No, he's going to cold shot leg. That is not Garrett's profile. Whoopsie. And that'll be a -20. Oh, except he doesn't take negatives to -20. Garrett's fading that. Oh, it's also
I was gonna
plus
say.
10, plus 10, so that would be an 80, but he still fails. He's going to fake that. A 0-8.
That was good.
Wow.
Ooh.
So that's 9 degrees success. No, chat, there isn't a map. That's 9 degrees success, and he's going to roll damage. He's going to put
Does
a
he have
9
it
in
on-
there.
Does he have it on high power? He's like badoosh mode.
Yes, he does, actually.
Badoosh.
So that would be
Skadoosh.
9 plus 3 plus 3, 15, plus 2 pen. So that's 17 pen 3.
Oh, pen 3.
That takes the leg way below -10. With a... the bolt of, like, instantly lightning fast, hits the leg, and it melts and severs it at the thigh. There's a horrible sound of cracking and a sound of snapping as the bone itself instantly superheats. The marrow explodes out of it, and the leg flies off down the corridor. There's a scream of pain at a particularly high frequency, and then nothing. As droplets of blood float out of the corridor, go into gravity, and then hit the ground.
Okay.
I obsessively want this guy's helmet, so I'm going to go get it.
I'm more interested in the corpse and make sure it's dead, so I'm going to
Actually, yeah, like, how damaged is his armor? Because he had carapace.
You go have a look into the stairwell where his body ended up flying, and he's now rotating away, hitting the back wall. His entire leg is severed. Most of the armor around that leg joint is damaged. But you now notice that this is someone who is not human. They're elongated, they are taller, they're thinner. They look much more fragile, almost in a way. But the armor itself looks excessively spiky, almost ornate in some regards. Apparently a sort of dark black with hints of blue as the sort of light hits it. You notice that the specular sort of is a more sort of teal color.
I mutter, we can use trickery too, Xeno filth. Spitting the words out.
Did
Cassius move into a position where it could see? Cassius could see the corpse, could he?
Yeah, I'm going. I want the helmet. I'm grasping and trying to get the helmet off.
Cassius was running up there, I wouldn't have chased after it. I'd have just gone for the knife that pinged off the grate.
In which case, Cassius, you can only barely see that. It's dark. It's pretty dark.
I've got my glow light. I've got my chem stick.
I poke it out. You can vaguely make out the corpse and like, oh, there's a lot of damage, and you can vaguely see what I just saw, but you can try and go and get it. Do you want to go get the corpse?
Yeah, I want the helmet.
Oh, you mag boot, you go, doof, 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 and you start chasing after the corpse at your incredibly low speed.
In the time that it takes him to do that, I recover the knife and then I go and get the corpse.
Yeah, you do recover the knife.
I get a plus 30 agility in 0G because I'm Voidborn.
I look at him and I say,
I'm
you
literally
take the fun out of everything,
through
right?
the 0G, doing acrobatics past Cassius. I grab the corpse and then I drag it back to the gravity, but I don't stop.
Yeah, so Carolinus, you have a knife now. Yes. This knife is
awesome.
1d5.
Okay.
Because it's a knife. With a pen of 2, because it's a mono knife.
Mm-hmm.
But it has the toxic 2 quality.
I like this.
You might gather.
Do I just call it a knife?
It is a poisoned blade. The poison might run out eventually, but it's a poison blade.
Okay. It would be low tech because it's a knife, or not?
Yes, it would be a low tech weapon in terms of the training. However, it is certainly not a low tech weapon.
You need exotic Eldar?
A knife is a knife, sadly.
Oh. Because for a sword, I know you need exotic. Like, you would have to be trained like it's exotic Eldar or something like that.
I'd probably.
Because I was looking at him and I wanted
that
one.
Because a sword is a sword. I mean, as someone who's used different swords, there are differences, but it's still the same form of training.
Could you give me the damage stats again? It was pen 2, 1d5, was that it?
Yeah, with toxic 2. The poison might run out eventually, but it is still it is certainly not of human origin looking at it, but it's a very nice knife. As Cassius slowly makes his way at his 1 agility bonus move speed along the side of this stairwell, trying to get to the corpse, it slowly moves away from him around the stairwell. Carolinus goes up to the doorway and then just turns the mag boots off, pushes himself forwards, and gracefully pirouettes, grabs it with a couple of mechadendrites, pulls it close, and then just ends up turning back, flipping, mag boots on, next to Cassius.
I point at the blood that got on him. You got blood on you now. I assume the corpse is squirting everywhere because a leg came off.
A little bit.
I turn the corpse so the leg is facing him, and I squeeze.
It bounces off the faceplate of my void suit. And I say lovely. But it comes through like a radius, like lovely. Like it comes through like a radio sounding voice. I say, give me the. Let's get the helmet off. Let's get the helmet off. I want to see what this filthy thing is.
Let's not do this in the stairwell.
Branda, What are you doing? You kind of left. They've both run down that way. There's a rifle lying on the ground next to the legs and the glow light that is abandoned there.
I was by the door, waiting for the corpse to be delivered into gravity.
Okay.
Yeah.
As they bring the corpse back to expect it, this is a good place to take a break. So we will be back in a few minutes' time. So feel free in the break to go check out the Patreon, go check out Twitter, go check out the fan subreddit, which is a great place to discuss what's going on. Or if you are a Patreon, you can go check out the Discord server and chat about what's going on there. I will have to remember to come back in to the Discord server afterwards and see what people thought. But yes, we will be back, so do not worry. We will continue in just a few minutes' time. Hello and welcome back to Roll4it. Sorry about the slight delay there in the break. It turns out that getting combat is much more difficult than I thought. Right, so you successfully got yourselves trapped on a station where you're being hunted. You managed to then set up your own trap for one of the would-be trappers. You succeeded in launching that trap very effectively, managing to take out the someone stalking you in your initial burst and one shot from Garrett, completely severing the attacker's leg and leaving them to float in the zero G of the stairwell. Carolinus, you managed to go and retrieve.
Do I have his helmet yet? Have I removed the helmet from this creature?
We'll get to that. You managed to bring the corpse back out of the stairwell and dump it into the normal gravity. Now people have managed to collect themselves. I will need Carolinus to make a Forbidden Knowledge warp check. And Branda...
I swear to God, if you ruin this for me. Don't ruin this for me.
You can make it a -20, but you will have much more limited information.
Will I have any rolls based on simply the amount of normal uses of this that I've been privy to in my time on the ship?
Not really. That'd be covered by a Forbidden Knowledge warp.
Okay.
Come on, man. Heresy Bros.
Forbidden Knowledge. I'm pretty sure this... Pretty sure my target is -11, -9, I don't know.
You can still critically
It's -9 and I rolled 19. I'm completely oblivious.
Branda, now went down. Everything's fine. What are you even talking about?
He just did psychic stuff.
You haven't seen that method of focusing power before that Cassius did. It was certainly effective. It's certainly novel, but it worked. Yeah, nothing really tips anything about that.
Does Garrett get his? I feel like it's only fair that Garrett gets his since he's the principal hunter of heresy here.
Yeah, but Garrett was a lot more focused on, you know,
Garrett thinks you're a heretic anyway.
killing the thing down the corridor. He was a lot more focused at the time, so...
I'm just saying, Aavak,
his
you and I...
target is -2.
Yeah, you and I have a vested interest. Heresy Bros, you're going to need a Heresy Wizard to go with your Heretic.
Bros. And if you keep warp blocking me like this, we're never going to find out.
You just need to open up and talk about your feelings with each other.
Almost got me. Heresy blocking.
If you'd actually spluttered all of that out, that would have been like critical success. I would have demanded to have gotten that just then. Oh.
Yeah. But you managed to dump the body back. Cassius, you can have a go at removing the helmet if you want.
Yeah, strip this guy. I want everything useful off this thing.
While he's doing that...
Ah! I fumble with it, and then I motion to Carolinus, and I say, let's get all of his gear off. It looks amazing.
While he's saying that, I walked over to the rifle that was left on the ground, and I picked it up.
Sure.
What does Garrett say about this?
Garrett is still a little bit freaked out about the situation on the space station. He doesn't like being hunted. He's normally the hunter. At the moment, he's not really putting up much of a fuss, but it depends. Like, things may change once he collects his bearings and he's feeling more himself. He's still feeling a little bit out of sorts. But yeah, as you pick up the rifle, it's a good long rifle. We're talking, you know, a full-on meter and a bit rifle. Mostly black with a hint of blue etching on some areas. Very sort of sharp spines across it, and it does seem to be a standard sort of trigger affair.
I handle it carefully, given the spines and given the proclivity towards poison that seems to have been pretty much everywhere with this enemy.
Okay. It does seem like a normal rifle.
Okay.
As far as you can tell.
Okay. Based on that, I'm puzzling over it while Cassius is fumbling with removing the armor. Do I see any way to find out what it's being powered by? Are there any obvious like clips or magazines or anything like that?
Make a tech use test at a -20.
$84.32.
As far as you can tell, it is quite an alien design. Your speciality being not even weapons. You're not really sure about this one. It might take you a little bit longer than the initial sort of minute you've given it a once over here. Particularly some ability to, properly interface with it in a workshop or something.
Okay. Out of curiosity, would that be a heretic?
No, it would be Xenos,
It would be
something
like
or
a
other.
Xenos role. Yeah, that's cool.
If you're from the Ordo Xenos, it'd be totally normal. They'd be like, yeah, this is fine. Let's go ahead and fiddle with it. Yay! Well, the more liberal Ordo.
I'm going to carefully stow it as carefully as I'm able at this point. I'm free of the void suit, so I'm a little bit more mobile. So I'm just gonna. Has it got a strap or anything like that?
No, it does not have a strap. But you can sort of, using a bit of void suit here and there and a little bit of the.
I was going to say I can
hold
probably
out
just
some
ask.
of the strips.
Yeah,
I see
I
what
was
he's
going to
puzzling
ask
around. I
Cassius
hold out some of my strips.
as I walk over there, and I'm just going to tie something around it and then shoulder it.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm swinging across my back, and then I'm going to look at the armor.
Okay,
Can we make a servo skull out of an Eldar skull?
I'm pretty sure that is Heretic.
Does Cassius say this aloud?
No, he doesn't know what it is. Bear in mind for your inventory, you now have one splinter rifle.
Okay. I'll get a stat for you later.
So is the helmet still on the thing at the moment?
Yeah, no, Cassius couldn't find a way to get it off.
I'm just standing over the body
like
watching the proceedings.
Yeah, I feel like this is an activity I could take 20 on. Just like.
I mean, if you want to take 20, you can.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I would have something to say about us taking 20 right now. Cassius
Listen, I'm in the pursuit of a baller helmet. Does it have the tassely thing on top like Eldar always have?
What?
What?
Like what I always have?
This is out of character. Does it have the tassely thing
It does
on
not
top?
have a tassely thing. I would have mentioned the tassely thing, don't worry.
Okay,
I wanted a
so I'm
tassely.
going to do a tech use test to see if I can just take this apart. Or should it be more of a... I don't know, because I've got a Medicaid Megadendra as well. Oh, I'm trying not to damage it. I could cut it off, but... I'll go for just a tech use test. Any modifiers?
Minus 20.
Yeah.
This seems awfully challenging for something that's strapped on with bits of leather.
95. You do manage to get the helmet off because it's already damaged. But it's with a crack as the jaw piece stays on and most of the gorget, whereas the rest of the helm comes off, still missing a lump on the side as the
I
bit of
curse
thigh,
under my
like-
breath, and then I hold it up, and then I look down at my damaged hand. It seems I may need to calibrate the musculature a little bit.
You see me just grinning and holding my hands out.
I toss the helmet across from what's left of it, and then I'm going to go in the corner, and I'm just going to be... I'm going to medicate myself at this point.
Okay.
Effectively, I'm
helmet-
trying to dip-top and stuff like that.
I put the helmet on my glow stick, and I fasten it on
Put
with
it
the
on
thing.
your head. I was going to laugh so hard. It's like,
No, I'm putting it on my stick, and then I'm behind Brander with it. I'm like, Brander, I'm hunting you. I'm in the darkness.
15 verse 62. Yeah.
Yeah, you're fully
Bless
healed
you.
up. Thank you.
I take out my chainsword, grab the head by the hair and say, I promised, and then just slice off his head with the chainsword.
I'm behind him with the stick of, why are you cutting off my head?
Yeah, the gorget is still attached, so you... and it drills against the plate for a little while and then eventually slices through into the neck and the head comes off and you hold it aloft.
I'm frowning a little bit looking at Cassius. Cassius, are you feeling all right? Has perhaps the excitement of combat overwhelmed you?
I looked visibly deflated for a minute. I was like, well, we just killed a thing that was hiding in the darkness that was otherwise invisible, so feeling pretty elated right now. The Emperor protects. And I stomp the stick on the ground. The helmet's like jiggle on top of it.
As he says this, you notice its other hand, like slight little sparks of lightning, because he was very happy about how well that psychic power went, sort of discharge a little bit the excess.
I flick my hand a little bit.
Little sparks and the odd little, very minor lightning bolt discharge against nearby surfaces. In a sort of,
A lightning bolt.
I mean, it's not the same, like, massive, gigantic bolt, but more sort of that sort of small static discharge in a sort of silver and with occasionally, like, blue arcs in there as well.
Can we get the gauntlets off of the corpse? Is that even possible? Like,
Currently, Carolyn has no idea how to unbuckle the armor on there. It doesn't seem to use any
Maybe
normal
with
Imperial
some
straps.
time, but
All that
I
tech
would
priest training,
recommend
we can't.
take that much time. If you want to carry it with us, you could tether it. If we're going down, then we're going through an area of low gravity. In fact,
Carolina.
no.
Oh. Well, if you think it's pragmatic, I was just imagining in my head Carolinas like holds up like whatever the fastener is on the armor, and he's like, I can't figure out this heretical technology. It's just like a zipper.
I was thinking it's Velcro.
Yeah.
The Imperium Velcro.
It's so strong.
What is this? Emperor protects.
But I look across to Branda, who's now Sev at the head. Branda, have you seen this creature before?
I'm afraid not. I don't know what it is. Perhaps
No,
if we
you
take some of
can
its
make an
equipment
intelligence
back...
check. At a -20.
Just straight intelligence? Because that means I could actually roll a success.
Yes,
Or would it be
intelligence
like
at -20.
lower? I'll be extremely surprised if this works.
No.
You have no idea what this is. None.
Well, looking at it, I'm going to give it a shot. I'm going to have a -20 as well.
Can I do warp lore on it?
No. You can intelligence at -20. Carolina.
6, 20.
Nah, you're not sure either.
Looks like a twisted man. Some sort of mutation, perhaps? Or do you suspect Xeno? Certainly the technology seems alien.
My suspicion is Xeno. Although why they're here, what they're here for, I couldn't tell you. Or if they're even intelligent. Their equipment seems sophisticated enough.
They also use tactics.
They've given us the runaround up till now.
Garrett's going to make an intelligence check.
I kick the corpse a little bit with my foot. I say, not running so much anymore though, are you? The Emperor's light finds everyone. Even in the darkest corners.
We take some of their equipment back to the interrogator. Perhaps he can identify what these are.
I point to the stick. I've got this fastened.
As Brandon mentions that, I kind of murmur, perhaps the interrogator would not be the most sympathetic ear. I don't even look up as I'm saying that, but my optical mechadendrite is watching Brandon.
Bear in mind, while you're saying this, Garrett is currently watching your rear, so he's a few meters away.
That's fine. You can look at my rear. I work out very hard.
You almost
in all
might
that
say
work.
you've got buns of metal.
Yep.
Has he requisitioned those yet?
No,
Not
there's
yet.
a next on the list, right?
Metal buns. What are the rarity on the metal buns?
Well,
They come with sigils. Purity seals.
Cassius would be pleased to know that they offer armor to getting shot in the arse.
That's good.
Oh. Why do you have to bring up his darkest moment?
I know. I've been waking up late in the night just like, ah, my ass! Sweat running down my face.
Okay, so, Carolina, so you mutter under your breath that maybe the interrogator is not the person to mention this to.
Yeah. And whilst that's going on, I'm just basically tinkering with the slightly exposed wiring of my hand, just testing the hand. And every time I'm tinkering, I'm using my Medicaid mechadendrite for this. Not exactly the right tool, but it's able to, cut wires and just do little bits here and then. Every time I'm testing it, the fingers get more responsive until the motion is fluid, and then I stand up.
So do we propose we just leave this here then? I say, nudging the body with my foot. Brander's already taken the head. Perhaps we bring that back with us and they could tell us. Evidence of a
Indeed.
dead Xeno is better than bringing back their technology, as that's surely heresy.
Agreed.
I eye the helmet on the stick, rethinking my options. Or rethinking my actions.
I glance back over my shoulder. Garrett, what say you?
The what?
Well, we need to proceed. We can't linger here very long. What say you regarding the Xeno? If in fact it is.
I mean, I don't fancy looking it around, do you?
No. But it may be useful. And I look over at what's left of the legs and exposed spine.
I mean, do you think
I wonder
anyone's
if
going to
these
steal it if you leave it
creatures-
here?
I wonder if these creatures feel any loyalty to their own.
Perhaps we trap the room and leave the body here. Did we check the? I all of a sudden it's like I've come upon something where I have a eureka kind of thing. Is there any type of Vox console inside the helmet or any type of Vox cogitator? And I start like looking up and under the helmet or what. Perhaps they're in communication with one another if there's more than one.
There seem to be bits and pieces from the inside that have kind of fallen out and shattered in places, but from the tech use tests you've rolled, you have no idea how any of this works.
This technology is beyond me. Perhaps with a little more time I could investigate it. And with that said, maybe we should bring it with us. We do not know how long we're going to be here. And if I have some time to properly investigate this armor, seems reasonably well made and durable, perhaps I can locate a weakness that might make you even more effective, Garrett. If you know exactly where to put your to aim your las rifle.
That's true. We should be looking for the cloaking device. Out of character, anyways.
I know nothing. It sounds like heresy to me.
I know.
Regardless,
What do
we've
you
been here
mean?
over long. We either need to proceed or be doing something. But we've had time enough to rest, I feel.
I'd say it's promising that no one else has come to help their friend.
You assume that they're not already on the way, which is why I'm eager to make way to our goal.
All right, let's get moving. And I guess to make for the voided, well, not the void, the 0G staircase.
We should trap the body if we're going to leave it, just in case they have any type of device to find one another. Perhaps they come along and get a nasty surprise like the ones that they've left for us.
I'm in agreement. Unfortunately, you've taken the head, which would have been the more obvious place to put a grenade. Still, I suppose we could bury one in its throat. Difficult to trigger it, though.
Does Carolinas have a grenade, or would I need to offer one of mine?
I'm specifically looking at your grenade with my optical mechadendrite.
All right, I'll pick it up and offer it. Whatever you think will work.
Accept it. Still, the trigger mechanism.
I look. Is there any kind of gap in between the armor?
Not really, no.
The best I could suggest is we curl the fingers around the grenade. Is it like a grenade with just a regular pin and a handle or anything like that?
Yeah, it's a standard pin and handle grenade.
Okay. Best I could suggest, we remove the pin, brace the handle with the creature's hand. Should anything disturb it, it might disturb the grenade and trigger it.
Sounds
but
fine
we
by
do
me.
not have the means to do anything particularly advanced.
Well, as feeble as it sounds, let's put some plan in effect so that we can get out of here.
Okay, I'm
Still
going to
got an
try and
appointment.
rig the grenade. Literally just trying to curl his hands around it.
Okay,
What's that going to do?
Make a survival check. I think that's the most applicable to setting traps.
What type of survival?
What's the choices?
Perception, agility, or intelligence? I would imagine intelligence, because perception seems
Yeah.
more like I'm trying to see something. Like I'm trying to perceive, like track something or something like that.
Yeah.
But intelligence isn't necessarily the ability to set up a trap.
No.
I think it'd be more perception, because perception is also the ability to think how something looks to someone else, maybe.
What type of grenade have I been given?
A frag grenade.
Okay. As I go to do this, I pause for a moment and glance back at the others. Do any of you happen to have any experience with setting these manner of traps? I must confess, it's not my area of expertise.
I look at Carolinas and I say, simply enough. And I pick up the Xeno's leg and I say, sit the grenade right there and just leave the leg on top of the handle. And then if anybody moves the corpse, it'll pop loose. Doesn't even require any rigging.
GM ruling on that?
I would still need a survival roll. This is ability to basically hide it at the same time. It's not stealth because you're not trying to hide yourself, but it's ability to survival sort of figure out how something will look as a trap.
Does anybody
I
have
looked
survival out of character?
Branda, look to Garrett. Do either of you have any kind of experience with this?
I
must
thought Brandon
confess,
would have some, but no, okay.
particularly.
I don't have this. I don't have the stats. Perhaps I've done it once or twice in the past, but
I will let
usually
it
with a
be.
little
I
more
will let it be a
preparation.
flat perception roll if you want, rather than a like defaulting on it.
I just
I
leave
can
it
try.
alone out of character since none of us have it.
I hand the grenade back to Branda. Do your best if you feel that you can do it at all. If not, then it's best that you don't take your own arm off with it.
I mean,
slap
to
on the
blow your own
soldier as a-
arm off, you'd have to crit fail.
Yeah, because I'd be resting the leg or the foot or whatever it is on it before taking out the pin.
You'd have
right?
to crit fail. Like, you'd be fine.
Okay.
Chad is
I'll
saying
try
the
it.
security is for traps. Is that true?
Normally for undoing traps, not really setting them. And normally I think of security, because security is an int-based one, as like cracking security, etc. Not necessarily setting up a grenade trap. Like, you wouldn't think of security as setting up like a stake pit or something.
Yeah,
So this is flat perception.
Yeah, just roll flat perception. We'll figure it
I
out
slap
later.
Brand. I'm going outside
Nope.
the room, by the way. I slap him on the shoulder and I say, "Call me outside."
Yeah, so you set up the trap. Effectively, this is just setting a threshold for being able to detect it, unless you crit fail. And you set up the trap. It's not massively hidden. There's a little bit of a, like, the leg's definitely kinked to the side, but it might trick. It will definitely trigger if someone moves the leg. They just might see it.
Well, if it looks like it'll.
Oh,
Apparently some people are saying demolition is tech use.
it says right here in security, the final passage for the security description says, security is also used to safeguard systems and localities by making passive defenses more secure and even setting traps for unwary intruders and thieves.
There we go. If anyone's got security,
So would that have been? Does anyone have that?
Yes.
go for
Garrett.
it.
All right. I was going to say otherwise, it would literally have been the same roll for me.
So just security.
Because my
But
intelligence.
security
and
is
perception are the same.
intelligence.
Thank you, chat.
Sorry?
Security is intelligence.
Yeah.
I'll try.
The other option is agility, which is
0-5.
42.
This grenade just turns invisible. You literally have not. You kind of remember. You're like, I placed it, but I can't see it. Pretty
Maybe
sure
we
I
should
placed
leave.
it.
Someone activates the cloaking device in the suit on itself.
Cloaking device?
The grenade is sucked
What are you
into the
talking about?
webway.
Cloaking? That sounds like heresy. Being there but not being there, heretical.
Anyway, what are you gonna do?
Right, with that, I turn around. Come on, we should leave.
I agree. I start following, and we need to go to the generatorium as soon as possible.
Indeed.
I'll grab my light again from by the severed legs before I set off.
I'm going to have my gun ready, but as soon as I get to the threshold of the no gravity zone, I just kick off, and I just use my mechadendrites to just kind of adjust my flight as I sail through the low gravity.
It's kind of this moment where this metal man who's kind of, he's a little bit slow, ponderous, he the real tank. Suddenly
How rude.
he sails like a bird. He's just sailing through this like low gravity, and you almost think there should be like a da 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 da. He's just sailing, arcing between different banisters as he kind of loops his mechadendric round and then swings his momentum round using them. Cassius, doof, 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 doof. You follow pretty slowly. It's
I'll
not
do the
great.
same with the mag boots.
Doof,
But whilst they are following slowly, they are humming the Blue Danube in their minds.
Yes, yes,
True.
they are.
Internally, Blue Danubing, watching Carolina.
Hey, that's a thought crime. You don't control what goes on in my head. Stay out of there.
Totally. No,
That's my
you
job.
Are 100%. 100% Blue Danube.
It's not
I'll
a thought
watch
crime.
Garrett
That's
as he
a thought.
attempts to,
You're infringing his union benefits.
Yeah.
I'll watch Garrett as he comes through and make sure he doesn't like go flying.
Garrett, being fairly agile, just like acrobatics his way in, grabs onto the banister, and then just starts handing down the banister, which turns out to be a lot quicker for someone particularly agile than very, very slowly one agility bonus moving with mag boots.
Still got 2 though, so I'm okay.
Yeah,
I'm
you're still
jumping
really
at a normal
slow.
rate.
Okay. Yeah, so you do make your way down eventually. Garrett and Caroline is making their way down to the bottom way before either of you two to get there. They have to wait there for probably almost a full minute as you continue to make your way down. Because you have to walk all the way down the walls very slowly in 0G. Carolinus, as you and Garrett get to the bottom, you notice a hall that goes on, but this hall now has the trappings of somewhere much more fragmented by people in Mechanicus. There are skulls with one side black, one side white, with cog imagery all surrounding them. There are in fact little burners that are currently out in the walls and hanging sort of pendants and bits of litanies that are written out on parchment.
Okay. I glance back up the stairwell to gauge how long it's going to be before the others join us.
You look up, it's probably going to take you about 30 seconds. Make an awareness check.
Ready up. Six versus 70.
As you turn around and look up,
son.
you notice that hanging from one of the crossbeams is a member of the Mechanicus. It looks like they have been stretched, and one arm is probably a good meter and a half away from their shoulder joint, stretched, every single like joint in their arm pulled out of place, their arms being bionic. All the hydraulics have been pulled to the extreme and then popped out. All the wiring is exposed in some places, still sparking a little bit, sort of gentle rain of sparks hitting the ground.
By the Omnisire.
Their legs are completely missing as their lower half of the body is just nowhere to be found. A mechanical spine is just wavering in midair, slowly swinging back and forth.
How high above are they?
They're a good 8 meters up. This hall is notably larger.
Okay. My optical mechadendrite goes as high as it can and is just trying to get a better look at them. Do I recognize them at all?
Make a Knowledge Mechanicus test.
I'm expecting like, oh, it's my old mate Bob. I knew he was around here somewhere.
They don't seem particularly relevant, or you've seen them before anywhere. Your brain doesn't seem to spark at seeing them.
Have they, beyond the stretched and popped joints, is there any other obvious signs of torture?
Yeah, their jaw is slackened to the side. The bronze of it is dented in a few places. The sort of port at the back of the side of their neck, where they would normally plug into cognates and stuff to be able to do their work faster, shows signs of having been pulled out, sitting about half an inch out of their neck now, with exposed wiring and bits of neural grafting having been exposed and severed. One eye is itself dislodged slightly from the socket. It looks like it's a high-grade artificial, and it looks like some of the wiring back there has been pulled through at the same time.
I'm visibly disturbed by this. Not so much fearful, but just this repulses me. And then I swing around just to have a look at the actual area. Is there anything else here that I should be aware of?
Yeah, as your focus moves away from that individual, you notice that down the side of the walls, on each side, a few meters spacing up until the extent of your torch, are crucified members of the platoon that came before you. Both sides going off into the darkness.
I disable I shut down the infrared torch, but I leave the infrared camera running. Are any of them showing heat signatures? Is anything still warm down here?
Firstly, I'd like you to make a fear test. You've become a little bit more accommodated to seeing things here. You're becoming a little bit more steeled. A plus 20. Garrett's also going to make one, mostly for fun.
31
You
50.
fail.
You never know, you might roll a 1.
You pass, yeah.
Yay!
Garrett. He's good. He's good today. He's not feeling himself.
It's not that he's not afraid. It's just he's more afraid of how much we're going to take the piss out of him. He shits himself again.
He's no, he is afraid. He just doesn't show it because he's wearing a nappy ready for today.
This is so mean to Garrett's character. He's gonna come back and he's gonna last shot me in the back of the head the first chance he gets.
That's the reason why he didn't want to be in the void suit, is because the smell would get trapped in there with him.
Oh man.
That is exactly it. Yeah. So you turn on the thermal, and do you actually see in thermal, or is it just the ability to see the infrared light on the torch? I think that thermal goggles are like a thing called Prey Sense Mask, so I'm not sure if you get that ability, because that is normally a pretty hard to get item. I mean, your Augur Ray roll was, well, your awareness roll.
It's just an infrared torch.
Yeah,
I think.
Yeah, so you don't really see that, but however, your Augur Array roll was good enough that you do detect that there is one single heartbeat down the end of the hallway.
I just slap the center of Garrus's chest with the back of my hand.
Huh?
One of them is still alive.
Which one?
I begin moving with some purpose towards where the Augur Array is detecting the heartbeat.
Okay, you start moving down the corridor. As you start moving down, Branda, Cassius, you get to the open doorway. You using the stab light, Carolinus?
Yes.
Okay, in which case you suddenly see crucified all the way down people, bolts through their arms, holding them wide, and through their ankles. Some of them ankles apart, some of them together.
Sorry, guys. If it weren't for the fact that my torch doesn't work that way, I would have been infrared and you'd have been fine. But no.
Yeah, I want you to make
so we can brace ourselves and get bonuses.
Fear tests at +20.
Do I have to make that too?
Yep.
Okay.
+20.
Yes. You're used to
might
it.
be okay.
Oh no, Branda, no.
Nope.
Oh no. Oh no.
I'm gonna fade it.
Oh, I hope you do, because that's like proper.
Only
You're gonna
have-
go into a complete rage or panic mode and start shooting everyone else.
So Brandon,
I've only got one fate. I want to save it for when I get murdered.
Okay, Cassius passes on the second attempt. He momentarily
66%.
feels his way to fear, but his training as a psyker.
Out of
his ability
curiosity,
to-
though, what would have a critical fail, a natural 100 been on a fear test?
Well, you already get bonuses the more you fail on the fear test, so it would just be +4 degrees. It would just be +40 on the fear test.
Okay.
There's no real because you already get pluses for the amount you fail by.
I would have liked it if it would have been something like on Firefly, where that guy who'd been exposed to Reavers became a Reaver. Just started cutting people
Yes,
because that's all
Cassius,
they'd
you
seen.
become a Reaver.
Game over. Character dead.
You instantly gain 100 corruption for Khorne. That's more Slanesh, actually, really. Yeah, so Branda, you failed by a +60. So roll a d100, add 60.
Can I try and command him out of it? Apparently, I have that ability. I can make a command check
Sure,
to snap
make a
somebody
command
out of
check.
fear.
But that'll be to snap him out. So Branda, roll your...
I roll a 99. Well, I guess we are going to find out what a really high
Panic
fear
grips his
is.
character. You must flee the source of your fear if able as fast as you can. If prevented from doing so, can only take half actions. You instantly step backwards into the 0G and kick off, soaring up through the stairwell.
Cassius is like, Branda!
Cassius shouts out to you, but
Yeah, I tried.
you're gone.
It's going to be so bad if he trips over that corpse as he's running away and says,
Oh, no.
I'm just like grabbing onto railings from the stairs as I go to like propel myself quicker.
So have we all decided as a group to all take jaded yet? Have we learned this lesson yet? We all
I think
just
we
need to
should get it
spend
for
the
free
200
after this.
and get jaded.
We've
Apparently
seen
seeing
so
hundreds
much
of dead
mundane horror
bodies.
that we've seen so much mundane horror at this point that we should be immune to it in all future missions.
you know how that works? Is you get experience at the end of the session, and then you get jaded.
But I don't want to spend it on that. I want to spend it on gun things.
Well, then you can keep pulling yourself and running away.
Pretty
It's
much.
a very simple transaction. What do you want
just
more, gun stuff or not pooing stuff? It's really one or the other.
Yeah, Branda,
I'm
make
just
me
flying off
a
into the
snap out
distance
of it
going
check.
Emperor, save us.
Yeah.
Is that
Make a willpower check.
okay?
Just think, if you
This
weren't wearing the
doesn't help
void
the
suit, your
situation.
poop would be propelling you faster.
Yeah, he's just flying down the hallway with
failed
shit
that by
kind of-
miles.
Wow, like a bottle rocket of
Make me
shit.
2 more non-willpower checks.
Number 2, number 3. Fail.
Okay, so we'll come back to you in a minute. At the moment, you're like basically back at the top of the hallway, looking down the stairwell, holding onto the banister, sort of shivering and rocking. Whereas Cassius is shouting back up at you, going, "Come on!"
This is so infuriatingly out of Brando's character.
I look at Carolina and say, "What is it with these people?"
Meanwhile, Carolinus and Garrett, you move up the row of people. All of them have the dog tags of the platoon. And you eventually make your way towards the one who you can see vaguely the very faint rising and falling of the chest. Very slow. The chest itself looks like it's been flayed. The skin has been removed. You can see the musculature among the ribs. The cartilage attaching the sternum to each individual rib as well.
Okay, so beyond the obvious, like that he's been effectively eviscerated, is he a human shape? Like, are his arms and legs still attached, etc., etc., or he's just crucified?
It's a she, actually, and
sorry.
the legs and arms are still attached.
Okay. So, what did you say about the chest? Basically, she's had her chest and her torso skinned and peeled open?
Fully skinned, and the skin has been peeled back, like someone was
so
maybe
we've got breast tissue and then muscle and bone.
Musculature, fat, and then the obvious rib cage that you can see peeking out underneath. There's sort of a light layer of that very thin muscle that is over the top of your ribs has been peeled back to be able to expose that.
Okay, as I step up, I bring the stab light in low. I'm not shining it directly in her face, but I'm shining it at the dog tags. Can I see the name?
Sure, yeah. You pick them up, and it's Jeanette Weiss.
What rank?
She is a corporal.
Corporal Weiss. Are you where? I'm clearly unsure whether to say alive or not, because I can see if she's alive, but it's like, yeah, you don't look it.
You're gonna be okay, buddy. You're gonna be all right. He's not gonna be all right.
It's not safe. They're here. Hunting.
Am I here for this? Did I follow him in?
Did you want to?
Sure.
Okay.
Brandon's like, bye, Brandon. You're on your
I don't
own,
have to
buddy.
make any more fear checks, right?
I just carried on. I'm just
all
here
right.
flashing back to my days in the Orc Wars.
Yeah.
Yep.
I look to Gareth, I look to Cassius, and I look back to her. I'm like, my face more or less says it all about her odds of surviving, but I'm going to try and stabilize her, or at least try to sustain her for a time. Like, sure. I imagine she's deeply critical, but...
Yeah, she's pretty deeply critical.
She's been flayed, bro.
I'm an amazing chirurgeon, damn. Okay, so it's just a Medicaid test?
Yeah, just
she looks like a wall rug. I mean, if you pull this off, more power to you.
20 versus 62.
She is nearly certain to be dead within the next 12 hours, but you managed to just about start stabilizing her a little bit, pumping her full of fluids, trying to regulate her heartbeat, which is starting to get a little bit erratic.
I'm literally, the heart, you could see it. And then I just inject it. And just, I'm more or less manually controlling your life support system at this point.
Yeah, pretty much. You pretty much sure you can push it to the max of that 12 hours, if not further, provided you give it a bit of attention and so on. But you think you could maybe eke out a little bit more life out of there. I mean, if you were really successful and gave her a lot of attention, you might actually possibly make her live if you were really lucky.
Well, I mean,
tough.
That's not particularly my goal at the moment, but it's not my goal at the same time. Right now, Caroline is, this is a pretty dangerous situation. So the first thing he's trying to do is stabilize her so she doesn't just die from shock, and also keep her at least awake and conscious enough that she can answer questions and effectively trying to numb pain, trying to take away obvious mental distractions. He's using her name a lot. He's trying to talk her and keep her focused on him and directly connecting, trying to make connection with things that she would, like I said, using her name so that she's in the now and not feeling threatened.
Well, if you want to, just feel free to add that in as you talk to her.
Okay. Sorry, it was Corporal...
Jeanette Weiss.
Corporal Weiss.
I don't know if I could stay calm if I was flayed all over a wall. I think
She's
that's
been
the point
flayed
at which
over a wall for a
calmness
little
ends.
while. Caroline, you would guess that she's been flayed all over this wall for about 24 hours.
Oh.
Okay. How, like you said, her skin was peeled back.
Mm-hmm.
The skin's still there.
You can
It's
try
just been
and
peeled back.
you can try and pin it back in place if you want.
I'm gonna just put that back.
Yeah,
The thing is,
putting the skin back.
Putting the skin back won't necessarily connect all the nerve endings, and
No.
to do so, you would probably want to clean the wound first, and it would be very painful to remove that. If you were to do so, you'd probably want to make sure she was doped up to her eyeballs. So if you want to ask her questions, you can't do that
Yeah,
after
asking
that.
her questions now. I look to Cassius. I shake my head. I can support her for now. If we can get her to treatment, there must be a medical bay here on the station. I may be able to do more.
Hunting.
She is alert.
Hunting us.
I look at her. I say, Corporal, we've killed one of them. Do you know how many there were? We've already killed one, and I show her the helmet.
As he shows that, I immediately, almost preemptively start trying to regulate her. And I just reach out and I push the helmet back down. It's dead, Corporal. It's dead. But how many more were there? And I tried to get that out. He's like, no, don't show her the thing.
Carolinus, please make a command roll.
He's going to be crap.
While he's doing that, I say, Corporal, if you open your mind to me, you can serve the Emperor before you go.
No, 46 verse 12. I can't easily do command.
She turns her head ever so slightly, and with that, you can see that the skin that is still open just up to the beginning of her collarbone tears slightly in places where the plasma has started to congeal. And she seems to be going through an extreme, just sheer force of will to be able to just turn her head enough. One more.
I'm focusing all my attention on just trying to keep her alive at the moment.
Corporal, do you wish to serve the Emperor one more time?
Emperor protect.
And with that, I place my hand on her forehead and I dive into her brain. As far as I know, I've only got to roll to manifest the power if she lets me in.
Yeah, you just have to manifest. She won't resist.
Okay. So can I take 10 on that or something? We don't have time.
You
do we?
don't
This is
have
kind of a
10.
Oh yeah.
You
said
showed her
24
the skull
hours.
of.
She's fine.
You showed her the helmet of the person who tortured her. She's literally dying in front of you. You've done it.
Come on.
I can't believe you did that, dude.
24 hours.
Dude!
Believe me. She was like, please, you bullshit. And I was like, helmet. Like, she tried to tell me I was a
Dude.
liar.
You are so bad at this. You are banned from my med bay from now on. You can talk through Vox. That's it.
09. With that, you dive into her mind, and what do you look for? Like, it's fragmenting around you as panic starts to overtake it.
Is there no, like, while he's doing this, my goal as a chirurgeon is to keep her alive. Like, and she's going into a panic attack. Would there be no way that I
She's
would
not
be
just going
able
into a
to
panic
tell her?
attack.
Oh, I
Her
know.
heart is starting to fail. You can make a Medicaid test to make sure that Cassius can survive this.
Is there no way that I would be able
Medicaid
to, like,
test.
because if someone's starting to go into, like, shock, can't you just basically put them into a chemical-induced coma? Stop them from panicking to death.
The problem is by now, like, her heart was on the edge. The problem is that she's bled out a certain amount, but also a lot of the plasma has come through the open skin. She's effectively just got a very, very low blood pressure to the point that her heart couldn't cope with that shock. You can medicate
I
her.
transfuse Cassius.
You can medicate her to survive longer.
Yeah, I'll try. I'm going to try and keep her alive. 42.62.
She might survive another minute, whereas she was literally about to die within seconds. as her heart effectively just doesn't have that blood to pump, and it's just trying.
That was at Psi rating 2 with 8 degrees of success. I should be able to put together a sequence of events pretty rapidly with that amount of success. Like, that's a pretty...
How far does that go back to in time?
I think it's... Ooh, I'd have to look it up. I think it's left open to GM discretion, but like the higher the Psi rank you cast it at, the more information you get, and then I think it also takes into account degrees of success as well for like the specificity of the details or something like that. I don't recall really.
Okay, I guess we'll like rule it as like what? Psi ranking 1 would be like an hour, Psi ranking 2 24 hours, Psi ranking 3 a week, Psi ranking 4 a month or something. Something like that? Unless it says specifically.
It's all up to you, man, because I have no idea.
Okay.
I can find the table while you're meandering about it.
Sure. So effectively, I'll give you, unless the table says otherwise, I'll give you effectively just more than 24 hours because you got a lot of degrees of success as well, and you get full specificity. So you dive into her mind, and you instantly become first person to someone holding an auto rifle.
Oh yeah, I've got it, by the way.
What is it?
It's so I read their thoughts, and you determine the nature of the information gained. The more degrees of success you get on the focus power test, the more information you gain overall. The higher the Psi ranking, the more secretive and guarded the information gained.
So there's no like time ago. It's just fine.
Yeah, I'm just reading her mind, and since she opened her mind to me, I assume I get all the secrets anyways. That's what I would guess, because normally it's a pose test.
You go back a few days, and the transport ship arrives in system. As soon as that happens, the lieutenant comes forwards and tells her that to get her squad ready. They're moving in system. The Inquisition ship has already docked, and they're to go dock and facilitate the clearing of the station. A few days later, it's about a day later when you get there. They go through, the station seems to be deserted, and they move further in, looking for signs of the Inquisition team. As that happens, some of their forward scouts stop responding. Occasionally they get garbled responses of shadows hunting them. She then leads her crew down towards the generatorium to secure the area, while another one heads up to the command area. They quickly have radio interference from the somewhat disturbed field of electronics that seem to be just plaguing the station. A lot of the systems are turned off. In places, the gravity's gone. Some of the rooms are depressurized. She makes her way, along with the rest of her squad, into the area down below, and immediately people start getting sniped left and right. People falling to the ground, wounds seeping this sort of black vein sort of coloration, people screaming in pain, others knife wounds, blood coagulated very quickly as it comes out of the wound, almost like they've been poisoned. She starts to sort of move a couple of her crew further in, and they hold up in one of the back areas. A few hours later, they start to try and make their way out, to try and make contact, and they notice that people have been crucified down this area. Very quickly, she's blindsided. 2 on her group are taken out. She switches to a las pistol as her auto rifle goes spent as she fires into the darkness. This las pistol was given to her by her father, who was in the Imperial Guard before her, and she fires off into the darkness. She manages to connect one shot, and it bounces off the armor of whatever is stalking her as the thing lunges forwards and pins her to the wall. One hand with long, thin, black talons pushing her up, digging the nails into the back of her neck. Holds her there. Some sort of laugh, shrill, very high-pitched, comes over the speakers of its helmet, amplified into her face, and it makes her deeply, deeply afraid. She shudders, and the thing then pulls out these iron bolts. She found them earlier inside the generatorium. They're often used to make sure that machinery can be stapled to prefab walls, or used to hold heavy machinery in place. And it shoves one of them into her wrist, and she squeals in pain. It continues to do the rest of the other parts of her wrist and her legs, and then starts going to town with a wickedly curved, sharp blade. This one very small, almost like a letter opener as it starts opening up her chest. She passes out, but is brought around again by some sort of toxin that is injected into her. The last one of her group alive, the others slowly dying over the course of the next few hours. And that brings us to now.
Okay, so I snap back out of her mind.
You take 1 point of insanity from having to hear the details and witness that.
All right. And as I pop out, I shake my head for a moment. I say, Carolinus, she's not savable, is she? She's about to go.
I'm going to admit it. She was before you showed her the helmet, but I'm still trying. I won't give up until there's no hope.
Would you say that you're never going to give her up?
I will staple you to this wall in her place and transfuse your blood into her if you actually say that in character.
No, it was out of character.
I'm not heartless. I'm warning you.
You're ruining the moment out of character.
If it becomes an in-character thing.
With this, Branda, can you make me an awareness check at a -40?
Oh no! It's gonna happen to Branda. You're
I'm
gonna show
just
him the
curled
helmet
up
as well.
in a ball at the top of the 0G. It's like that bit in Gravity. I'm just done. Yeah, my target was -9, so...
Okay.
Still critical
Well, the
success.
31.
I'm desperately just pumping her for whatever medical supplies I have, trying my best to prevent bleeding. I'm hooking her up to I'm basically bypassing weak arteries, anything I can do to try and stimulate her to survive.
Oh, God.
Branda. Suddenly,
It's
in
nice
the back
that
of
with-
your skull, just off to the side of your spine, just below where your brain starts, but into that gap between your jaw, there's a sudden push of what feels like a cold metallic sensation as something slips between your skin and into the bone. You take...
Like how the target was 98 for that hit. You rolled 90.
It'd still have been a fail if he'd rolled 95 or more.
8 pen 2.
At the head? That's harsh.
Uh,
That'd be harsh
that will
even for me.
be... that'll be 4 damage to me.
By the way, plus 30 if the target is unaware, and plus 20 for an aim action. So how much do you take?
I took 4 from that.
Okay. I need to make a toughness roll at -20.
We may need
If
a
he
new...
shrieks, he might shriek the same way she did. Cassius will be like, my Branda senses are tingling.
I
I
did
gotta
it!
go shake the helmet.
11 out
Branda,
of
you
20.
feel a throbbing cold sensation start to take the side of your face. You feel it go numb, and pain suddenly start to sear like wildfire throughout your face and your chest. You just about manage to steel yourself and throw this off as you feel one of your eyes pulse and start to go bloodshot, and you manage to just about, through sheer force of will, keep your senses about you. Please make a willpower check. By now, you'd be at a plus 50.
All right,
failed
that
as
should help.
well.
It's entirely possible.
Come on, Branda, we believe in you. Do not fail us.
Failed 99. Do I fate this?
I would
Branda,
definitely fate this.
Pay respects. Pay F to respect
That's
it,
Branda.
man.
I'm
They already
spending my
up-
final fate.
Yeah, they voted you off the island already on Reddit, man. They said you were going to be the first one to go. Don't let them be right.
I don't know.
Lasted at least longer than Gareth.
Come on.
Garrett.
33
Yes.
out of 78.
Excellent.
And I have no fate left now.
Please roll me
go.
initiative. Just you. Let me
right.
just destroy everyone else on the map. Do.
I'm just gonna shout into the micro bead. I'm not
On your
saying any
initiative. On your
particular
initiative.
words. At the soonest possible opportunity, I'm just gonna be like, ah!
Ah!
Wait. Is that...
Khan?
Khan!
Okay,
He destroyed my book.
you rolled your initiative
I
yet?
was thinking more Sly
My
Marbo.
initiative button was hidden by the initiative tracker. There it is. 5.
Okay, well, the unknown attacker goes first with a 15 initiative.
Sorry,
Aiming,
man.
twirling its blade around its hand. It goes in for another stab. That's plus 10 for aim, plus 10 for single shot. Oh, I didn't do the plus 10 for single shot on the last attack. That doesn't matter. So it's plus 20.
He's already at 98. It's not gonna.
Yeah, but he had a lot of pluses because he was completely unawares before, and he could take a whole action to aim.
Yeah, he could have done no plus 10 and then done a cooled shot, but... oh, no, he did do a cooled shot anyway. It's fine. So he's going to go for another attack. To hit with a plus 20.
No, it rolled from a 90 over. I was so excited.
I'm just saying this now, Branda. I'm not sure we're going to get there to you in time. You covered a lot of distance
Yeah,
while you were
we're
running.
We're gonna need a new Imperial Navy liaison.
When you said I run away as fast as possible, I was really hoping it would be slowly clumping up the stairs in the heavy suit.
No, as fast as possible for you would be just going, fuck it. Do you want to dodge that?
Oh yeah, I can do that thing. I will do that thing.
I'm being generous and asking. Normally, this is for the players to call out.
Modifiers?
You're in 0G.
Yeah,
Minus
you
20.
don't. You should have asked that. It's like minus.
Oh no!
I was gonna.
It's only fair that I check these
Yeah,
things.
no, I was gonna say.
I fail by miles.
You try and dodge and then realize that your mag boots are now stuck on, and you go. Whoop, whoop.
I would imagine that
You see
like I
so
just
back and it's
like
flat.
I try and dodge, but I'm like, wait, I'm not in contact with anything. I've got nothing to push off of. I just sort
love
of
that.
stretch.
He's just like flailing around, just kind of wobbling
It's like,
in place.
wait, this doesn't work.
When I was going through the girls' memories, did I?
I rolled a 1. I'm going to elect to replace that with the
But you
5
need
that
to
I can. I can only get up to 5 because it's a D5. So that is 8 pen 2. Don't know why it says a 1 there. 1 plus 3. Why is that 7? Why is that 7?
But that's in the torso.
No,
sorry, the
yeah,
left
I
arm.
realize why that is. That is, yeah, that is 11 points of damage pen 2.
In the left arm.
In the...
This is the part where I die.
Left arm, yeah.
Right. Was it 11
Don't worry.
pen 2?
Don't worry, Branda.
I take
if
6.
You die,
Okay, you take 6.
I am 1 into critical.
Okay.
if you don't get there in
no.
time, I'll use you to transfuse into the dying girl. I'll save at least one of you.
Make a toughness test at minus 20.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Uh-huh.
I could smell fate burning on the breeze.
He hasn't got any more fate.
No, but he can burn it even if he's used it
Oh yeah,
to
that's a good
save
point.
himself.
Is that like is that the point where he goes, you die, and then I go, I spend fate to not do that thing?
Yeah, you
Or can I
burn it
just start doing
permanently.
that?
You
And then
drop
I
whatever you're
presume
holding
she-
in that hand. What? You had a semi-pistol, didn't you?
Yes.
That semi-pistol... off into the stairwell.
Good job I have like 5 other pistols.
It's
You
going quite nicely as well.
quick
Blue
draw.
Danube all over again.
Along with the blood from your torn left arm. You fail the toughness test, which means that you will take an additional 1
Oh
d10.
no!
Oh, no.
2!
Oh, thank-
Yay!
You take
That's
2 more
okay,
points
so
of
I'm-
damage.
So now I'm -3 to the right arm.
Yeah, so... the attack shreds your arm to ribbons, causing the target to scream in pain. He drops anything that's holding in the hand and must make a challenging toughness test or suffer blood loss. So make me a toughness test.
Oh,
Crying out
dear
loud.
God.
Thank God like toughness is actually fairly decent.
You know what you have to do, Brander. You know what you have to do.
You
Did
are now
work.
bleeding! Congratulations.
Inside my
Um,
suit, or is my suit just like falling off?
Oh, no, your suit is, like, the arm is, like, cut open around there, and, like, there's a massive tear and blood is streaming out
On the
now.
plus side, if you're bleeding really hard, it'll actually jet you away. Slice your wrists. Bleed.
Okay, you're on -3. You're bleeding out. You've lost one of your pistols. It's your go. What are you going to do, Brandon? Let's kick in with some high, tense music.
Pray for
Holy
salvation to
crap.
call.
Okay.
Dude, you gotta go out like a man right now. You just gotta take them with you.
I really
Pray
wish
for
I had
salvation.
the ability to wield the chainsaw and pistol at the same time, because I have to pick one.
Wait, you're gonna fight?
Or
Okay, sure.
oh wait, no. Can I run? Like, are we? How does this work?
Up to you.
Effectively, you can move to try and move away. If you spend an action, you can move your agility bonus number of meters, and they don't get to attack you. Or you can just do a run, which you're in 0G. It'd be an acrobatics check, and you just
Your
launch
agility
yourself
counts as
down.
minus 20 because you're in 0G, though.
Yeah.
Bear that in mind.
Or you can do that, but they will get to attack you because you're not using disengage action. It's up to you. It's very risky either way. Either you can stay and fight, or you can try and run.
So I'd only go 2 meters if I tried to disengage.
Yeah.
He would just close that and then attack me.
Yeah.
I'm a fight back.
Okay.
So what happens if you are to use a weapon that you don't have a specialty in?
Minus 20.
Minus 20.
Okay. Because I could draw the Spitfire bolt pistol that I possess.
And punch a hole in the hull, killing everyone without a voice.
He doesn't have one though, so he
Actually-
doesn't care anymore. He's going out anyways.
Or I could draw the chainsword and do things with that.
Or you could do a Carolinus and be like, I'm going to save everyone else through heroic sacrifice. Pull the pins on your grenades and just latch onto the guy.
Yeah,
Not
buddy,
bad.
and then burn fate. You're not gonna die, but he will.
What's the point? There's no one else in danger. You're all miles away. When he gets to you,
By
you're
the way,
kill him.
For us next game, stop
You
being so
screamed in
selfish.
pain. Everyone else, you can join the initiative tracker. You only get to attack next turn, though.
Come save me for the love of the Emperor.
I'm saving someone else right now. I
like
think you're
two
just
HP
crying
left,
because
man.
you're upset.
How about we're gonna barricade this room, and if you get here, you get here.
Okay, Brandon, what do you want to do?
Right, yeah.
I
I'm
like that.
using
Cassius,
quick
that
draw.
was mean, but really cool.
I'm using quick draw to draw my chainsword with my free hand.
Okay.
And then how would it work if I was to press the little switch on the side of it? Would this be a good move?
Not bad.
Oh,
Yeah, Prometheum that fool.
yeah, you can do that if you want.
Yeah, buddy.
All right,
Fire
I'm
in
gonna.
space looks in 0G looks very good. It's like waves of liquid death.
All right, I'm gonna point the chainsaw at him and press the button on it, and it's going to be a flamer and flame the crap out of him.
Okay.
Use the flintlock. Somebody said use the flintlock.
I considered. I have it.
Shit, wrong one. Okay, Brando, you pull out the chainsaw, left hand, that's the one that's 3, and you point it like you go. What's it called? Point on. I can't remember the term for it. And it tilts its head almost quizzically at you, like, huh? And then you go click.
Do you know?
I get to make an agility check to dodge. However, I'm in 0G. That's a minus 20 to my agility. I've got good agility, but minus 20.
Aren't they also like in a hallway? Like where are you gonna dodge to?
They're kind of in the stairwell at the moment.
Because I think the rules for AOE is that he has to be able to dodge out of the cone itself.
No,
Or
it's just an
something like
agility
that.
check not to be hit.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's not it for flamers.
I'm just gonna set the whole room on fire. I'm going everywhere with this.
Passed.
Lies.
I'm looking up the rule.
Okay, feel free to look up the rule. But I was going to get you to look up blood loss.
I don't want him to look up blood loss.
That'll come next. I'm stalling.
I
Okay.
don't want him to look it up.
Look quick.
This is like
I
when
don't
the
want him to know.
this is like the kid at the spelling bee asking like the root definition and like where it came from.
Okay. Race you.
I mean, I can do
Spray.
it with like
Blah,
flail
blah,
it
blah,
around
blah, blah,
everywhere.
blah.
Right?
Water doesn't make a ballistic skill check. All creatures in the path in a 30-degree arc make a challenging agility test to suffer 1 hit from the weapon. Yeah, we go. I passed the agility check.
So he just doesn't get hit.
He just doesn't get hit. As you point with the flamer, it goes, huh?
Blood loss is a condition that can result from critical damage. At the start of his turn, an afflicted character suffers 1 level of fatigue, Once per round, as a free action, he or another character who can reach him can attempt a difficult -10 Medicae test to remove this condition. The GM should modify the test as needed if the character is performing a strenuous activity or under attack, or if the subject is not in active combat or using more actions.
So
note that multiple blood loss conditions do not stack.
So is that a toughness test every turn or take a point of fatigue?
It is 1 level of fatigue. There's no test.
You take a fatigue every turn then. Okay, Brandy, you have a point of fatigue.
That felt really anticlimactic.
And
because
there's now droplets
is it a half
of
action?
They're half action to attack, yeah. And also there's droplets of burning promethium now floating around in 0G.
Well, it's got to hit him as much as me, right?
But it's not really an attack now so much as just tiny bits of promethium floating around. But maybe. You've got half action left.
Yeah, what can I do with that? What's I can get away but get hit, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, crap. Is there anything else I could do in that? Because I can't do any more attacking, can I?
No.
Wait, because the exterminator counts as a ranged weapon, does that mean I can also fire my pistol at the same time?
Yes.
I'll do that then. Damn, I should have fired that first, and then he would have dodged that.
Alas, he did not plan. Brandon does not think very well on his feet when he's also pooping himself.
Well, I was firing flames from a chainsaw.
He didn't dodge.
Ambiguous.
He made his standard agility check. Everyone gets a standard agility check. It's not a dodge.
Oh.
You simply...
Right, this is semi-automatic, so this is -10, right? Or is there differences?
So it's a -10 because you'd... No, it's a flat roll. And this is the semi-auto, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is a flat roll.
Right.
You're in combat, so there's no negatives or positives. Anyone? Nope.
And I failed massively.
The bullets, ting, 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 away from the metal behind him. Right, is everyone enjoying the initiative tracker?
Yep.
Okay, let me add Garrett to that as well then.
So I still have a half action. I don't know what to do with it. I don't want to disengage because I'll get hit.
To stop your bleeding.
So I can do that.
Free action, that one, and you'll still have the half action there.
Oh, reaction.
But it's a... No, it's a free action.
Oh, right. I'll do that then. Is that a medical?
-10, but the GM can impose additional penalties if you're in combat or in a state of high duress.
You're in combat.
etc.
It'll be a -20.
All right. Is it intelligence, agility, or perception?
I will, if you want to upgrade it to take the extra half action, I will make it just a -10.
It's a Medicae test.
I'll just try it normally. But yeah, but Medicae can be intelligence, agility, or perception. I'm hoping you'll say agility because that's my best one.
Intelligence.
Oh. And
I can't imagine
20,
how this is the agility. I agilely put out of my flames.
I have to quickly stop the bleeding. I don't know.
Nope. What do you want to do the last half
-9?
action? I've got to be quick now. Come on, half action.
I could maneuver. Opposed weapon skill test. If character wins, move enemy 1 meter.
That's an attack.
Is it?
Attack
It
subtype.
says movement.
Does it?
Subtypes melee movement, or does the melee count
Melee,
as attack?
yep, it's a type attack.
No, attack is a separate kind of subtype.
Melee shouldn't be a subtype, it should be attack. I don't think melee is a subtype, I think there must be a misprint. Because maneuver is effectively you try and, like, attack feint and stuff to try and move them into a different position. It's effectively an attack. I'm really sure that should be attack, not melee.
Pull the pin.
Okay, are you going to do anything with the half action, or are we going to...
I don't think there's anything that I can do that will help me here. Just
Okay.
make me more likely to die.
The character in front of you smiles wickedly. Half action, pulls off the helmet, revealing dark black hair, whips around in 0G. Very elfin-like, very slender face, long, haughty, bone-like structure with very sharp eyebrows. They smile and jab at you with a knife. That is a +10 because I'm doing a single attack. you want to try and dodge?
Yep.
Minus 20 because 0G.
Didn't dodge it.
Nope.
Branda's not ready to die yet.
I rolled the max damage of 5. I also need to now roll to see whether this is a crit. 2, it's a crit. It's not a crit. Okay. 11 pen 2. To the leg.
Everyone's saying parry. I can't parry. Shush. My parry is terrible.
Stop reading chat. Focus on what you're meant to be doing.
You're stressing,
I've
Brander.
taken 11 pen 2 to the leg.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I am on -9.
Oh, so close. So close. It's going to take me weeks to put you back together.
He might have cool robot legs and shit when he comes
That's
back.
that's what I'm hoping. Best case
They're gonna be
scenario, robot leg. Worst case scenario, dead.
No, worst case scenario is worse than death. Worst case scenario is you live. The rest of us die, and they take a long time killing you.
With a meaty chop, the leg comes away at the hip. The target pitches to the ground, howling in agony, before
Or
dying.
spins around in 0G.
Spins around in 0G, before dying.
Before dying?
So is this the point where I burn fate? How does this change it?
You just lower your maximum by 1.
But
In a
then what does
single
that
bloody
do
hack,
to-
the target's leg is lopped off, spurting its vital fluids across the ground. The target must immediately make a challenging toughness test, which you don't have to do. If he survives, he is stunned for 1d10 rounds and suffers blood loss. He also suffers a lost leg condition. Now, the benefit there is you don't have to make a toughness test to suffer from toxic damage, because the toxic damage is in the leg.
Hooray!
Gotta look at the silver linings.
So,
Upshot.
reduce your fate permanently by 1. So your fate
Done.
threshold goes down. You lose your right leg as it
Is
comes
that your
away with a
favorite
chop.
leg? Tell us truthfully.
You are stunned for 1d10
Probably,
rounds. I'll roll this now. 7 rounds.
Have you got 7 fate, Branda? I have a feeling that you may need to use them all.
The Emperor himself comes down and blesses me with extra fate.
Okay.
That's the
you
only
got
way
leg.
that I could get out of this.
I thought that Fate was kind of like Burning Edge, where the GM has to come up with like a way for them to survive now. Did I get that wrong?
It moves it up the table to a point where you survive. But normally you go unconscious or whatever. Like, effectively, Brander is out of the fight for the moment. 7 rounds is long enough for him to be out of the fight anyway.
That's not nearly as
I'm
awesome
not
as Shadow
threatening him out
Run.
of the Dark Eldar, right? So he's just gonna leave and go kill the other guys, right? Please.
Probably gonna drag you off to his torture dungeon.
Yeah. You're going to go to the fungeon.
Gonna make you into a wall rug like this lady. I'm about to dive into your brain to get your secrets.
How
Carolinus.
I go with the sounds of your agony.
Carolinus, you're up.
Okay. So could you just quickly, because this has been a while now since it happened, can you recount what Carolinus would have perceived
You heard a
based on what
scream.
just happened? Was that it? Literally
Yeah.
just a scream? There's, of
It
course
was
there
Branda.
knives. No,
You might have heard
no
me
shots
say-
or anything like that.
You might have heard me say burn Xeno at one point, and I did fire some shots, yeah, but they missed.
Well, with the sound of the
Yeah,
flame,
you'd
would
heard
that-
them. No, you wouldn't have heard the sound
Okay.
of the flamer, not where you were.
Okay. Oh, the problem is Carolinus is literally just sat here. He's half connected to this woman who's dying because Cassius is careless. I'm going to turn to Cassius. That sounded like Branda. What's happening? I'm going to not medicate, and I'm going to start unhooking from this woman.
You can just do that as simple action effectively. That's fine.
I take my las pistol out, and I take control of her like chin real fast, and I'd say, "You've served the Emperor well. My apologies." And I put her out of her misery real fast.
Okay. One shot to the head. You're down a shot. She is very dead. Carolinus, you still actually have the full action left.
Oh, okay. That was all 3 actions. Okay. Well, fair
Oh, I
enough.
thought we were out of combat now since it was so far away.
Oh, no. You're still in
No,
combat.
no.
Oh.
We're in combat.
More specifically, Brander's
Oh.
Brander's lifeless body's
Yeah.
in combat.
Okay. Well, given that she's dead, I begin to protest, but given Brander's recent scream, instead, I simply. How far away am I from the ladder? Because you said we were about 30
Not a ladder, stairwell.
meters in. The stairwell. You said we were about 30 meters down
About
this corridor.
40 meters, yeah. How far can
Okay.
you run with a full action?
But 18 meters. So I'm going to start running 18
Okay,
meters.
you run 18 meters. You're now 22 meters away from the opening to that stairwell. Cassius, do you do the same?
Absolutely not. I'm staying inside the room, and I'm holding up here. Brander's gone.
Okay,
Traitor.
you hold it where you are. I mean, it took you a half action to the shot anyway.
Why am I gonna run into a wide open hallway to get shot just like Brander did? I'm staying in cover.
I'm still
isn't this-
alive.
We're in the same
still-
room. We've not gone into anywhere that's got like closed off. This is all one room that branches straight off the stairwell, is it not?
It's one
I
big,
thought we
long
went
corridor.
into a room.
The
He
stairwell
ran
sort of
away
through
down
a
the
door.
corridor when he was scared.
No,
No,
he
you're not in
ran
a room. You're
up.
in one big, long corridor. He went up the stairwell.
Yeah, we definitely need a map for stuff like this in the future
Yeah,
because
we
I've been
really
visualizing
do,
it
to
wrong
be
the
honest
entire
with
gameplay. Like,
I'm not making a map of an entire several kilometer large space station. No.
we just gotta make the hallways or whatever,
I-
just little white
I
squares. or
totally
whatever,
bet
so we
that
can see the
Splat
structure.
would do that as a GM. I'm not picking favorites or anything.
Anyway-
It's the thing,
but I
you
bet
make-
he
you
would.
make-
Anyway, Garrett chases after you, Carolinus. He can move a lot further than you, actually. Let me just double check how far he can move.
You guys are playing right into the Eldar's plan right now, just trickling in one by one to get murdered.
Well, yeah, they wouldn't have to trickle in one by one if you came with them, though, would they?
I can't keep up with them
No,
anyways. I
man.
move like 2 meters a turn. We're better off staying where we are and making it come to us.
He runs 30 meters. He takes over and passes Carolinus. Next turn.
Is the gravity the same down here?
The gravity's... You've got gravity. Don't worry, you can run pretty fast.
We've got gravity down
Yeah.
in this area. Okay,
Yeah,
that's fine.
it's only as soon as you
Okay.
get to the
Just-
stairwell that the gravity cuts out.
Just reminding
Um,
you that Garrett is not wearing a suit, has loads of agility, and is a really good shot. Please have him save me.
Okay, Brander.
Not begging, or Carolinus won't even medicate you at the end of it. He'll just put you out of your cowardly misery.
The dark shape that has severed your leg floats over towards you. You lose consciousness as it does something to you.
That's to rub itself against your body in the eerily xenosexy way.
Carolinus, do you run again? 18 meters. You're now, what, 14 meters away?
Well, I was 22 behind, but yeah, I'll run 18 meters.
Yeah, okay. Cassius, you staying where you are?
No, I shake my head and I say this fething stupidity, and then I take off after him.
Oh, what's your run speed?
And my microbead was open when I said that.
Okay. Carolinus doesn't hear you. Carolinus doesn't have microbead anymore. No, you retrieved it, didn't you? That's fine. How far do you run?
No, I didn't retrieve it. It's still there. I can
far do
hear
you
him,
run?
though. Right, let's...
Oh, terrible. It's like 2 times 4, whatever it is, or 2 times 6, or it's 12, I guess.
12. Okay, so you are 28 meters away from the doorway. That makes it Garrett. Garrett runs. He actually has enough momentum to make it into the stairwell, so he continues sailing through the zero G of the stairwell.
Isn't run 3 times your normal move, by the way?
It's on your sheet if you want to find it.
Mine is 3 times.
That makes it Brandy unconscious. I'm gonna make a awareness check.
I've got 6 rounds left till I'm back, just in case
Nope.
it matters.
You are not stunned anymore. You're unconscious.
Yeah,
Okay.
you've been piling on fatigue every round.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you're bleeding out. You won't actually make it there. You will get unconscious first, and you might actually die from blood loss. But the
like,
thing has
maybe
actually
I'll
come
be-
over and made you unconscious before you got to that.
Oh.
I'm going to use one of Garrett's fate points.
As an aside, may I ask how fatigue works? Like, at what point it becomes fatal?
It becomes fatal when you get, like, a lot of it. Effectively, you don't have to worry about this most of the time. If it goes above your bonus for a stat, that stat is then halved.
Oh, right, okay.
It's when it gets to sort of double that you need to worry. Okay, yeah. The hunter person starts to drag Brander a bit through the air, although very much decreased by the fact it's -20 for 0G and also trying to drag you. It moves a few meters towards the opening.
Running is 6 times agility bonus, by the way. I just looked it up.
Yeah. Carolinus, your go.
Okay, I'm going to get to the kind of point where the stairwell meets this room, this corridor, and I've got a line of sight up. I'm going to get in there, I'm going to look up, and I'm going to have the stab light on so I can see what's happening. I'm putting the autogun up there. I was how many meters out before?
You move 18.
Yeah.
4 from the doorway itself. It's probably another few in, so you're probably 6 meters away from actually being able to see up. So you can just about make it, I think, can't you?
Yeah. I would, my full move is 6 meters, basically.
Yeah. So, poof, the light illuminates it, which is perfect for Garrett, because he is actually technically floating through the air with his long lads out.
That's why. I need to get there. I am the light bringer.
Cassius, how far do you move?
12.
12. So you are now 60 meters away from the doorway. Garrett is going to make a shot. He is going to do an aim. He has the Hotshot Las pack in his rifle. And that is not him. That is him. He's going to do a single shot. So it's aim, which gives him 10. Aim, single shot gives him 10. Accurate, so he gets an extra 10. Short range, so he gets an extra 10. He gets an extra 10 for aim because it's an accurate weapon, which gives you get an extra 10 when you're aiming. 38, that is a hit. I thought it was 100. And damage. The damage with a hotshot charge pack is +1 damage, tearing, pen 4. So I'm going to need to actually write this out. So it is 7 damage. So it's R2d10 KH1 plus 7. 15 pen 4.
Doesn't he have to roll because effectively these guys are in combat? Doesn't he have to, because he's shooting into basically he's literally
yeah, they'd
dragging
have
them.
that would be a negative, and then if he fails by a certain amount, but applying the negative to the roll, he still massively hits, so it's fine.
5 points, okay.
Does the Xeno get a dodge?
The Xeno was not aware of him. Actually, it should have been a +30 because it's not aware. But anyway, the point is he hit massively. I'm going to check, actually. 7, 8, 11, minus the 20 for shooting into combat, 9. He's going to choose to replace the 8 with a 9 because he can. 16 damage, pen 4. The enemy takes 13 points of damage as the shot rips into its leg. Melting flesh, breaking carapace open. It screams in pain. It is still alive, however.
Does it let go of Brander?
Yeah, I would say as a natural reaction, it would let go.
As a recoil, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Carolinus, by the way, you didn't actually use your other half action. Because light is actually a free action.
Oh yes, of course it is. Yeah,
so you can actually shoot if you want.
Well, his gun has accurate. Chat's pointing out.
Well,
for every 2 degrees of success beyond the first, you get an extra 1d10 up to an extra 2d10. Which means he gets an extra 2d10 damage. Thank you very much, chat.
Good lord.
Amusingly enough, the Xena goes down to, I think, -9 on the leg.
One shot.
One shot.
Floating in 0G, just like a BAMF.
Is it the right leg?
It is actually the right leg as well. Garrett jumps in through the door. There's a stab light, raises his long lads, and hits the side of the wall. He will take damage from that, but with a massive sound of flesh just being superheated in an instant, the Xenos' leg explodes, showering Brander with blood, covering him in more blood. He is currently bleeding. A burning Promethean still going on up there as well and everything. And the Xenos is now giblets.
Okay.
Exit combat. I need to check for the damage that Garrett takes from hitting the other wall. He resists it. Now, out of combat time, Canis, you look up, you see Brander with the corpse of this alien. Brander is bleeding 3D from several wounds.
I'm immediately going to kick off from the floor now that I'm in 0G. I move up there with +3 points of agility, effectively.
I won't make you test. You are very good at this. You managed to get up there. Make a Medicaid test if you want to get rid of that blood loss.
When it comes to, I believe, I actually get a benefit when I'm trying to stop bleeding as well. Let me just have a look at the Medicaid.
I'm going to collect Brander's leg and bring it in like I'm helping. Because I don't know, it seems like we might need this later.
Maybe the Medicaid roll is that good.
Yeah, you might be able to reattach it.
I don't know, I kind of think there is a perk that, like, Medicaids can get, which is, like, you can reattach limbs and stuff.
Yeah, there is. I'm really good at taking them off as well. I can detach limbs quite well.
You don't have the perk to
blood,
reattach, do you?
I can basically stop blood loss as a half action, and
Bam.
it's guaranteed.
Blood loss is stopped. Brander, you vaguely come around a few minutes later, very groggy.
Well, while
I bring the
he's
leg in.
coming around, I'm going to medicate him properly.
Sure.
So
I'm going to restore his fatigue with Revitalize.
Oh, sure.
And I'm probably going to roll
32
doubles and
62.
kill us all.
Brander, you're now to 0 fatigue. You would have been on, like, 3 or probably by then, but you're now on 0.
Oh, he's on
Right.
0? Then I don't need to cast.
No, with the cast. I thought you just cast it. Sorry, that was a Medicaid test, so yeah, you need to cast it.
Oh, no, that wasn't me.
No.
So what was that? What would that Medicaid roll do for me, considering I'm at
3 plus
-9?
you're 7. You're on -2.
I'm less critical.
And yeah, you have 0 fatigue as Cassius completely owns that roll.
How much did he have? Because I can only restore 2.
Oh, yeah, you've got 1 left then, Brander.
Yeah,
Right.
because it's only the psi rating that I casted
Okay.
at.
unfortunately, I failed to include the minuses for him being critical, which is -30. So it was a success. It was 32, 32, 30 with a target of 32.
Okay, so you pass 1 degree of success then, and you get 4 for your agility, so that's your intelligence, that's 5, not 7.
Yeah. He's very hard to heal at this point, which is why you don't want him to go into critical.
No.
I'm at -4.
Okay.
At this point, you're going to need a lot of medical care.
You don't have a leg for a start.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, just to bring him back to not being in critical will take, like, extended 24-hour periods of care.
By the way, Brandon now only has 1 mag boot. You can't really move around with 1 mag boot, so you're going to have to hand over hand through every single 0G area now. Because you can't
Or
go...
just hold on to someone else who's got mag boots.
Yeah,
Why can't he just, like,
I think I'm
Hubert his
worried
way
about the
through
fact that
there?
I'm missing a leg in terms of moving around places. I'm gonna have more trouble with the G places than the 0G.
Well, you can't hop in 0G. That's the downside. Because as soon as you go, okay, mag boot off, hop, you just go, oh, crap.
Like, I really
So-
don't know if I should give him his own leg right now, or if I should just stash it somewhere. Like, I don't know what's going to be more traumatic. Like, I don't really...
Seeing Cassius, and I can kind of see this question over his face. I just say,
I'm holding a
remember
leg
the
right now.
helmet.
I drop the leg and step in front of it.
so do I wait?
This is in 0G, so the leg just floats off behind you and bounces off a wall and gets entangled in some of the burning promethium. The smell of cooked flesh
I'm
begins
just
to
kind of
permeate.
shaking my head. But there's this look of kind of resigned, everything he touches is going to turn to shit. I must just accept this. He is not a good doctor. He has no bedside manners.
So when is it that I do wake up if I still have 1 fatigue?
You wake up now.
All right,
I
I'm
will
just
have
groggily
taken
like.
a point to try and pull him down the stairway. Like I'm dragging him with me as I move, because I'm fairly agile in zero G anyway.
Yeah, so Carolina's Cassius, you get to bottom, dragging Branda with you as Branda wakes up as you go into gravity again.
Yeah, I wake up to like droplets of like promethium and blood from various species floating past me. I'm like, what?
I've got basically propping Branda up with his. I was going to say his good leg, his leg facing the other side, so he can basically hop, and I'm just walking him into this room because we have to go through here. The unfortunate thing is he's probably going to have to do a fear test.
Can I walk at all in this state? Like aided, or is it just, do I need to be carried?
If you can, like, someone can like prop you up, then you can like use them as a crutch. Yeah. In terms of the fear check, you're kind of under no pressure at the moment, so you can just take 10 and walk through there very slowly.
Also, the other thing is, what's he going to do if he's trying to run away? He can't get away.
Just drag him.
Just grab him by the arm, just pull him along. He's like, ow! The fears!
Yeah, so you make your way forwards and eventually get into the generatorium, which is where you were going for all along. And inside, you can see that the whole place seems to be shut down. A lot of the stuff in here doesn't seem to be working. There are a few control panels on, vague warning lights flickering all over the place. Some of the
Can I pick through the Xeno stuff, by the way? The equipment that was on the thing?
Sure.
Yeah. What do I get?
I love how
There's a
mercenary
poison
you
blade,
are.
a splinter
I
rifle.
love how mercenary you are.
I make just like Carolina's did, and I fasten it with my strips. People laughed at my strips, but they've been useful.
Okay. Yes. Yeah, you got that now. Yeah, and you make your way into the generatorium. It's a very high voltage chamber with archaic designed reactors. Carolina feels at home here. Everyone else is a little bit like confused. Brandon,
Yeah, I know
especially.
exactly what I'm doing here.
I'm just like in shock. I'm just occasionally mumbling, my leg. And no, not my chills really.
And every time he does it, I say, was sacrificed bravely in the service of the Emperor.
It took its helmet
must be
off in
very
the
proud.
combat.
Mhm.
Can I take its helmet?
You didn't know it took its helmet off in the combat. You can't find its helmet in the quick search you did because the helmet didn't go that way.
I'm taking 20. We killed both. I saw the memories. There was only 2.
You find its
That's a
helmet
mercenary gift.
back out in the hallway. Yes, it is an intact helmet.
Yeah, buddy. I put it on.
Really?
It doesn't
You know
fit a
how?
human head.
Can you
I've
even?
got a spacesuit on, so it's like dink, dink, dink.
Dink,
Damn it!
dink.
I gotta wait till I get back on the ship. I add it to my stick.
Okay, you get another helmet on your stick. So Branda currently has a head, you have 2 helmets, and Carolina's has a gun and a knife. You've got a gun
Carolina's
and a knife.
has the enviable job of babysitting these idiots.
I'm just mad
Ugh.
'cause you didn't get an awesome helmet. You can be so salty when I get back to the space station. I'm walking around with my baller helmet with the horns on it and everything. My eyes all glowing and shit. Like,
Oh, yeah, and you'll be
look at me right
so,
now.
So upset
Look at
when
me.
Khan takes your head off.
Man, forget
so
that guy. I've got a
upset.
helmet. He can't do nothing. It'll bounce right off. It'll be like, patang, because I got a helmet on.
Yeah. So you walk into the voltage ceiling in the generatorium.
I don't think I've not noticed that you're making a boss poll, by the way, Splat. Don't even think I'm not noticing that.
You what?
Yes, Mr. Bond.
The plasma generator overloads, everybody dies.
Where's me
Wonderful.
shooter? I know one of you gits took it.
So, in this room, I would like to make... do I need to make tech use or mechanic knowledge or anything? Any of those?
You wouldn't, especially considering your background, would know this place fairly well. It's a standard reactor room. Make a tech use test to bring it back online.
Any modifiers?
You are familiar. I'd say you get a +10.
2762.
Quite easily, you diagnose that a lot of the systems have been knocked offline by some sort of weird haywire effect. You're not exactly sure why. A lot of the systems have overloaded. Some of them you bypass. Some of them you just replace fuses here and there. Other places, circuit breakers have kicked in. You just reset them. And after a little bit of effort, you manage to get the place working again. Lights start flickering on. The Vox that has been going off and on intermittently goes on, and suddenly you hear someone screaming over it constantly in pain. Ah! Ah! Constantly over the Vox unit.
Is there any communication console or Vox unit that I can use here that would work on the ship's Vox network?
Yeah, sure. You can tell by going over to it that it's currently transmitting, and it's currently transmitting from the control room, the bridge.
Okay. Before I do anything, I turn to Cassius. Cassius, what did you see in mind? How many of them are there?
As far as I can tell, there were 2. And I go through relaying the sequence of events because we're at the end of the show right now. It'll take too long for me to go through it.
I seem absolutely flabbergasted. 2 caused all of this?
Well, and I look at Brander and I said, look what it did to Brander with the element of surprise. From her memories, what I saw.
He was cowering in the darkness, defecating on himself.
So were the majority of the guardsmen once the shots started being fired off.
I just
State
mumble.
of the Empire's finest is decayed too.
I just mumble some cursing. In
The
response.
one to whom we delivered the Emperor's mercy was one of the few to stand her ground, though. She earned her death.
I'm being insulted by a cat snake. I'm sorry. She will not take no for an answer. Well, given that, then I press I imagine like a button on the Vox unit and say, "Is anyone still alive out there? Who's broadcasting right now?"
Make command check.
Okay. 8212. No.
It's the screaming, if anything, just becomes more and more intense.
Cassius, the screaming is coming from the command room. If you want to try and calm down whoever this is, but we need silence. I need to know what's going on up there. To be honest, I'm not even sure we could trust any answer. We're going to need to get up there. Power's on. It should be easy to move.
I nod. Well, then let's be on our way. I could try to calm him, but
I try to actually check if there's any indication of systems coming back online, like life support, things like that.
Life support comes back online. A lot of the gravity places comes back online. Still around the top spire in some areas, there are failures. The systems tend to report that there has been a hull breach and an impact. You think maybe some sort of bomb or torpedo or limpet mine. And around the area, there still seems to be some sort of localized disturbances. But other than that, most of the systems are back online.
Okay, I relay this information. I look for any obvious warnings, though, on the consoles and the various displays. Looking for hazardous areas that are reporting like hull breach, anything like that. So
yeah, the only main hull breach is that area. Other than that, the space station, apart from the gantry, which you fully destroyed, and is currently showing as red on the diagram.
Okay, well, I pass this on, and then looking at Branda, I shake my head. He won't be able to make the trip in any measure of speed. Someone will have to stay here with him.
Well, now that the power's back online, there are a couple of lifts that can take you to the bridge pretty quickly. The station, if you've got power, it's a lot faster. You can go through doors.
In that case, I'll help Branda limp in pain towards the lift.
Well, what's left of my void suit? Is it mostly okay apart from like the massive hole where my leg is?
Yeah, the hole where your leg is just like shredded around there. Some of it is melted away as little bits of burning promethium bounced against it, but the bit around the head and stuff is intact-ish.
It's like this is not space worthy, so I'm just going to take the helmet off and leave it.
Okay.
Get some air. Well, I mean, I'm getting air through the leg hole, I guess, but.
Yes. Breathing through your leg hole.
Do you head up to the bridge then?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So it takes you about 10 minutes, maybe 15 at max, to go up to the bridge. It's a lot quicker now, especially when you take a couple of lifts and a little bit of walking. Slowed a little bit down by Branda, but the lifts do seriously help. And you make your way to the bridge. In the light, now you notice a couple of traps just lying nearby. You've kind of got used to what to look for, and carefully step over a couple of the beams. Okay. Most of the traps having either been disarmed when the systems came back online. A lot of stuff like the gravity just detonated. A couple of them as you go past, you notice explosions that have shredded little bits and impaled crystal spikes against a wall. And you eventually make your way into the command room where certain consoles are blinking lights at you, demanding attention. And in the center, strapped to the captain's chair, is a man in a sort of white cloth outfit, brand across the back of his hand, strapped in with heavy leather straps and attached to a intravenous drip, which is filling him with some kind of strange dark red fluid. And he's constantly screaming in pain.
Can I recognize him as...
Make a Psyniscience check. Plus 30. Yeah, that would be a 6 degree success. Yeah, as you sense towards this guy, you suddenly recognize that this guy is an astropath, and that as he screams, dials and switches around the place move slightly and shudder. A coffee cup nearby moves vaguely and shudders and vibrates and then falls to the ground. He is in a lot of pain and can't really focus his power right now.
I say, Carolinus, give me Brander. See to him.
I
take
exactly that. In fact, I was already moving to do it. Specifically, I looked at this black fluid that he's hooked up to and all of this sort of thing. I basically tried to isolate him from any obvious poisons that are being pumped into him or anything like that.
You just simply unplug that. It's quite simple to do so. Make a Medicaid check.
I'll use my last fate to auto-succeed.
Okay. You auto-succeed, and because you auto-succeed with your 4 degrees of success, quite quickly he comes back to consciousness and manages to just about groggily get words out. Tried to warn you. Couldn't focus. There were 2 of them. They're hunting you.
I say peace, brother. We've killed them both.
Emperor be praised. They still have a ship out there. If they know they're dead...
Is there anyone else alive on this station?
Not that I know of. If they know they're dead, they'll destroy us.
Can you relay a message to the Navy? Would that be possible or wise?
Ideally, I need time to regroup my strength, but I can try.
Would I be able to do any sort of Medicaid test to try and help support him?
You're currently doing as much as you can with that test.
Okay.
I tell him, I say, I'm with the Telepathica as well, brother. Can I help you in any way with that?
Just strengthen my resolve and guide my mind. If you can make a willpower check, you can aid him and give him a plus 10.
Okay. Shit.
You suck at life.
10. He is going to use his point of fate.
Rolls are so off. You know how many hundreds we've had this episode?
Have.
It's been bad.
That's better.
I've sent a message.
I helped.
The ship is still out there. It's coming. And he passes out, blood coming from his nose. Caroline, so you make sure he's stable and stuff, but the strain of that has certainly been a bit for his system. He's gonna live, but his brain needs time to recover.
I give him some sort of sedative then to try and ease him.
I turn to Brander. I say, "What console can I take you to? Are there any sort of are there any guns on this on this station? Would you know what console would look like for what would the console look like for defenses and weapons?"
Once I've sedated him, I'm going to start addressing the consoles that are flashing red that need our attention.
Okay. One of them is warning you that the void shields are currently lowered. One of them is warning you that the 3 macro batteries are loaded, ready to fire, but no one is currently manning them. They can be fired from here, they can't be reloaded then. The Lance battery is currently warning you that some of the power conduits going to it need to be bypassed because they are on the spire that is currently haywire fielded. Brander, you would be somewhat familiar with some of the systems around here, but you aren't a particular expert in operate voidcraft. You can make a intelligence check, a flat intelligence check, to try and work out some things if you want.
All right. Oop. 11 out of 31.
Well
yeah. You can help operate some of these things if you want. You recognize a few
I'll
of the
point
systems.
him. I'll gesture to a console. Take me to that one.
I help him over there.
While he's doing that, I'm trying to. Would I be able to rise the void shielding?
Sure.
Okay,
Make
so-
a operate test with a +30. It's a pretty simple task. Although some of the capacitors and so on have been blown out. Bear in mind, we are now going into I will be timing you in real time as the ship gets closer.
I start
25
looking.
X2.
With that many degrees of success, you easily bypass some of the blown emitters and some of the power conduits that are currently failing. And there's a sudden pop as the air pressure kind of fluctuates a little bit with a sudden ionization of a lot of the gases around the power conduits. And then there's a sudden shimmer outside, and the stars wink sideways and then back, like a lens has suddenly formed over you. The void shield's now up.
I'm scanning over the controls, trying to work out what's going on.
Currently, you have 3 macro cannons. 2 of them can hit the target. There's a lance battery, but the lance battery will not be able to fire at full capacity until some of the nearby power conduits are rerouted.
Is there a
I'll
console?
relay the. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. You were going first.
I'll relay to Carolinus about the lance battery, that maybe there's a way we could improve its power.
Oh, I don't really even miss a beat. I'm just basically humming and chanting litanies and stuff, and I simply move to a different console without breaking the flow of the various things. that
Okay,
I'm
you
saying.
did so well on the last tech use test. Make another tech use test to bypass the lance battery, blown power conduits. You know, +20 on this one.
Very nice.
I turn to Brander and I say, is there a Vox transmitter in here?
I'll look around for one.
Brander, yeah, you instantly point to the little console in front of the commander's chair, which has a Vox console. Carolinus, you very quickly figure out a few of the power conduits that are blown and quickly start rerouting them. Cassius, you make your way over to the Vox console.
Yeah, after putting Brander in one of the chairs, because I don't want to leave him hanging.
I
Or
slow
leave
down
him
and
leaning.
rock a bit before remembering that I need to sit differently now, or I'll just fall over.
I push down the button, and I know this might be futile, but I say, attention all crew. The Emperor protects, and the foe has been purged from this vessel. Any surviving crew are ordered to report to the command center now. Your way is clear.
Okay, make a command check. +20, the lights have come on, etc., blah, blah, blah. It seems like a more resemblance of some sort of normality.
I'll make ready to fire with the various weapons.
Okay. 2 degrees of failure. Okay, Brander, you're ready to fire. You only get the shots of each gun. There's 3 guns, 2 of them have a target at the moment. They won't be able to reload. There are no loaders. Your chance to hit will be higher the closer the target is. Carolinus,
I'm going to hold for now.
you finished bypassing the lance system. You now have control of the lance system. It is at full power. With your knowledge of weaponry, considering what you looked after in your childhood, you would know that if you wanted to, you could overcharge the lance battery. The Mechanicus do not like doing that because it destroys very ancient and precious technology. It will give you a lot more damage, a little bit more damage, but it will completely blow out the lance battery. It's up to you if you want to.
I don't do it.
Okay. The enemy ship
In
starts
fact,
moving closer.
At this point, with the power systems bypassed, I break my chanting and I call out without really turning around, but my optical mechadendrite is now looking at Cassius. Warn them of the traps that we bypassed. That way is certainly not clear. It may be clear of enemies, but it is not clear for the careless of foot.
I push the Vox once more, and I say, all crew that may be moving towards the command center, also be aware of devious traps left by the filthy creatures that haunted these halls. They are gone, but some evidence of their passing may still exist. And let go of it.
Okay. The ship moves closer and
I'll call
starts
out
turning
to-
sideways.
I'll call out to Carolina, so I'll fire on your command. We only get a few shots at this. And I start calling out distances. Because that's
I
cool.
sit down in the command seat and I look very worried, but I start buckling in and holding on to both the armrests.
So he's calling out distances, is he?
As he starts calling out distances, the prow cannon on the enemy vessel fires, and this beam of white, violet energy hits and displays off the void shield. I need to roll something.
I'm rolling to see if you all die.
Did they fire at the command center?
Yeah, it was targeted at the command center particularly. You can see, because you can see out the lovely domed armored glass frontage from your position. This hits the shield
I
and
flinch
plays
I go,
off
oh,
it.
that's not good.
It's like an Aurora Borealis times like 100 in front of you right now in kind of this violet white tone, leaving afterimages all over your eyes, and then cuts off.
I'm looking at the void shielding. I'm trying to ascertain how much damage was done, if it's going to hold.
It wasn't good, but it will hold for quite a bit longer.
I relay that to the whole room. Void shielding is holding, but we're not going to want to sustain that kind of fire for very long. Is the enemy ship still approaching?
The enemy ship now moves into what you consider a point-blank range and starts to move towards one of the gantries.
Oh, macro these dudes.
At
Macro
this
up.
point, I just shout out, Brand, if you're going to fire now.
All right, firing macro cannon 1.
Okay, make and operate. You did so well on your check to look around. I will consider you having a +10. You have a -20 because you're not au fait with operating this kind of weaponry. But you have a +10 because of that. Point blank, you'll get no +10, so it cancels out. So just make a straight on, probably ballistics check.
So it wouldn't be operate void ship or anything.
Do you have operate void ship?
No.
No. So it's a +20, -20 then. So it's a flat-out ballistics check.
All right. Firing. Oh, 48 out of 41.
The first shot barely skims over the enemy craft. You almost think it passed through some of the antennas that it should have hit, but seemingly no impact.
Damn it. I've got like one. Is it one more macro cannon
You've got
on the
one more
lance?
macro cannon left. The other
There's
one
a third
faces the
cannon
other
that's
way.
not currently. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, firing cannon 2, and I'll do that. Same again. That's a hit. 14 out of 41.
14. That is 41. That's more body. You hit dead center on the enemy craft. Beautiful central shot. Roll me just a d10.
Right.
It's a little nerve-wracking. I don't like being a bystander to
3.
what's going on right now.
With that, there is a sudden flash and a little nuclear explosion goes off as you hit it directly dead center. Bits of black metallic material of some kind fly past the station, some bouncing off the void shield, like coming directly, like Cassius is a little bit worried for a moment, and then fly off. You see in front of you, Cassius, the image of the ship flicker, and for a moment it doesn't look like a transport. It looks like some sort of sharp-pronged, black-armored, almost carapace kind of flowing craft. And then it looks again like a transport ship. Brandy
call
out.
I call out, it's cloaked. It's hiding as a transport. I mean, we're shooting at it already, so obviously we know something's up, but it's got some kind of, it's got some kind of camouflage.
I'm just buzzing around the console. I'm literally just moving back and forth. As one red light comes on, I go over. I'm more talking to it than I'm actually doing anything. But every now and then I push a lever or I twist some sort of knob, and then the light goes back to going green. Then I'm just moving back and forth. I'm not even talking to the other people or acknowledging them for the most part. I'm just entirely.
The lance system is now fully charged.
All right.
At that
firing the
point,
lance.
I break what I'm saying in order to announce that it's fully charged.
Okay. Caroline, since you're kind of assisting in this, if you can make a tech use test.
I look at both of them. I say, is there any way I can assist? I'm still clinging to the armrest of the chair.
11:52.
Brander, you can have you don't have the ability, but you did really well on your test, and Caroline's passed this massively. Plus it's a lance weapon. You can have a plus 15 for this.
Ooh.
So it's a ballistics plus 15.
Ooh. 50, not 50.
Sadly not 50.
That is hoping for quite a lot.
We've never done 5s before.
Yay!
And with that, 3 degrees of success. Please roll me 2d10.
Alright.
63. That's more towards the engine, so you catch it a little bit further back this time.
Witness the power
17.
of this fully operational
17.
battle station.
And with that, there's a sudden buildup of white light over the top of the station, and then a lance of searing white energy hits the back of the transport ship. The transport ship shudders and starts shifting and turning as the lance plays over its back. Something explodes, and the shimmer disappears. Suddenly you're faced again, Cassius, with this black armored vessel of some kind. Something explodes at the back, and the vessel turns and starts trying to limp away. Obviously badly injured, some sort of air venting behind it.
I go, woo! That's what I thought when I see they're turning around, they're trying to take off and run.
However, I'm kind of panically chanting because now, once the lance weapon fired, like all sorts of red lights lit up because the station's barely holding itself together, and that was quite a lot of energy to discharge in one
Carol,
go.
let's make a tech use test at -20 to make sure the lance can fire again. Cassius, make a command check at +20.
No, unfortunately.
Yeah, Carolinus, you did really well the first time. The lance has 1 shot left. After that, effectively the capacitors are recharged, but they're not going to be able to take any more inputs.
I relay this to Brander.
Right, I'm gonna line it up as much as I can, taking into account the new shape.
Cassius, do you want to make a command check at +20?
Yeah. I will cease
Since
my
you
jumping
tried
up
to
and down.
inspire them there with your woo!
Yeah,
Is this gonna boost my ballistic skill?
I'm imagining that I'm like in front of the window, just like the Emperor protects. That's right, you run, scum! Seeing that the ship turned around. Because I thought we were gonna die, and now there's like a slight glimmer of hope that we might not.
Okay, yeah. So if you can make that command check.
What was it? +20?
At +20, yeah.
Ah.
Sadly, no. Brandon, yeah, if you can make this
I just find it slightly annoying, if anything.
It'll be a ballistic skill, I think a +5. It degrades from +15 to +5 this time.
Alright. Firing. And that one's a miss.
This time,
85.
the beam of energy being further away just arcs through space as the enemy ship starts limping towards the edge of the system to escape.
Damn it, they're getting away. The way we could rotate the station and use the final macro cannon?
As he says that, I look for a way to do it.
Karen, let's make a tech use test at +20.
$63 for 72.
You fire up the retro thrust on the station and manage to rotate it slowly. It's not really
I
intense
announced
to do
that
this. The sound
you know,
of metal.
Yeah. I call out to Cassius as I'm doing that, as it seems like it's about to kick in. Warn the crew to brace themselves.
I push the button. Brace for impact.
Brace for
The
spinning
entire
and twisting
station
out of
shudders, and you feel something clink and begin detaching as suddenly the station spins a little bit easier. Cassius, you notice one of the docking arms swing past into the distance. Brander, you have a shot. It's been a flat ballistic skill check.
Ballistic? Alright.
Is there anything
Firing
at all that I can
microcannons
try
ready.
and do to make this work? Oh, okay, never mind.
Not
Miss.
really.
Damn it.
Sadly, the last macro cannon round off into the distance.
I didn't account for the spin of the station.
And it's quite a distance now, so their ship does start to make its way away. Karen,
Okay with the
I'm
situation.
busy just fixing the various consoles and trying to calm the station. My chance of taking on a very specifically soothing nature. I'm clearly trying to placate the machine spirits of the station, which are very angry at the way that what has been going on.
You can try and fix the lance. That will be pretty hard. Or you can dump the void shield energy into the lance system. You will lose void shields.
I consider it. I would rather try to fix the lance.
Okay. This will be a tech use at -20. It'll be tough. 0-4.
Machine spirits, hear my plea.
These machine spirits are totally with you. Yeah, the lance is back online. It will be able to fire 3 shots before it will fail again. Brander, you get one.
I'm very clear that Brander is aware. I'm not going to be able to do this again. The machine spirits have afforded us some measure of aid, but they will not be amicable should we fail this time. It won't be coming back online.
All right, firing. Is this flat?
Yeah, this one will be flat. The last flat one you get, because then they'll be at long range.
All right, firing 1. Miss.
Are you able to do anything, any tech use to try and stabilize anything to try and help him with that?
Effectively, you are using all your efforts right now to barely keep the lance online. It was pretty damaged. It's a miracle you've managed to get it go this far, and you are spending all of your time just focusing, making sure certain things don't, like, you are effectively, like, in Artemis, manually controlling coolants and regulating different power levels. You're busy. Cassius, if you want to do a command check to try and help out here, if you can think of something inspiring to say.
I can think of something inspiring to say. This seems like one of those moments where you're like on the baseball team or the football team or whatever, and your teammates just like dialed in. You're like, "You got it, man." You got to get in behind them and just like rub the shoulders and shit. Just like, "Got this."
So Cassius runs over the
like
shoulders.
President's
You got
speech in
this.
Independence Day, but sure, okay.
My fellow Branders, I want you to shoot those goddamn Xenos.
Okay, make a command check. +20.
Okay, you accept
0-6. Brander.
Wow.
It's a -10 for long range. It's a +10 for Cassius's inspiring shoulder massage.
All right, firing 2. 4 out of 44.
A 0-4. Roll me 2d10.
Damage is 14.
And one of them was
10
a
and
crit.
4.
Roll me a 1d5 for the crit.
All right.
On. Hit the thrusters.
1.
You still got a crit. And with that, you managed to do 14. The lance strikes into the back of the enemy ship. It shudders, continues on a little bit, and you feel that maybe you hadn't done as much damage as you thought. And then suddenly there's as some sort of gas starts venting, and then
atmosphere.
lightning plays across, and then there's a sudden blast of purplish violet energy, and the ship explodes.
When the gas was coming out, because I've got telescopic vision with my optical macadana, did I see little like flailing blobs kind of like coming out through the gas?
Battles in space take place at ranges that even your telescopic cannot see. But with the station one, yes, there are like little people going, ah!
Yeah, we vented a bunch of Xeno scum. It was glorious.
Seeing the explosion, I sink back into the captain's chair, and I just start muttering prayers of thanks to the Emperor. Blessed Emperor, thank you for providing light to your servant when bathed in darkness. and then I light a glow stick, and I just like, and just like sink down, just exhausted. I've got nothing left. And I
have no time to relax. I'm still trying to keep the station from being angry at us.
Yeah, Carolinus, you tax the station a lot. Just make a tech use test to make sure it doesn't explode. No pressure. Just a flat
Machine
tech use
spirits
test.
like me. 86. No, we're all dead. Sorry, guys.
No. With that, the lance system shuts down seemingly permanently until a lot of replacements can be used as parts of it melt and explode under the pressure.
All of a sudden, an array of red lights go up, and I'm just like, "Feck."
Yeah, this is like the point where the console just actually overloads. Like, no one actually thought to install fuses or a circuit breaker, and just lightning plays across it. And you're like, yeah, and that's enough for today. But with that, you have destroyed a Dark Elder Raider. You have killed 2 Dark Elder in combat. You've managed to save 1 person and clear out and save the station.
Over time, do any more crew members make their way to us?
No.
Wow. So in that case, I take the Dark Eldar bodies and I vent them out into space because I figure we've already got the head and the helmets and whatnot for inquisitorial identification. There's no need for any of the cleanup crew or anything that shows up to see the bodies and be exposed to heresy or whatever.
Okay.
While he's doing that,
Bill.
I actually head down into the what was it? The generatorium? Is it you said?
Generatorium, yeah.
And I painstakingly take down the Mechanicus. Like, we're not cutting the wrists off or anything. I take time to respectfully take him down, being very careful of his implant, especially careful of the implants, actually. If the body gets a bit busted out, I don't mind that too much, but I'm very almost... what's the word when someone has sort of religious sensitivity to it? Reverence, yeah. I'm very careful with the implants, and I generally bring the body down and lay it and cover it, all that sort of thing. And I also take down Corporal Vice.
Okay. As you go through your administrations of people around the space station, you do notice that you find pretty much all of the platoon. You may be missing 1 or 2. But you don't find any of the sign of any of the crew who were originally here, barring the astropath who is still here. Later
Can I search the armory? Is there an armory?
Cyrilla.
No, you can check the armory, but there is actually nothing in there. It looks like it was raided at the very last minute, like everyone tried to arm the people on the space station, and then people were abducted. There is actually nothing left aboard.
Okay. Can I collect dog tags then? I'll just collect dog tags from all the guards or the conscripts.
Sure. You managed to collect all the dog tags. 2 weeks later, after living in a somewhat... it's a little bit... what's the word? Morbid setting.
Macabre.
Yeah, macabre setting for about 2 weeks.
I would have gone to the effort of gathering all the dead at the very least, and whilst I wouldn't go to any great effort to preserve them or anything like that, I'd at least put them into a room and give them the bare modicum of sort of like dignity, covering them up and stuff like that. At least trying to stitch them back together so they are bodies rather than just
and then vent the air in the room so that they don't smell.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I basically
just give 'em
sterilize that area.
I mean, technically, we can give them a naval burial. We just let them float out the airlock, Star Trek style.
I'm not sure if that's the 40k way though.
Some people, burial customs differ very much.
If Branda were to tell me that that's how the Navy do it, then that's what would be done to the Navy personnel.
Is that how they do it?
It depends on the Navy personnel, but generally,
Except
it's
Corporal
easy.
Vice.
It's better than keeping bodies aboard a starship, put it that way.
Yep. Corporal Vice, though, I'm going to try and keep her head.
She's guard, so not Navy.
Anyway.
What do we do with the
Find
guards?
her father's pistol? Was there anything special about her dad's pistol? We should probably return it to the family.
Actually,
have knowledge of that.
It
I
was
didn't explain
just
it to
a
anybody
good quality long a lance pistol, actually.
Did I find it though?
Make an awareness check. It's a big station.
One of
Can I
those things
recognize
now,
from her
like
memories at all to get a bonus on that? Because I replayed all of her memories.
Yeah,
and
actually, you can
everything.
have a +20. That's a good point.
That'll help a little.
one of those things now where like you rolled so well.
Wow.
And
Very
there.
nice.
Yeah, you find a good quality las pistol with some embossing on the side which says, to my daughter, Jay.
Okay.
Like you rolled so well that now her life is yours in a certain way, and you will forever have her memories alongside yours or something.
Become
I don't know
very
how it
famous.
works.
No, I'm gonna send it back to her family. It's apparently a family heirloom, so.
I would actually, knowing if you made that clear, I would actually speak with you about that and express that my intent is to use her skull to be a servo skull so you can continue to serve the Emperor in death. And with that, I'd like to actually equip her with the Laz pistol. Little servo skull floating around with a Laz pistol.
I respond curiously to this. Are you sure there's not more honor to be sent back to the family? Apparently they have a long tradition in the Imperial Guard. Perhaps they could, use it for a memorial shrine or something along. I'm as excited for a servo skull as you are, but are we sure this is the right skull and the right?
What better way would a guardsman prefer, to die and be remembered as a dead guardsman, or to continue serving the Emperor in death?
You make a fine point. I hand it over.
Yes.
Not sure I approve of this.
After the fleet arrives and you do check her record, her family died. Her father was a officer in the guard who died fighting the orcs on Ragnarok about 4 years ago.
Excellent.
This news, I just don't know. I don't know what. I just look somber. I guess
There's nothing like, joyous or excited about it. This is literally like Carolinus is very sort of solemn about this. This is, from the way he acts and expresses it, it's more of I'm honoring her for enabling us to wipe out the Xenos by ensuring that her service continues.
That is true.
What was the name? Vice.
Yeah.
Do you remember it by any chance?
You
You
might
wouldn't even
remember the
live.
mother. Make a intelligence check, plus 10.
Ooh. You better remember the mother. There's some sort of... She was your traitor.
No, I failed massively.
The name rings a
Squad leader or something.
bell, but you can't replace it. You get the feeling maybe something to do with air support or air cover, or something to do with maybe she was a pilot or part of an air crew on Ragnarok, but you can't place it. And that is where we end tonight, as 3 ships
Just
of the
to,
line.
Mention, Carolinus will go out of his way to make sure everything of the Mechanicus body is sent back to the Mechanicus, implants and all.
Did you take the extra legs, though? We need an extra leg.
Nope.
No!
They're going back to the Mechanicus.
Oh, he's just going to hop in little circles for the rest of the campaign.
You'll have to
The
requisition
moment I'm
one.
using my chainsword as a crutch.
You know how requisitioning works
Let
for
him
us?
plant the chainsaw into his leg.
I don't know how,
He'll have a chainsaw peg leg.
as cool as that is, I don't know how well that would work.
Okay, let's just implant a Gatling gun into your leg then. Walk around on the barrels of a Gatling gun, and when you're really annoyed, you just lift your leg. Daka, 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 daka. It'll be great.
Yeah, what happened to Sky Beast? Is Sky Beast just gone?
Well, that's what I was going to say. As the ships fly in and we're stood there in the airlock watching, I'm stood on my crutch and I go, "Where the hell's Sky Beast?"
You quickly
Peering out.
requisition one of the small frigates to go look for Skybeast. Skybeast is found orbiting not that far away from you.
I thought we were going to get a frigate. I got excited for a second. I was like, we got a frigate! No. What about a little corvette? Can we have one of those?
You initially tell the naval officers who come aboard to clear the area that, oh, don't worry, there was a Dark Elder ship and we killed it. Oh, sorry, there was a random ship and we killed it. And they kind of
There's
look
a
at
spiky.
you incredulously. They don't
Go
believe
find the
you.
wreckage.
Then they look at the wreckage
find
and then they come back and go, who are you?
I go, we're the cleanup crew. And put on my shades. It's like, yeah! In the background.
And that is where we end tonight.
Oh, God. We're now going to be known as the cleanup crew.
Yeah, that is,
Yep, I
you've
had the glow
officially chosen
stick in
your
my mouth,
warband
too.
name. You
I
are
feel
the
this
cleanup
band
crew.
needs to have a solid chat with each other. We need to have a power. This is not okay. No.
Yep. So thank you very much for watching. We'll be back same time next week, and then the week after we'll also be back on Wednesdays with the start of our D&D. So went a little bit over time today, so we're going to quickly go through this. Do go check out the Patreon. It allows us to support and continue doing such amazing shows, and it's with your support that we can continue to do such cool stuff. We very much appreciate it and hope that you're somewhat entertained.
Are you not entertained?
Yes. Are you not entertained?
That was a good session. That was intense.
That
That's
was
the first
really
one
good.
we've had so far where I fully the whole time felt like we were fucked. And then we got lucky and killed the first one.
I flat out knew I was going to be okay. I'm Carolinas. I don't die to bullets or grenades or other such things.
That's
got
why
a
there's an enemy
Renaissance
ship.
breastplate,
Like an
bro.
enemy ship with pulsar lance, that could kill you.
Yeah, that's what they had to bring to make sure I was going to go down. But Branda, though, I thought Branda was completely hosed.
I thought I was.
There were several times where I thought
I've
that
only
Branda
got 2
was
fate now.
now an
It's going to be
ender.
terrible.
Yep. And you haven't
It
even
means
got
I'm
an
just going to
extra
die
leg yet.
sooner. I'm going to die next session
They're going
instead.
to get you a peg leg. And a parrot. Plastic parrot on your shoulder.
Yar, matey. We
I
be
don't
with
see
the
how this is
guard.
necessary. But I'm
Open
maybe
up
a
the
peg leg.
holes from back row cannons.
Funny thing is, you're going to try to requisition a peg leg. No, you fail.
No, you get a peg leg for free. If you don't get a bionic leg, I'll let you a peg leg.
It'll do.
Agility bonus.
I'll make a
of
nice
1
clunk as I walk.
Glunk. Glunk.
All my room entrances, assuming the ground isn't carpeted, will be significantly more awesome.
This will make great content for the after show, which is a Patreon bonus. So until next week, Aavak, who are you? What do you do? And where can we find you?
I am a YouTube content creator. I think that's what we call ourselves now. And I can be found at youtube.com/Aavak or on twitter.com/Aavak_ and on twitch.tv/Aavak as well, where I am currently playing Stardew Valley every day, RimWorld mostly every day. Also finishing off, I've got to try and get the final challenges to complete the Zombie Night Terror. Such a fun little puzzle game, that one. And of course, I am also probably going to be returning to Halcyon 6 and Civ 6 soon. It was meant to be Civ 6 this week, but house hunting.
Did you win Halcyon 6 last time, or did you lose in the end?
No, I haven't finished it yet.
Oh, you haven't
I
finished
just
it yet?
couldn't. I had to put it on hiatus because house hunting, unfortunately. But now that
Yeah.
Zombie Night Terror is finished, I can go back to it.
I did that with a couple series too. You get those emails from people being like, "Where did the series go? You quit." I'm like, "No, I just got to take a couple days, just like a week.
Oh,
It'll be
because-
back. Don't
When
worry."
is it coming back? Because we know you've never abandoned us, Aavak, because we have faith. And I'm like, that is right. You should have faith in me.
I get
never-
those messages about this is the police, and I'm like, did you not watch the last episode where I rage quit? Like, I literally said,
That's always
I'm never coming
embarrassing.
back
It's
to
like-
this game. This game is terrible. And people are like, when's the next episode? I'm like, did you not see? I literally said there will not be one. I'm not one of these people who goes, I'm never going to play this game again, and then just plays it again. Like, no, if I say it's terrible, I will not play it. Bentham, who are you? What do you do? And where can we find you?
You can find me on YouTube at Mangledpork Gaming, because confusing names, and on Twitter I am at Bentham Plays, and I am, as always, playing Factorio and Rodina. 3 different series of Factorio, though. There's some variety in there, including the one with Aavak, the Massa series, and in Rodina, I'll probably have a new episode out in like an hour, actually. That'll be cool. Where there's a new update, and it takes me by surprise, and I wait. No, I do die. I was going to say nearly die. I do die. Yes.
You should have burned Fate.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I needed it for this. That's the problem.
No, I'm still team pull the pins out 2 grenades and just latch on to the guy in 0G. Go out like a martyr.
I'm only going to do that when
Then
I've run
burn
out of fate.
Witness
When I've burned all my
me!
fate and I know that the end is nigh, then I will do that.
I am awaited by the Emperor in Valhalla.
I know you've got the silver spray can. I know you keep it right next to your chainsaw, just and then go for it.
That's
I
what
will
we
be
that
shining,
integrated
bro.
into the chainsword, so you can
See, the
just.
thing is, you burnt a fate to survive anyway. You should have just pulled the pins and grenades and dived on him, killed him, and burnt fate.
Oh, that's a good
See,
point.
as a GM, if you're gonna do that whole okay, I'm gonna pull grenades to like kill the opponent, etc., blah blah blah, and dive with them and throw my life away, but I can burn fate. It's like it kind of removes it. So
Yeah, it does. It does
if you
kind of
sacrifice
diminish
yourself, then you
winship.
stay dead, because otherwise that's-
Carolinas was fully
Yeah.
on sacrificing himself.
Frankly,
It's just he's
I feel like-
basically a Terminator.
After the flamer incident, I think we should get a freebie. That's all that I'm saying. This dude miraculously dodged a flamer in a corridor.
It was going to be my
was an
awesome
open
turn the
stavel in
tables
0G.
moment. He's like, no, I dodged the fire.
I think he had a 40% chance of dodging it, so he did. Then again, you got really lucky and killed a Dark Elder ship. So...
And yes, Ciri is actually named after Ciri. Her full name is Cirilla.
That too. So Splat, what do you do and where can we find you?
I'm on YouTube, Splattercat Gaming, youtube.com/Splattercat Gaming. I'm playing Clockwork Empires right now. I'm playing a little bit of Owlboy at the moment, which is pretty sweet. I've got Sunless Sea Submariner going on, trying to finish up Shadow Warrior 2. Basically, I've got way too much shit going on. And basically, it's rough, but we're going to get through it and we're going to finish it all. I swear to God. Haven't been streaming lately because there's construction outside my apartment for like the last month, and it's just super noisy and I can't do anything. So I'll be getting back to it as soon as possible. It's just
Back up already.
my situation is not tenable at the moment for streaming.
Fair enough.
What about you, Ian? What about you?
Oh, me. I'm Enterelysium. You can catch me at twitch.tv/Enterelysium every Saturday. Twitter.com/Enterelysium, where currently I'm explaining nuanced legal points about democracy and constitutions. And also at youtube.com/Enterelysium, which is where I spend most of my time. I have videos going up at the moment. I think I've just finished Political Animals, where you elect animals to be politicians. Also, Hearts of Iron. I think the last episode of the series is going up tonight as World Conquest is Mexico, because why not? Then you don't have to build a wall, because Mexico owns everywhere. In addition, I have a couple of other things going up, and I'm going to be starting some new series soon. It's going to be really fun. Also, Stellaris. But yes. Also, Shen is available at Shen on Twitch, and also at Shen2 on YouTube. You should go check Shen out. Shen's been really great tonight, and hopefully we'll be back next week.
He's pretty
Shenryyr,
effective.
too.
You saved my life, to be fair.
You did.
Wasn't even here. That's how awesome he was.
That hot shot
I like
charge
CPU
back.
Shen. CPU Shen did a good job.
That sort of sailing through 0G.
It's like a
firing.
talisman. If someone drops out of the game and the NPCs take over, they start winning. It's like, oh, damn it. No. NPC talisman player is always best.
Yeah.
I think if it had actually been Shen, I would have died.
Shen would have been like, nah, fuck Branda.
No, I'm saying you were Cassius. Brand is gone.
By the way, this list of people down here are people who have Patreoned at like a particularly high tier. Thank you to them, and thank you to all the patrons for making this possible. So
Absolutely. You guys have been fantastic. Like, the Patreon has gotten bigger than we ever expected. Like, we're like, oh my God!
I did that. I looked at the Patreon earlier, and I was like,
Oh my god!
Did you hyperventilate at the expectations? I was just like, oh my God! How will I ever live up to it? I'm not worthy. Emperor protects.
Chan!
We're hitting goals
Did
and
you just say
everything.
Patreon, Chan?
yep.
And with that, stream is now over.
Yeah, the stream is over. So thank you very much for watching. We'll be back same time next week, and just remember to roll for it.
Sky Beast!